for the Overwatch League APAC knockouts to continue. Welcome, everyone. We're live here at the WDG Esports studio. It's 11 Kiwi, it's leg day, bringing you Group A. And we're sending 4 teams home, staying home, out of the bracket with no chance of making play-ins or playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be a real sad day for a bunch of teams, but someone's got to go, Lemon, because someone must rise. And of course, we are going to be sending a couple of teams to the grand finals going on over in Toronto. It's going to be such an exciting time for every Overwatch League fan. And there is still a mathematical chance for a contenders team, rather than one of our OWL franchises could make it. I think at the moment, mathematically, Dreamers and O2 Blast have the best chance of making that happen. And Dreamers, speaking of which, will be coming up in our first game today. So you're going to be able to see exactly who might be able to make a true Cinderella run through our esport.
Ooh, excited for today. Lower bracket quarterfinals for anyone who hasn't caught the schedule yet. We got Panthera, Dreamers, Rhodes, and Poker Face for our Group A matches. Loser of that is out of the tournament. No chance of making playoffs. And then Charge versus Seoul. Shanghai versus SPG on Group B. Those are also going to be some bangers. And we know how those teams are faring so far.
Yeah.
Some good, some bad.
It's an uncomfortable place to be for Seoul Dynasty, who did fairly well last year, but this year it's just been seemingly problem after problem for that roster. Guangzhou Charge, of course, started off the year incredibly well, and since then have had a little bit of an incidental rebuild, bringing Jinmu and Gaga from a deceased Chengdu Hunters back over, and maybe they can try and find some purchase here, but it's always weird to see a team like Seoul Dynasty with Profit on it languishing. Like, Profit, come on, man. Can't you just carry, like, 1v9 in the lobby? Like, people call you the GOAT, and for what?
Just wheeling in like, I still got it. I still got it. Get me in there. I
got one more in me.
I got one more. And, well, Rhodes also got one more roster. A completely new, retooled one. The Chinese super team kind of gone, and to be fair, they didn't do that bad for a team that kind of just got constructed together. That's our second match.
Yeah. When Rhodes just turns up and all of us are like, okay, that's not Rhodes. Well, they're Rhodes now.
Who vented onto this Rhodes roster?
Truly, just a bunch of new guys turned up. I believe mostly well-known tier 2 players from around the Korean scene. So there's definitely some talent on this roster that can make a couple of issues. Of course, they're going up against a far more well-formed, I would say, roster in Poker Face. Not in that they're better players, but they've had a lot more time together to make sure that their strats are a little bit more crystallized. Of course, Muse was a near world beater on the Los Angeles Gladiators during his time there, and before that even was excelling on Talon. So a lot of competitive history for Muse, and hoping to have a little bit of a redemption arc here as we move over to see what's been happening so far in our brackets. Fuel versus Spark, that's going to be coming up tomorrow. That's going to be an absolute banger. Real looking forward to it.
Fuel at the peak of their success. You know, it's fluctuating metas for them. Sometimes they're number one, and sometimes they don't win. It really happens sometimes to them. Poker Face on the rise to beating Panthera, putting them in this quarterfinal, lower bracket quarterfinal situation. Rhodes in a similar situation against Dreamers, but Dreamers fell to a very strong-looking Hangzhou Spark, who are fighting for either number 1 or number 2 in the entire league. But a team that, well, used to be at kind of a top spot is Dreamers, who have their roster picked apart. Mainly their DPS of EasyHunt and Spectre got promoted. Even Spectre's going for Rookie of the Year. So it's like, man, Dreamers promoted a lot of amazing talent, and they should be happy.
Yeah, they're going to be happy for those that have been promoted, but also maybe a touch of salt. But like, hey, if we had our old DPS, we might be sweeping this bracket. Still, they're making a good concerted effort, and Dreamers still have a chance of making it all the way to Toronto. They can make that miracle run happen. It's a good look at Group B. O2 Blast have been strangely resurgent. Protect in particular, this is his meta. No longer having to languish on the Winston, which is not his best hero. Being able to flex over onto a Junker Queen. Same as Hanbin. He's thriving in a new meta where Winston is far from mandatory. And here's your matchups for today. It's going to be a long one, so make sure that you've grabbed your coffee and you've got your Snuggie ready, because you're going to be here a while.
I'm wondering how the O2 Blast guys are doing. A lot of them got promoted to Vegas Eternal, trying to quite literally breathe life into that team. So Will the former talent of O2 Blast be able to do that in the Overwatch League? They had tremendous success on the Contenders roster before, and it's tough for Contenders players to come up in such a different ecosystem and against totally different competition and prove that they're the best. But excited to see what Knife and the boys on O2 can do. But even since then, the replacements have not done too bad. But let's focus on our first match now, Panthera versus Dreamers.
Yeah, I want to focus in on some players here. In particular, Becky is a real X factor for this team. Becky's got a little bit of competitive history in Overwatch League to be LA Valiant during, some might say they're ill-fated last season before moving back over to the West. But I think that Becky and Easyhan were always highlights of that roster and always showing off that they had the mechanical skill to bring some of the best teams in the world to the brink. And we, of course, have Do, who is a newer addition to this roster, usually swapping out with Nice, depending on what hit scanners prefer. We've seen a lot of Do Tracer recently, a little bit of Torbjorn as well, I believe. So Panthera really are leaning on their rookie here to try and deliver them some results in very high-pressure scenarios.
Yeah, Panthera come in as a 7th seed from the qualifiers. Not like the top when it comes to contenders, but I thought they did a pretty good job of adapting from meta to meta. They had this Jasmine RPen tank situation once Fate got promoted, and Jasmine has come in on the 2 last maps of their last series, playing a lot of Ramatra, Sigma, someone that you can rely on, which sometimes off tanks when you don't get that much play time, you don't have the experience. But RPen and Jasmine trading off really well there. You just got to have an overall star-studded roster. Speaking of which, against Dreamers, this is a tough one. This has been the highest seeded contenders team, even outranking 2 Overwatch League teams in Dragons in Charge.
Yeah, it's been a great run thus far from Dreamers, of course. The eponymous main tank in the middle there, Dreamer himself, formerly of the LA Valiant, but a much earlier iteration in their last year in the West. It was Packing 10's LA Valiant, which also hosted Kai, I believe, or KSP as he was known at the time. It was a fantastic roster, and Dreamer definitely showed that he had a lot of chops as the Reinhardt. And I'm going to be looking towards Dreamer's Reinhardt prowess, in particular in this matchup. We can assume that it's likely going to be a Reinhardt rollout here, as Dreamers have actually been leaning a lot more on their off-tank in League. Like you said, RPen and Jasmine on the other side, the same can be said for Dreamers. They have 2 incredibly effective tanks, but are very much split into the main tank, off-tank distinction that we had in old Overwatch. And League has been able to flex a lot of his hero pool. The Diva, the Doomfist, the Junker Queen, they've all been a big part of the potential Liga clutch scenarios. But at the moment, I'm going to be zooming in on that flex DPS. Top Dragon, you can get away with a Genji in this meta. And Top Dragon is one heck of a Genji. He absolutely pounds the lobby when he picks up the younger Shimada.
He can get away with murder, and he has several times. He's a serial killer out there on the Genji. Solo carries out Suravasa. I've seen it with my own eyes. And Dreamer finally getting a start in this meta where Leaguer, I feel bad for the guy because going into double flanker, a Sombra constantly hacking your butt when you're a diva is just unfun. And Leaguer got player of the match last time I casted him because this is his meta to shine. A lot of Orisa though, a lot of diva too, which is his specialty. And now Dreamers can lean on him to really break out of that shell now that he's not getting hacked all the time.
Not getting hacked all the time is a happy time. Yeah, like, I don't think we saw a single map of Dreamer in week 1. Of course, like you saw in the graphic, he's going to be starting today, so a slightly different look from Dreamers. Maybe acclimatizing to what was a pretty brutal loss to the Hangzhou Spark. He played a little bit more of the old style. They still believe in the old gods, the Winston, and the dive alongside it was their bread and butter. But for Dreamers, like you said, the Orisa is definitely one of the characters which is rising to prominence. She's incredibly strong at the moment, has a huge amount of survivability, especially with that Fortify as well, denying headshots, which can be a real pain. One of the reasons why Orisa wasn't as played at the Overwatch League level is, like, everyone here can aim, and when you've got a headshot hitbox the size of Canada, turns out that's a bit of a weakness.
Speaking of aimers, Develop, former DPS, we've talked about this before, moving to support because guess what? We got a 3rd DPS. Her name is Alari, and Develop has been gapping people, support players, you know, kind of cheating. He is a DPS on Alari, but seen playing a lot of Ana if they don't opt for that poke comp. We go to Lijiang Tower first, where, guess why we got Dreamer in here? It's a Rhine map.
Oh yeah, this is a map where Rhine can flourish. Ever since Lijiang Tower has kind of come into the 4 of the meta, and since Symmetra got her rework from a time long ago when Teleporter was an ultimate that could be interchanged with Shield Generator, we have seen the conflict of Teleporter and Rhine to try and dominate Lijiang Tower. It's an excellent map for high mobility to be afforded to the guy with the hammer to just cleave through enemies, and that's of course why we are going to be seeing Dreamer come in. Arpen is likely to match this. We've seen plenty of Arpen Reinhardt even on Oasis, which is not as geographically favorable to the Reinhardt apart from University. And of course, as you can see from our blacked out maps here, we are in loser picks, no longer in map sets as you'd see in the regular season of Overwatch League. So both of these teams, after losing a map, can try and pick the next to play more to their strengths or potentially their opponent's weaknesses.
You don't want to lose too many of those. It's a best of 5 lower quarterfinal, everybody. Loser is out of the tournament and loses their chance to go to play-ins. Panthera, they lost that, Oasis University, that Reinhardt map, but it was against Dive, and it was a lot of Mei and Symmetra. Now, this is an interesting look out of Panthera, not with the Rhine, but with the Junker Queen, having 2 options of speed, and Top Dragon, though, just unloading on the Bastion, dealing with Becky on the opposition, removing a huge source of DPS, and then you let Dreamer, well, send some nightmares over to Panthera. He cannot be stopped.
Dreamer's been allowed to do everything he wants and a little bit more on top of that. Critically there, we saw Top Dragon actually bring out the tank form first. Becky was caught somewhat unawares and had to give a reactive tank form without being able to use cover, because of course you have a lower movement speed while in that form. And think about the tank versus tank matchup here too. Dreamer's got a lot more tools to try and shut down that Bastion's tank form when it is necessary using the Javelin spin.
Kind of a bait TP there from Dew. Place it right on the other side of the pillar. Looks like Arpen still took it. You got Panthera having some coast control too with many angles. Dreamer throwing some javelins in to just kind of distance Panthera supports away from Arpen, who is now taking so much poke, and Dreamer decides to just engage right into the rest of Arpen's team and ignore that tank. Slay now just trying to reposition that front line, but the damage has been done. Dreamer's Ant Matrix just laid on the damage, and Panthera could not really hold on.
Top Dragon has been lost there. This could be a little bit of an issue, but if Slay is going to be staggered, yeah, that's going to be all they need to make sure that Top Dragon gets back in time. Now Sad's going to be able to try and play here with the Photon Barrier, but it's not going to be a reliable counter for the Rampage that Arpen has available. So what you're really looking for here is for Missing to have an early Immortality Field force now, as it's going to be one of the main counters available to those mass anti-bees.
Also got Arpen ready with Rampage to line up all those pins, and you see the Dreamers are ready. They're hiding away. Arpen needing some heals. What? Oh, that double kill even with the immortality from Top Dragon. The missiles come down, and Panthera are missing in action with one more fight even for Dreamers to take a flawless control center.
In the midst of all that, a Rampage as well. I'm not sure what Arpen was cooking with it, but Panthera, they can come back now with 4 ultimates. And open here with the artillery squeezing through the door. Up against the TP is going to complicate matters. And Sad still manages to survive. There's double support as well here for Dreamers. They can hold on the point for as long as they wish.
It's a good set of ults for Panthera, splitting up the point, using some of it to protect Arpen, who now duels really close. And Dreamers tried their best to maybe play off the Ant Matrix. They had the sound barrier, but Panthera just invested more and killed quicker, giving them a chance to somehow make that 0-100 comeback.
You talked about a fake TP in an earlier fight, Lemon, and Panthera actually paid dividends off that by taking the TP this time, conditioning Dreamers to not give as much attention to it, and it means that Arpen can hit a knife onto Top Dragon and pull him into the LOS of the window put down by Develop, meaning a huge amount of damage comes down on that Bastion. They can't do anything. Now it's Soundbarrier versus Soundbarrier, but Panthera have this defensive positioning to work with.
So much damage into Dreamers. Dada has to pop the sound barrier. Father's here for you, but Panthera counter with their own. Top Dragon in trouble, somehow frontlining even out of his turret form when the rest of Dreamers were disengaging. Panthera happy that the chaos hurt Dreamers that bad. They buy themselves another fight.
Talked about a tank matchup before, how Dreamer's better at mitigating the Bastion damage, but better at killing the Bastion is Arpen. That knife, so easy to hit on a massive hitbox like a Bastion. He doesn't have mobility options after using that grenade to try and get away from the damage. And his hitbox is so big, he just gets eviscerated by Panthera.
Server control of Panthera. Sad, got a little too excited off of the speed there. Immortality to save Top Dragon too. This is tough. Rampage right through 3 Anti. Dreamers don't know where to look. To the left, to the right, you cross the street. You get run over by Arpen and Panthera. Another fight in a row coming down to the final one to win Control Center.
Potentially preemptive immortality field there by missing. Was punished. And now as you try and approach this, it's going to be very difficult to try and avoid the artillery strikes coming in from Becky. We saw last time it got a double onto an unaware Dreamers who were lacking mobility options. You can see that Becky right now seeing plenty through the walls. The ping's coming through from Arpen, and you've got to try and make a dash for the point now.
Yeah, artillery, sometimes you can catch a squishy. It splits up Dreamers for a moment. Now, Photon Bear after Photon Bear. Nobody can really move past it or get close to it. Artillery from the side of Dreamers bombards Panthera, forces out the Immortality. All the space for Dreamers. A Terra Surge going in. Immortality can't save you now! Double kill! Dreamer makes the fight winnable. But Panthera managed to get the flip, and over time, in their favor, Becky trying to secure that server control. And now it's the flip back to Panthera's side. It's actually Dreamers that had control. I apologize. Now, in a 3 versus 2, Dreamers get all the kills with their Bastion still alive. And Slay contesting for as much as he can. Emergency Doofus from Arpen is on the field, but the support is just too far away. But what an almost comeback that happened there from Panthera, only ending though at 99.
Yeah, the comeback was close, but the Terra Surge just got too many people caught in it. I think 4 people got sucked into the center. And while it's rare for it to guarantee that many kills, there was already significant damage onto both Arpen and Do, so didn't need to charge up the Terra Surge that thoroughly in order to make it happen. Here's a quick look at how this artillery strike got to. It was off a stun. Dreamer does waste his ultimate after, but you know what? You set that up so well with the Javelin. I'll forgive you, bud.
What a hard-fought battle when Dreamers just lost that many fights in a row, having such a good start at 99. Just coming down to a really good patience off the Photon barriers, to vanquishing at the end. Bastion gap. Now, the TP is not being set up toward the point, but Dreamers use their TP to fake actually the point rotation, not being worried about Panthera's position. Now, Bastion of Becky is going to shred this Dreamer shield, and they need to act quickly or wait for it to regenerate. They vote for the latter.
Up and on the off angle here. Might be somewhat easier to try and isolate, but with all of this cover to play with at the back of the point, this is going to be so much better for Panthera. Dreamers actually have to back off here, and that means Dreamers going to spend so long trying to recharge the shield and simply trying to kite away from the tank form of the Bastion.
I can see them waiting for Sad's teleporter if that's how they want to close the gap, but they just run in, and now Panthera are split. Dada then wall rides, boots Do off the map, and you can't be playing that close to the edge against Dada. Panthera thought they were more safe than they were. Now the Amp Matrix generated so quickly from Missing after how much Bastion artillery they took that early in the fight. Dreamers, that patience pays off, and they were able to gap close against a lot of damage from Panthera.
Yeah, great tactical flexibility there from Dreamers. Like we said, when you play towards the back, there's a lot of cover to play with. It can allow you to avoid damage, but it's a double-edged sword. You do risk getting booped off, and Dada sees that opportunity, finds Do overextended, gets him off the map, and after that, it means Dreamers so free to try and just run on to the Bastion after that tank form's already been used. An amplification matrix here in conjunction with the Bastion damage could prove deadly if only it can be set up.
Dreamer wants to stay on the top track is just hitting
you
himself
ain't TPing
with
nowhere, bro.
Make you think twice. Oh, Dreamer is charging in. Didn't get the pin onto the Bastion as he would hope. He's in a bad spot. He gets antied by the rampage of Arpen, but not a sound barrier. Bought enough time for Dreamer to rotate back to the safety of the point. Now the re-engage off of Sad, charging up with the Symmetra, overwhelms Panthera. It's just been a chess match of kings and queens being exchanged, but it's Dreamers that live on.
What a clutch barrier there from Dada. Dream was 50 HP, but Dada didn't know if it wanted to put in a sound barrier until Arpen used the rampage, which went for, I ain't holding this for anything else, bro. Dude instantly wants to go in. Wall is available, but Dreamer is already returned and cleaving.
I guess was gonna pin Becky off the map. Turns and burns. The shatter, but was taking so much pressure that had to bring the shield back up, and Arpen protects his backline as best as he could. Panthera back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think Sad actually got caught out during a stagger for Dreamers, and that meant that Panthera had the option to try and make a somewhat overmanned approach in a 4 versus 5, and it worked out here. Now you can hold a little bit closer. This means that you've got to try and maybe navigate around the Junker Queen, but Arpen will give up the space knowing that they're likely to be TP'd on here by Sad. Dreamer's going to benefit from that burst mobility quite a bit.
Photon Bearer used. Panthera have good defensive control, trying to hold their side of the map, and then Becky goes uncontested. Always trying to worry about the oppositional Bastion. You take out so much damage power out of Dreamers, removing Top Dragon from the fight. That is their biggest carry. So Panthera, can they do the comeback that they did on Control Center, or will they trip up on the finish line again?
A finish line. It's certainly uneven pavement, easy to trip. And they might try and hop this one in the courtyard, as there are a couple of Symmetra teleporters set up here, as well as a disengagement TP. Just gives Arpen easy access to an early carnage. In comes the artillery strike, and it's all across the back again.
Mortality plays just in case. Good reaction from Develop and Matrix. Becky's spooked off, or, well, took himself out. Either way, Dreamers steal the point back, and it's 95+% with no one from Panthera to contest. Dreamers have been so good at getting inside this point. Arpen, double kill, the knife for the third. Is he clutching? Arpen is doing it. It's not a pen, it's a cage, it's a prison, and Dreamers are victims.
Oh my goodness, the pen is mightier than the Dreamer. What a clutch coming through from the Rampage, and just getting multiple people with the Carnage to get those cooldown resets, hitting the perfect knife onto the only person who could save that in missing with the huge heals the Baptiste could bring to bear. What a clutch! That is unbelievable. That's Hunbin level clutching right there.
This has got to be on the top 5 plays of Owl. Arpen saves the day for Panthera, comes down to the final fight. Sound barrier from Dada. Might have saved that Amp Matrix too. Build some space between you and Panthera. They gotta respect that TP to get back to point there for Dreamers if they do opt to do so. Dude, starting to harass Dreamer, who shatters, blocks the heals away from Arpen, who gets sued, so the charge doesn't go through. Dreamer in a bad situation. Arpen getting clutch again. It's a 5-man ante, and Becky puts them all to rest. And Panthera have done it again.
Oh, who is this person? I need them identified. I need their genome sequenced for science. What a pair of clutches. Arpen, by the way, 2 fights, 2 rampages. Unbelievable. And not only that, did you see that Suzu from Develop to try and save him as well? Develop really holding their nerve on the Suzu, making sure that it wasn't going to get blocked by the shield, instead waited for Dreamer to turn around and try and deliver that burst damage, but it was an easy Suzu onto Arpen. No tripping at the finish line this time, Lemon.
The highlight reel, the slip past the door too. To the knife onto Mystic. Get back here. I ain't done with you yet. To the axe. And all of that self-healing too. That is how you clutch up. You know, we'll give some hype over to Slay who had the rollout to get to Arpen in time. Holy crap.
Whew. And Becky also contributing using an artillery strike, but I'm enamored right now with the Arpen. This is a curious rollout. Dreamer instantly taking away as much space as possible, and this has forced Becky to move into a less effective phase after having used that tank floor. And the question is, what kind of way can Panthera actually rotate around? If they're playing in the white room here, they are going to be very easily spammable by something like the grenade coming through from Top Dragon or the fire strikes.
Also, Dreamers wrote in all chat, we got the translation of how much they appreciate the Panthera plays coming out in less family-friendly words. But man, Dreamers, they got the shield broken. Now, not able to hold on to that door as closely as they would hope. Arpen and friends, a Panthera TP to the other side while pressuring the front, but didn't go with his take and is very vulnerable by themselves as a Symmetra. Panthera go for the pitch play and it's not working out. Dreamer comes in like a bulldozer, gets the trade on to Becky before he falls. And as the dust falls, I think we're left with either a 1-on-1, 2-on-2, but when Arpen's on the field, he can do a 1v100. That's how I feel.
Yeah, if you get into those dirty situations where it's like 2 versus 2, 2 versus 3, and Arpen's one of the players that's around, the self-healing that the Junker Queen has is so useful in those kind of situations. One of the things that's really cool about Top Dragon playing Bastion as well is that Top Dragon often gets some nifty nades between players and the teleporters they use to try and isolate them from the disengagement potential. But Arpen doesn't care if he can't disengage. He'll just go deeper every single time.
Well, this is good timing on the artillery. You just have to kind of get it inside this room, which is sometimes harder. Oh, but they TP away. It's like they evaporated in midair.
Houdini's. Where'd he go?
Houdini's artillery. Well, Dreamers live on for now, not wanting to use their artillery, which is how open that part of the map is. Photon Bearer using it, and the Rampage hits all 5 of Dreamers again! The Kryptonite, the Achilles heel, and Dreamers die again to one single ultimate.
And this is one of the ways where Dreamer on Orisa could have been a big detriment to Arpen's Junker Queen. Being able to interrupt that Rampage potentially with a Javelin, you don't have any real options to do that as a Reinhardt. You can block it with your shield technically, but the way that your team is playing the formation, you're not going to get 5-man Rampage so often. You just have to eat the L on that fight as Top Dragon opens up with artillery.
Yeah, a little bit of trickle damage. The backline of Panthera seem okay. Now the Photon Bear available for Dew to try and protect this point against the Matrix. He needed it a bit quicker. You lost Becky. So much damage is gone. Depends how Dew and Arpen can play this when they have the speed and the barrier advantage. Developed couldn't keep up in the heals, and Dreamers just capitalized on that fight before the Photon Bear could come out, and now they're just cleaning things up, and they got quite a gap in the score to close.
Unfortunately there for Panthera, Becky just died far too early. You got to try and get one of those full rotations of both grenade and tank format in order to like get everyone low enough. Arpen can start finding those final blows on low health players who are playing maybe a little bit more conservatively. But now playing defensively with the Symmetra, this is what you want. Gives you plenty of time to gather information with the turrets. And Dreamer's got themselves an Earth Shadow. Remember, there's no consistent shield to try and deal with this. If everyone's playing together, Dreamer could be on the board for a 4-person Shadow.
Yeah, with the Sim TPs there, or the turrets there, from Sad, like Panthera gotta either TP on the other side, hope to get an angle. A little bit tough with the heroes you have chosen. And as Panthera go again for this pitch play of TPing to the other side, they just get cut down so quickly. Dreamers are so quick to react on this divisive fight.
And now as we head in towards the final fight, Dreamers are coming up towards a critical mass of ultimates here, Lemon. And Arpen critically doesn't have a Rampage, which means Dada can be a lot more free to use this sound barrier early. If this fight does go long though, Arpen's going to continue to be that clutch factor, especially if Dreamers find themselves run ragged by the combination of Bastion and Amplification Matrix early.
We have Matrix forcing out the mortality at the very least. Some value, Becky. See what he can do. The shatter from Dreamers, he explodes and might have got developed on his feet, but that was enough for Top Dragon to get an important kill. Not a lot of heals left for Panthera in a brawl that they need. They desperately need that sustain in. What an exciting map we've had, but Dreamers, they put Panthera to bed with now a recontest there from Arpen and Develop, and I thought Dreamers had started that fight off on their foot.
Arpen just TP'd, got the TP from the Symmetra, said, okay, you guys mess around and have your fight over here. I'm going to go in the back line once again. Develop had to swap over to Kiriko to return as quickly as possible. There's going to be a touch coming from Top Dragon, but he's so easy to kill with the Symmetra, and the Rampage is ready to go.
And Sad is still coming back from spawn as a Reaper. Rampage at the ready for Arpen, pulling in that Reaper, who only has a Wraith available. Not sure if he used it out of spawn. And Matrix, meanwhile, in the middle of the map, being used by Missin, and Panthera don't seem too injured, if anything, causing a lot of damage to Dreamers. And it's Panthera that walk away with map number 1. What a start to this series.
Oh my goodness, Ocean's 11 outdated. Give me more Ocean's Panthera. They absolutely heisted this off the back of the Arpen Junker Queen. 3 fights clutched out of nowhere. And I think maybe an equal number of 5-person Rampages as well. Really seeing the openings. It's obvious that Panthera probably did a lot of scrimming against Dallas Fuel, saw what was being achieved with the conflux of both Junker Queen and the Symmetra to give the burst mobility. That's a real weakness to Junker Queen, not having that disengagement option or the ability to close gaps against Poke and really being able to paper over those cracks using the Symmetra and bringing out more pressure in the form of a Bastion to make sure people aren't always looking at that Junker Queen, and Arpen is taking the mental space that's made by that and paying so many dividends with it.
Well, the Queen checkmates the King of Rhines, but you gotta say, the Rampage, once a Rhine comp plays all stuck together like that, it's gonna work out at the end of the day. Panthera pull through on map number 1, but up next, we have a break. And after that, Dreamers have their choice of map. See you then. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League 8-pack knockouts. We have a banger. As an appetizer, get ready for the rest of the day, y'all. It's only 1:30 a.m. But I am as excited as can be. What a round 3 I think we got. It felt like a forever map on Lijiang.
Yeah, it's the never-ending story of Lijiang Tower. And unfortunately, the story looked a lot better for Dreamers when they were playing Orisa. Reinhardt potentially maybe a king of the past, but he's still a thing of the past. Main tanks, at the moment, not flourishing. Not flourishing. Hey, maybe we'll see some Winston as we go over to our hybrid map. I do believe that it's going to be Numbani. This was, of course, the pick of Dreamers. We've got ourselves a couple of subs happening. We do have not many for the side of Panthera. It's mostly happening on the Dreamers side, where Dreamers are making some big swap-ups. I believe 3 players are swapping, 2 players are swapping out, 1 player is swapping roles.
Yeah, so Dreamer out, Leaguer in, going for the off tanks. We're going to Numbani next, where Dreamer is really only playing Reinhardt. I've seen some Reinhardt cheats on that map before, but after, getting rampaged physically, mentally on Lijiang, maybe we gotta change things up. Leaguer, Orisa, and D.Va was successful in Numbani before. Dart, first appearance in knockouts as a DPS, and look at that, sad. Doesn't have to be too sad being benched, he's being moved to the support role.
And when we see these DPS players move everyone to the support role, we all have the same thought, right? A new hit scan support has just dropped. Sad loves to play Soldier and other hit scans. We're likely going to be seeing the Alari come out of Sad here. Liga, I'm very excited to see the Orisa here, especially as potentially a counterplay to Arpen's Junker Queen. We talked about how the Junker Queen was less effective on Control Center in our previous round because it was a lot easier for the Orisa to shut down compared to the Rhine, who does struggle in a close-range battle against the Junker Queen and has no real means of mitigating her ult, whereas the constant threat of both the Javelin spin and the Javelin itself stunning the Junker Queen does mean she has to be a lot more judicious about when the Rampage can be used, rather than just seeing 5 people line up and go, oh, I'm going for that one, boys.
I like to see the cookery that Dreamers put up on Numbani. Last time I casted them, it was super fun. They had some Symmetra of Top Dragon moving people around. They had some Torbjorn War Soldier. Sad, I mean, was the soldier guy, but they revealed that ace up their sleeve already. They gotta put him in support jail for now, where maybe he'll wreck some faces on Alara. At least I hope so. Where Develop is usually the DPS guy who plays Alari, so Sad versus Develop, I hope it happens on Alari, because I want to see who's getting Giga Gap.
The Develop, of course, historically was a prodigious hit scan player picked up by Moon for the legendary Season 4 Shanghai Dragons roster, I believe, one that had Lip on it. Like, when you pick up Develop as a hit scan and you've got Lip on your team, Moon definitely saw a lot of potential in Develop as a budding hit scan player. At the time was mostly a Widowmaker as far as I know, so that flick scan aim definitely going to come up real hard here on the Alari. As we head over to Numbani, one of the things that you did point out, of course, is the shenanigans of a Symmetra on the defense here in particular, as well as the attack, does allow for you to play a defensive Orisa here, who would usually be less effective, because it gives her the burst mobility to move between high ground without being stuck on long commutes, actually being able to react to stimuli as they come.
You think it's a defensive horse, but if you watch Numbani on defense or offense, Leaguer was getting teleported into people who would then Javelin spin, Javelin hit people against the wall, Javelin attack, defend, and ruin people. It was insane how aggressive Leaguer was with the Symmetra who was moving him around. I'm so excited. They won this map against Rhodes 3-2. We'll see if that win streak keeps up now, obviously with a different roster. But I'm hoping we get to see more Top Dragon Symmetra.
Yeah, it's always good to see, like, a very smart player bring out the Symmetra, because, like, if you've got the strategic depth for good planning around teleports, you can really catch a team unawares, especially with something like an Orisa, even though we don't appear to be seeing it now. We're seeing Liga bring out the Sigma, which was actually one of the first heroes that brought Liga to prominence, I believe, previously on Team CC. Liga played quite a bit of the Sigma. This is, of course, a mainstay of many off-tanks. Not sure if this is real. This could be an interesting pedal platform raise here. No, we're just grabbing back Slays to go, you know what? I don't think we need a Lucio for this one. Full comp swap over. Oh, is it old style? The old gods are still alive in Numbani land.
Yeah, this is a comp that Panthera have played before. I hope like rises to the occasion of Tracer. Wasn't insanely impactful last time I saw him. Gotta be really consistent with those pulse bombs, and against a Baptiste, that's difficult to do with the immortalities that can just negate that for free with the cooldown. They'll be up to Becky to hopefully get support, whether with Slay TPing in, who seems to be TPing to help do rotate around. They're taking different angles, taking their sweet time now.
Oh, missing. Uses the outburst to actually go straight into the Winston. That needs to be used a little bit more like the whip shot of the Brigitte, I believe, to try and knock back the Winston on the engage. Great crunch from Panthera.
Took a while for Panthera to get their dominoes all set up, but it's Dreamers that got tumbled, and now it's Panthera who can, after all these trading blows, can maybe start to pressure this point. You got Liger at half health. Definitely should be in position for Arpen to get forward. Okay, there he is on the corner. Becky on an off angle on the right. Do above, ready to blink in if the supports get too close. Panthera has a good setup for the initial takes. One asleep onto Dart. Execution 5v4, 2 for Panthera. This should be winnable. And he does hit Sad. It's not too much in a bad position. Arpen jumps up for heals. And Panthera should have this secured, but Dreamers are looking healthier as they had a chance to regenerate, and Dude gets caught out by Splash. As the Nano from Develop onto Arpen, just to chase down Top Dragon, who can't rotate back, has a bit of armor to do so, and maybe even support from both Sad and Missin. And somehow Dreamers are retaking.
They're simply too hard to kill. They can't get enough damage over onto Liga. That's a real problem with this composition. If you don't have the burst coming through from a focusing beam of Becky, how do you kill this Sigma? Because the Winston damage isn't enough. Oh, Slay could be hunted down here. Top Dragon, he's feasted. As Slay just went for a real haphazard TP.
Torbjorn is kind of that soft counter to Tracer with a turret that can always mark you where you're going. Do is constantly trying to go into that under the bottom door, and Slay's TPing to them, and Dreamers are smelling blood in the water. They're figuring out the strategy. They know Do is back there, who can grab mini pack obviously and be fine. Will Slay be able to TP to them? Does he want to? Because once that cooldown is down for teleporting, well, you can't get out anymore. Dreamers, though, pop the Ant Matrix. Panthera start to hide. Arpen is primaling into a hallway, jumps on top of Dart, and manages to bat him away from the Mega. One control out of Arpen, who's got 2 kills, hoping to secure the final tick there for Panthera. Arpen can't be stopped.
Oh, this truly feels like Arpen's serious right now. Everyone else is simply renting. A capitalist overlord of all of this space is certainly being made, getting an early pick onto Top Dragon as well by flinging him off the map. It's so hard to kill that Torbjorn during the Primal Rage as Winston, you take so much damage from the shotgun, but getting the Wombo combo off the map is exactly what the Doctor ordered. Dreamers are finally coming up to a couple of ultimates now. This Captive Sun is going to be interesting, of course. Remember that on the new patch, it can be blocked by the Winston bubble, so it's likely going to have to be forced out of Arpen first. And it can be cleansed as well by Slay.
And they have a lot of answers. They have options of their own too with the Duke. Maybe onto a soldier. Rissa's not a bad pick too. We'll be up to really what opportunity arises there for Becky, as Panthera have gotten 3 pushes, but with Liger on the Orisa, this is going to be a tough anchor to remove. Becky deals with the Torbjorn turret, so too has more freedom, but Becky decides to re-emerge in the middle of fire, and Dart unleashes with the tactical visor, and that sends Panthera packing.
Tactical visor must have come as a little bit of a surprise to Panthera. Potentially it was aided by the Captive Sun. We saw Missin use it, but not who was afflicted. Might well have grabbed that backline after forcing out a Suzu, maybe. And now Missin can play this off angle, and we can have this incredibly obnoxious wraparound defense from Dreamers if they decide to try and stay in here. There's plenty of mobility for Dart to try and get out, but for Missin it's going to be more of an issue. They could be cut off here by Do.
Ooh, Do looking for the pulse bomb up against Missin. Knows where the supports are, can keep them pressured out. Want to see if you can land this pulse bomb where Sad isn't located, so the immortality isn't a problem. Panthera, the fact that this fight has taken place here is so interesting. Panthera now duped to have a second Orisa just to bully Liger out of the way. The Amp Matrix though from Sad maybe gives some supporting fire for Liger to keep anchoring this cart. With Becky out of form though, Panthera losing a lot of hope, a lot of at least frontline presence, although the damage looked pretty good once Becky got back into Echo form, and Dreamers can't hold on.
That one ended up being decided by the 2 versus 2. Dart and Missin versus Do and Slay. And Slay decided to go for the Immortality Field in the 1 versus 1. It was greedy, but in the end worked out as Dart went a touch too far to try and punish that one out. Becky swapped over now from the Echo onto the Bastion, trying to avoid the previous problem on point A of not having enough damage. And instead they're going to be able to tear through Arpen if he doesn't rotate his cooldowns effectively, or rather tear through Liga.
Yeah, Dart almost got killed by that Pulse Bomb Splash. Dropped down to 1 tick. Good opportunity for Do. There's the Amp Matrix plus the Bastion. Dreamers don't want to answer the door to that. You're at the wrong address, buddy. But Panthera aren't making really much progress on the cart, even with such power behind that move. Now it's up to Arpen to go up against Liger, and you got the Captive Sun onto the Bastion. That's a lot of damage, and the Nano saves Becky, gets revenge against the Alari, and moves forward to clean up the fight once and for all for Panthera.
Oh, lovely play there from Becky, but also great reaction there. The contextual nano from Develop thinking we just need to make sure our Bastion survives this, and if that's going to be the case, there's no way we lose. I do think that Dart at the moment might be over-focused on trying to chase Do around when you can't really get much of a good assassination as a Tracer against something like a healing pylon, and it does mean that Dart and Missin are getting a lack of uptime. Actually fighting the front line of Panthera, that gives Becky and Arpen a lot of space to work with against Liga.
Great shots from Develop. Steals mechanics, former DPS on display. Panthera too, this is a great composition for how flat this point of the map is. And Artillery is just on top of himself. Does he get it off? Becky gets stunned and might have put some initial damage into Dreamers. And the Amp Matrix plays beautifully by Slay. Funnels right into Dreamers. And Sad tried to respond with his own, but the Tactical Visor only gets 2. But it does weaken Panthera, who just might not be able to complete this push.
Yeah, the Dart off angle, once again paying dividends with that Tactical Visor. Excellent timing when it comes to those. And now being behind, you see that Becky is permanently aware of this, and this is trying to make a little bit of mental space by going for those early pokes. Good outburst, puts Becky down on the low ground and mitigates the tank form.
Top Dragon can't be too aggressive here with the type of healing at his disposal. Now Panthera, gotta be careful on taking multi-angle fights. Just like on Lijiang Tower, this was an issue. Top Dragon copies the Orisa, is hoping to get environmental kills here as funnels everyone from Panthera into an area as Develop hopes to protect them with the Captive Sun. But Terra Surge built up by Top Dragon gets Becky low enough for Dart to get the finish, and Liger goes for the second Terra Surge while they were low. What a wombo combo from Dreamers to hold Panthera short of C.
Oh, the double Terror Surge does so much against a slow comp like Panthera. They've got no mobility options to get away en masse. No speed boost for a disengage, no teleporter to try and move away at that point. And it all came down to an early pick as well onto Do. Dart's timing on these soldier flanks is unbelievably good. While he has been a little bit distracted a couple of times chasing a Tracer that really ended up fruitless, when he manages to find something with a Tactical Visor, twice now he's managed to grab a double with an ultimate that rarely gets value unassisted by something like a Nano or a Kitsune Rush. And this is an impressive debut for Dart, who is yet to play in the knockouts. Has played previously, I believe, for Dreamers, but thus far in the knockouts, we haven't seen much Dart.
Well, it's not a bad appearance for sure. Stopping Panthera when they had 2 minutes for siege. But this has been a cool setup. I mean, Panthera came with different combos, whether the Captive Sun, the dupe with Becky, combining usually with the other Orisa. So, pretty far push. See if Dreamers can match that with a similar composition.
On the ceiling. Where are you going, friend?
Bit of goofy flanking. Won't be as easy on the attack here. And this is one of the things you alluded to earlier, Lemon. The teleport for the Orisa can make her into Peter the Die Forces here. which is traumatic to deal with for supports, but also allows for a good amount of momentum and mobility in order to really respond to any huge tanks that could come in onto your more squishy players if Top Dragon wants to try and go a little bit more aggressive. Like you pointed out earlier as well, Top Dragon is going to be having trouble with a lack of healing here, as long-range healing from Sad is not going to be ideal, and Missing has to play at medium range of that beam to actually heal the Echo.
Like Dreamer is able to crawl their way up to that top left high ground. Good shield placement of Dreamers. And now it's up to the poke damage. How is Top Dragon going to want to approach this fight? You want to wait for a weak target, so the focusing beam can obviously be profitable, but here's Arpen from behind, just shoving Dreamers off the high ground, hoping to displace them, and Top Dragon almost got also a focusing beam kill onto Arpen, and is so close to killing Do, who just doesn't want to go for Mega, thinks he can win the one-on-one. Now just dodging these Orisa primary fires. How is Top Dragon alive with 5 HP?
The beam of shame is used. Arpen just has to dash over towards the point. Now that's an excellent peel coming through from the Sigma, making sure that that Bastion duel is going to be unfairly going the way of Dreamers. That's a lot of damage coming through from Dart.
Oh man, I play some Bastion myself, and I don't get 2-3 Ks on this artillery like these guys do. They just find really great moments where the other team is clumped up. I mean, it was really valuable on Lijiang Tower when you had close situations and expected to get that much value on payload maps like this, but I'm a fan.
So he's going to have to try and control the territory here with the amplification matrix. We've seen how deadly these can be. In conjunction with things like the Bastion and the pylon healing here does mean that you can essentially poke out of this zone for free, but you've also got to try and worry about the position of the car and not allow Dreamers too much free push here, as Liga is going to be moving up and just making sure that Panthera can't stay comfortable in this zone.
Arpen defending this well, focusing beam, almost gets Becky. Great healing coming out of Panthera's backline. Top Dragon just dupes to save himself. I thought he would have used the immortality to get himself rotated back towards his team, and he's really getting solo ulted, which is just going to put him back to his Echo form. So he does have a second life. Panthera can now use this moment to stabilize now that they have this 5v4. Top Dragon sent away. And there is that aggression out of Arpen and the Ant Matrix just to deal with Dart. Man, he is a target.
Absolutely eviscerated. Double support ults all on top of that. Bastion Liga here is going to be next to fall as well. Actually, he's able to get away. Plenty of damage going into a kinetic grasp. And it does mean that there's some extra cushion to try and work with. Captive Sun here is going to be an interesting ultimate, considering that mitigation from Panthera is going to be limited mostly to the javelin spin of Arpen. And if Arpen's not on the correct verticality here to try and deal with that, it could be a big opening for Dreamers to try and find themselves a couple of kills.
Dreamer's looking really weak, but quickly brought back up to health. Dreamer's using that this cover well, hoping to take control of mini pack room, and now know that Panther at least is at that corner as a soldier, leaving Top Dragon with having to deal with him. Captain Sun from Missing to remove that soldier. I'm not even sure if it did that much damage. Panthera, though, getting hit by the Gravitic Flux. And Dreamers ahead in this fight. They got to deal with Arpen, though. That's a lot of armor that the Orisa has. It's just such a tanky unit. Dreamers look like they're in a position 3v2 to cap this card. It should only be the supports to deal with, and that's all she wrote.
And this is going to be a lot of time to play with here, Lemon. 4 minutes to only cover 55 meters. And now, Panthera, they don't have that inherent advantage of a high ground to work with either. It's going to be far more fair in terms of a lateral battlefield that has to be worked with. Are going to be some harder corners to try and play with when it comes to that momentum. And neither team has some extra to try and get that burst mobility that we've talked about being such a buff for things like Orisas and Bastions. And Dark can also clear out any nooks and crannies using this artillery. But Panthera have a considerable ult bank to try and work through here for a long-term defense.
Oh, the artillery catches Do and Becky. Huge value for Dreamers. The box of victory is there. And there's Develop couldn't disengage in time. He got the Terra Surge hero play, and Dreamers wiped them off the floor. And Derek can recontest, but actually Becky's going for artillery, and this doesn't push Dreamers off the card. They get to the box of victory and take the map.
An unbelievable Dart double there. What a debut here in Knockouts for Dreamers with Dart. And that was supposed to be Panthera just being able to overwhelm Dreamers with a critical mass of ultimates. They had almost 5 available, and while yes, it would have been unideal to try and use all 5 in that first fight when you're going up against such a massive time bank, you've got to win the first fight and get rid of momentum to do that, and unfortunately they simply were not fast enough. And Dart, quicker on the trigger, wins the duel, and now Dreamers going to equal us up 1-1. Flashpoints coming up next. We saw Liga play a little bit of Doomfist here previously, playing some faster compositions. I am so excited to see what Dreamers bring to bear and maybe get a bit more of that Doomfist, because last time it kind of slew.
And the strats worked out for Dreamers, kind of changing up their roster this much. Like 3 different players. Dart, first map on DPS, wins it. 100% win rate, by the way. Sad from Soldier giving up those duties, going to Flex, worked out well, and Liga on the Sigma leads them to victory. We're tied 1-1 with Panthera having map choice next. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Tie series between Panthera and Dreamers. We said it was going to be a banger of a series. It continues to deliver. Dreamers on their choice of map delivered a successful victory. We'll see what Panthera have cooked up.
Next up, we've got Flashpoint, of course, the newest addition to our competitive roster here. Suravasa and New Junk City are some of the options that are available. It feels like there's yet to be a real chrysalis in the meta, and there's still a lot of room for experimentation. We've seen Hungry Spark play the Winston here. We've seen plenty of Junker Queen, of course, from Vidalis Fuel. Dreamers have played a little bit of Doomfist on Suravasa. There's been plenty of Diva as well from Liga in order to make sure that they can move quickly around the map and respond to the stimuli as they come up. But thus far, for Dreamers, it's been a fairly unsuccessful map type. They're 0-2, and Panthera did manage to sneak this one away in their previous matchup, I believe in a reverse sweep.
It's been fun to see how the comps have developed on Suravasa. There's so many points that are maybe more favorable for Brawl, some that require maybe more mobility around kind of the fights take place outside of the point, where maybe a Diva or a Junker Queen has been used more by some teams. Everyone is kind of finding their identity where so many comps can be played. For Panthera, it was Jasmine that came in, and looks like Arpen is staying in. So I guess not happy with the results last time, where it was a lot of Ramatra and Diva. Now Arpen being in may mean more Winston, which maybe more fluid dives is what they want.
And Arpen, of course, has actually shown a wide variety of hero proficiencies today. Previously, a lot of Winston and a lot of main tank, but also we've seen the Junker Queen come up big, also playing a good amount of the Orisa over on Nimbani. Has a quick look at what every point is called for Suravasa. Make sure that you burn these into your brain so you don't get too confused when we bring up some random words like what are they yapping about? Well, what are they talking about? Well, this is what we're going to be talking about. Market is always the first point, same as New Junk City. Always starts with arena. You begin at the middle, and of course there are 2 spawn rooms for either side as well. One of them a little bit closer to the center in order to give better access to points D and B if you're on the left-hand side of the map, or points E and C if you're spawning on the right-hand side of the map from your current perspective. But everyone starts as far away as possible from the market to make sure there's plenty of time for everyone to chat up their strategies as they approach.
It's just the rotations. A lot of teams like to play Lucio just to get from one point to the other, because if you lose the 1 point, like usually you'll see a team put themselves in a great position to defend the next one and then kind of equalize the series from there. And we've seen in situations where teams think they have enough time to recontest and get there too late. I think it was Rhodes that choked like some map because they just like couldn't touch in time. Glad Becky is back in his seat in time for the map, because this is deciding who gets match point and who is 1 game closer to moving on in the lower bracket.
Dreamers, they are unbelievably hungry for it. Still the glint in the eye here, the potential of going to Toronto to an Overwatch League Grand Finals as a contenders team. That would be precedent shattering, and Arpen's actually want to roll out with a Doomfist. I was excited to see this more from Liga, but not going to be the case this time. Instead, Liga going to be going with a tried and true meta pick of the Orisa. I imagine Top Dragon's going to be feeling some jealousy about this Genji here, but Genji actually has some excellent angles on market, playing on top of these little pedestals. They're very difficult to access for players that don't have vertical mobility options.
Man, if you thought Sombra was annoying for Doomfist, wait till Orisa gets in the picture. You got Fortify, Campy displays, Javelin to just push the Doomfist away, Javelin spin pushes the Doomfist away. You gotta fight everyone around the Orisa and not the Orisa if you're Arpen, who's just taken so much poke, has not had an opportunity to jump past Liga, who's just been a fabulous anchor for Dreamers, capping the point first.
Yeah, Liga just stands there menacingly. And what can Arpen do? There's not too much to do on the Doomfist. Like you said, you've got to try and play past the Orisa, go after the more squishy players who play behind her and try and take advantage of the lack of mobility that Orisa has to try and deal with those particular assaults. Do is taking a lot of damage on these engagements. The missing gets found out by Arpen early. What a pick.
Well, Arpen deals with the turret, now because of the high ground, has access to the back line and has to by his side, and now that they're healed back up, they collapse onto Top Dragon. Incredible coordination by Panthera, who again ignore the Orisa, kill everybody else, and it's successful. But it did take, 2 fights for that to happen. So just kind of like the syndrome of control, the snowball can accumulate into such a score, like 85% already for Dreamers.
Yeah, some would call that a back-to-front approach, going for those squishy heroes first and then leaving the tank to last, and back to front. Certainly working out a lot better here for Panthera comparing to Arpen facing down that Orisa. Now we're coming up towards the ultimate stage of this battle, and a combination of both either Dragon Blade or Visor with this Kitsune Rush could prove deadly for Dreamers if they use their immortality too early.
Arpen just surprising the backline there. Quick stun up punch, but didn't have his Genji, his dear Genji there. Have the Kitsune Rush to enable this blade. If they do wish, you're gonna see what damage they could put out with just the speed alone. Great engage, hold by Develop. Now that that's gone though, Dart fires back with the tactical visor. Arpen jumps in, thanks to the sound barrier to take his attention away from his backline. The captive son, plan B, unleashed by Dreamers as Panthera are in a sticky situation. And that's the Terror Surge from Liga that comes out. And both teams have suffered losses, but Panthera just slightly more. Duke could not finish the backline in time, so Dreamers will get the point back.
Arpen punching that lamppost is actually a heartbreaker. That really could have shut down Liga there and maybe made a bit more of an opening to play with. Do you want to try and risk the Dragon Blade here? Touching is going to be difficult to try and manage. Panthera have actually backed off here, waiting for the next point. Looks like we're going to be heading southwards. It's either going to be Palace or it's going to be Gardens. And given the position here of Panthera, we can assume that it's going to be the Gardens, with Sad able to instantly try and claim some space here with the Amplification Matrix, but you still got to worry about that Dragon Blade. And your only real mitigation for this is going to be a lot of the Liga utility to try and control the position of the Genji.
You is having the only ultimate that Panthera has, and you're just trying to get away from the Amp Matrix, who still getting a 1-to-1 trade. Not bad for Dreamers pulling the trigger first. Now the cap will be available in a few seconds. And you got this big old anchor of Orisa there. How are Panthera gonna deal that? It's all about ignoring it. The Molten Core buys so much real estate, even more. I mean, the whole country for Dreamers, as that Panthera tried to find their way around it. Dreamers still managed to cap the point. Now just have to chase the remnants of Panthera.
Liga simply stares down all who would move into this space, denying them any of that. Staggered was actually split off by that Molten Core that happened so early in the previous fight. Ended up on the high ground and was unable to really rejoin with the team because it would have been too perilous a journey. And now Becky decides to actually leave in the lurch the Soldier 76 and move over to this Bastion instead to try and make sure that Liga is slightly more easy to dislodge.
Arpen jumps in and Liga is right there in his face. Liga just plays so close to his team. Captive Sun waits for Develop to pop the Suzu. Flying on in, targets Arpen. Some damage will be going into him, and that does splash onto his fellow teammates. So Develop, found by Liga as Dreamers, rush forward to find Panthera once they are split up. Meteor Strike from Arpen just to get him right onto the Mega Pack. But this has been a tough fight for Panthera to overcome.
They want to try and invest here with the Kitsune Rush. Actually, Develop is too far away to actually deliver the Kitsune Rush right now. Moving back is Becky. That will give over the TP to make sure that Develop's going to be in position to maybe support this fight.
All right, Kitsune Rush jumping past Panthera while someone from Panthera has to cap. They are successful doing so. But Do and Arpen went deep in, and Dreamers quick disengage from the Kitsune Rush, and they don't give up any bodies for it. Now the re-engage off the Ant Matrix. Liga can just jump on in. No one wants to deal with that at close range. This should be a quick flip back over the Dreamers, and with Arpen missing, I don't see anyone from Panthera having a say about that. This will bring Dreamers to map point.
The Amateur is just so valuable for getting Liga onto that point. The second of it is just sitting on point, got all four of the hooves on the ground. It is far too difficult to dislodge them, especially with a Doomfist. Arpen's going to swap over now onto the Junker Queen. Slightly better than the Doomfist against the Orisa, and we have seen Arpen find some clutches before as Dreamers find themselves on map point. It is going to be now or never for Panthera to try and turn this one around on their own map pick, and this would actually be the first Flashpoint map for Dreamers as well if they can close it out.
Such a close range map though, where we'll see if the Junker Queen, how it will fare against Liga. It was the artillery to get Dreamers weak and maybe even scare them off the point. Arpen hoping to cap this first. The Liga is back to contest as the Terra surge, but has to be careful how aggressive they are. The Molten Core, beautifully placed by Top Dragon at the entries of the door, gives Dreamers the cap first. Terra Surge, depending on how Panthera engage into this, Sound Barrier will eat up most of the Terra Surge damage, and Panthera unsuccessful with the approach, disengage, and Dreamers don't even seem that injured.
Oh, long-range thunder on developers going to mean there's a deficit in the healing, and Doo's going to pay the price. A quick reset coming through from Becky, but I love that choice from Liga to go for the Terra Surge there. We saw a huge momentum shift in terms of the engagement from Panthera. They have so many speed boosts between the Teleporter, the Lucio's speed, and the commanding shout of the Junker Queen, that you can stop that all in its tracks by giving over both the Terra Surge slow and the suck in onto all of those slower targets like the Bastion. Now only one fight stands between Dreamers and victory here, and only one ult really for Panthera to play with in form of the amplification measure. You can use it to buy space, but Liga can fairly easily tank that with a cooldown rotation.
I mean, Arpen can 1v5. I've seen him do it before. He just
do
needs
it.
a rampage. But he is just getting pressure headshot from Missin as Arpen was separated away from the flock. You got Develop combining the Ant Matrix with Becky. Just Panthera on different pages from each other. Captive Sun from Missin as Panthera made entry. And so many proc. And no one to proc the point for Panthera. Dreamers go to match point.
What a fight there from Missin, not only getting what seemed like a triple headshot onto Arpen to make sure there was no clutch capacity from the Junker Queen, but biding their time with the Captive Sun, waiting until the sun was setting on all chances of Panthera being able to cap in any clean manner, and grabbing everyone when they're together. 3 players hit with the Sunstruck, they simply blow up in the face of Dreamers, who managed to take their first Flashpoint map in all of Knockouts.
It's simply a comp gap. Yeah, I really want it. I was on my knees praying and begging for Panthera to swap to Orisa. You gotta fight fire with fire. You thought that kind of main tank prowess of Arpen was eventually gonna concede, but this time not the case. That was gonna be the only answer to kind of claim that space against Liga, who was just so free, and they really believed in the Doomfist, so hopefully they've had one successful fight diving past that Orisa. But so many other failed attempts. Dreamers are on match point when Panthera had chosen Suravasa. There's only 2 choices of Flashpoint, but one final one coming up. We'll find out what happens on the other side of the break. Dreamers are on match point and one game away from sending Panthera out of knockouts and to end their summer stage. We decide this on our upcoming push map, which is chosen by Panthera.
Choice made. Survival needed. Map 5 is the desire of Panthera. Dada, of course, coming back in for Sad, or rather coming back in for Dart, as Sad has been moved back over onto DPS, or Sassard, as we currently have. We're having to move him around quite a bit because of the old role swaps. And yeah, Dreamer's a team that certainly have a lot of variability in their roster. Dreamer, of course, returning back in now, likely to play some more main tanks, maybe a touch of the Winston. Could even be that Dreamer is the preferred Orisa for this team. We have seen Orisa played by Liga previously on Colosseo. For Panthera, don't think there are any subs here, mostly just sticking to their guns. Not sure where Nice is at the moment. A little bit missing in action for knockouts. Do has been taking most of the aggro thus far for Panthera.
Yeah, Becky and Do have some nice overlap and a lot of dependence on Becky's Echo and providing that secondary Orisa, since Liga has been nice enough to provide that, and I think should continue sticking to it. If our pen is going to have such a strong preference towards the Junker Queen, maybe expecting some Lucio on the Esports map to kind of help close that gap. But Orisa, the way that they can use the Javelin to push that Junker Queen constantly away, force her to take a lot of poke before she can get that self-healing going, I kind of give the edge to Liga and friends.
Certainly so. It's been a bit of a brain teaser, trying to figure out how to get around the Orisa, not only for Panthera, but for all of your friends in ranked as well. Sometimes you just end up going up against an Orisa. You're like, oh, okay, guess I play Orisa or maybe I lose. It's certainly a conundrum. I think that maybe you could invest in the Symmetra to try and get the burst mobility of the TP to get behind the Orisa and onto those squishies, but of course Orisa still can react very well to the teleporter by just pre-javeling it when you see the exit portal come up, or just being able to knock a load of people off the high ground as they come through using the javelin spin. I'll have to see what we're going for here. I do think that I'd like to see a bit more of the Arpen Queen. If you're going to go out in a blaze of glory.
No more Dart, more sadness coming in, but hopefully happiness because he's on DPS. I like that we're entering an era where DPS are now taking over the support roles. Now they're going to be coming for the tank roles, the kids, the life, the paycheck.
Fleta made sure that the tank players are safe for now.
Oh my god. You're horrible, but also right for that.
You're so real and also a really bad person.
Late night hours of casting. But Esperanza could be a short night. Morning, maybe day, for Panthera, depending on the results of this. Here we go. Some more Bastion.
All right, Marissa versus Orisa. Certainly a lot more geared towards the tank versus tank fight here are Panthera. The Symmetra really good at actually fighting the Orisa as well, as Orisa has no means of mitigating damage coming in from a beam. Save the Fortify. Javelin spin, it does nothing against the beam. On the other side, Top Dragon's going to be looking more at flank pressure using this Genji, but it's going to be very difficult against the Illari, whose pylon is going to make it very difficult to find an assassination.
Yeah, if you can catch her using her boost, then she'll be in a vulnerable position for a dive. But Becky on the bash tells me, I don't care about this Orisa, I only want to go Burr. And I've been so stoked to see Dreamer in this lineup. We've only seen him as this Rhine King, showing his flexibility on the Orisa. Kind of like
every king
Reinhardt's
needs his horse.
I know, it's kind of Reinhardt's distant cousin.
Reinhardt, but with a different melee weapon. Are you proficient in tridents? Arpen. Just gonna gather a little bit of a space here. This is a slight extension from Top Dragon. And oh my goodness, what a brave engagement there from Sad, but it does actually force Arpen off the high ground, which might make a little bit more space to operate here for the Sojourn.
You don't usually see Sojourns go for hugs like that. Just jumping into
melee
a
Sojourn
like that. Dreamers with an initial push, and this can with two Orisas mirroring. Yes, I wanted Arpen to match that in the previous map, but you get into these stalemate situations where neither Orisa can effectively remove the other until one's hand is really forced, like here, the symmetric TP from Do. because it's right on the edge, we're just so easily pushed off. It did, you know, force out the Amp Matrix, so that's one less ultimate that Panther has to worry about.
Yeah, forced out a lot of response actually there from Dreamers. That might turn into a slight bit of an issue. Becky, oh, what a play there from Dreamers to actually get in front of the window. Does lose his life for it, but now you might see some dash resets coming through.
A lot of ults.
A lot of ults.
Amp Matrix, Captive Stun gives Panthera the W at the very end, but with only remnants of a team like Dragon played 1v1. He said, come at me, bro. Dashes in. Didn't see that he had friends with him. I thought Top Dragon had that in the 1v1. They didn't respect it.
Well, you just went in to try and melee Ilari and like, my gun has a sword on it. My sword is better than yours. It's also a gun. Panthera now have quite a few resources to try and make do with here. Becky's artillery strike is of course going to be a little bit less effective against the permanent speed boost of Dada, but if Dreamers are caught lacking, it could be an easy frag.
Oh, getting Mrs. Solo and the immortality, just in case, well placed. Not now an important cooldown out of Dreamer's hands. Panthera with bridge control, and even more push because of Top Dragon feeding last fight. Terra Surge zone out the card for sound barrier of Dada as Dreamers have a moment, an advantage that they can work with, and they bring out all the DPS ults, including just displacing that Bastion of Becky, the biggest threat from Panthera with the Javelin. And Top Dragon, once he gets in your face, he's a scary guy. But at the end, it's Dreamers back on the bot.
No Slay triple here. Yeah, there we go. Finally taken down by Missing. That was a crazy combo from Top Dragon as well. Cancelling the reflect of the Javelin into a nice little combo on Arpen. Dreamer has been playing some interesting Orisa where it's just like, I'm going to kill your Bastion. I don't care if I die. Becky must die is the current ethos for Dreamer. Control of the point here is going to be very much confirmed by the Terra Surge. Dreamer could use this to actually get the cap if they charge up to 500%.
Arpen wanted to contest the forward spawn, but Panthera were just not believers. They were just hoping for 5% more of this Amp Matrix, which could have been enough to force, at least have a win condition to push Dreamers back from that forward spawn, but now losing Arpen is losing a lot of real estate.
Yeah, Dreamer also gets to hang on to that Terra Surge as well. Teleporter taken, moving in towards the back line. He's going to leave Do alone, but of course, Dreamer still has options. Panthera have both support ultimates to work with here. Remember that the Captive Sun can be eaten by Dreamer if they do get close enough. They're leaving him behind. They've wrapped around.
Hungry Javelin spin. Just the way they teleported out and just they all left. Now Dreamer's up by 2. Artillery from Becky just can't slow down this push from Dreamers. 80+%, well, meters, I should say. And even the late stagger onto Becky. This is getting into dangerous territory for Panthera.
Yeah, excellent rush there as well from Dreamers, just rotating around the bot and not allowing it to be taken from their grasp after that TP, using it for cover. Now Panthera, they've made a wholesale swap from an anti-tank composition to playing these far more effective flankers. Of course, not going up against an Ilari means there's no pylon to deal with. There's a Terra Surge.
Double. Oh, one. With all the immortalities and the pylons and the objects around the map being taken
A murder and some property damage.
Insurance is gonna hear from this. Dreamers with the insurance push to 122 meters plus on match point. Panthera have to defend this or their season is over. Arpen bulldozing his way, playing alongside Du. Well, there's an Amp Matrix, Panthera's face, and Dreamers had banked up ultimates for this very moment. When they're able to save that, all thanks to Dreamer. The Terra Surge, the one to rule them all, and the sound barrier just to laugh. Dreamers take the series 3-1.
Unbelievable dominance on Esperanza. This was exactly where Panthera wanted to go, but Dreamers were more than happy to play it. And showing that Dreamer can come in and play the Orisa, and it's a real good pickup for a main tank player like Dreamer. The space control, unbelievable. And unfortunately for Panthera, this is the end of their knockout run, but it's one step closer to Toronto for Dreamers. A man's dream does not die. It continues to breathe, continues to respire. The road will continue to be walked. And Dreamers, one more step along it.
And with, you wondered how were they gonna do without Easy Han, without Spectra, when rosters get picked by the vultures of Owl. You wonder what is left for the team to profit from. And what upgrades, not even upgrades, just what replacements I should say. Like Top Dragon, one of the most sought out players in contenders. Dreamers seem to be doing just fine and are very proud of how many people they're able to promote to Overwatch League and how many more there could be to come as they move on to the lower bracket semi-final.
Still a long way to go, but you take it one game at a time, one opponent at a time, one map at a time, and maybe there is much more to do here. Unfortunately for Panthera, like we said, this is the end, but I think that we've all managed to get some RPen hype over the course of today. But when it comes to player hype, who am I to not talk about missing? The man who shut down RPen's potential to clutch on Suravasa and had such a consistent performance today across all of the flex support picks, especially the Alari, and playing very well on the bat to add at the end of Esperanza there. Managed to actually pick off the enemy bat multiple times. Missing has really been a bit of a terror. I think one of the few members of Dreamers who was an original from the beginning of the year, still remaining. And you know what? Dreamers have been rewarded for their faith in Missing and keeping him on the roster as long as they have.
Yeah, the timing on the AM Matrix is just when Panthera are committed have been a really critical part at turning fights. Just great use of the movements too on Alari to see these dive situations. You know, there's a nano Winston in your face, and Missing lives through all of that. It's been tough to see, you know, captive stun value from new Alari players in the league, and Missing has showed us that this could be a powerful ultimate. And he just hits random headshots like that. I remember him hitting RPen too when he was in Junker Queen to win that fight. Missing, you don't often get to see player of the matches to support, and Missing has made an incredible case. Got the majority of the votes from our broadcast team.
Yeah, just so many limbs being contributed to, and of course the healing being delivered on point as well. Not just a healer, a full-on support. And actually, like, things like this, like forcing RPen away and actually turning that into a free camp without having to use the Terror Surge is a major economical boon that you get from a player like Missing who's got the tactical depth to realize when just the Ant Matrix is going to be enough.
The summer stage knockouts continue. We have one more match for Group A. We said goodbye to Panthera, but who is going to meet Dreamers on the other side? It's Rhodes versus Poker Face. That's going down next. And of course, we have another side too of Group B with Charge and Dynasty. Dragons versus SPG. For sure saying goodbye to at least one Overwatch League team today. So we're gonna see you on the other side of this break for our next match, Rhodes versus Poker Face. You won't want to miss it.
Might also have a bonus interview. Potentially. There it is. Have fun, Unknown.
Hello. 네, 탈락하는 팀이 발생하는 첫 번째 경기였던 만큼 양 팀 모두 다 간절했을 것 같은데요. 중요한 매치에서 승리하셨습니다. 승리 소감 먼저 들어볼게요.
A victory on a day where it really mattered. How do you feel about it?
일단 이겨서 좋고요. 저희가 스크림 때 성적이 잘 안 나왔었는데 대회 때는 잘 나와서 좋았어요.
Well, first, I'm really happy we get to fight another day, and we were kind of worried because scrims were a little bit worrying, but we're good that we won when it mattered.
선수 교체도 있었고요. 이 팀 내 포지션 변화도 있었습니다. 세드 선수가 DPS에서 서포터로 이제 변경을
We saw some player swaps and even some position swaps from you on Numbani. What was the reasoning for your swap to support?
지금 메타 자체가 힐러가 잘해야 되고 피지컬이 좋아야 되는 메타라서 딜러인 제가 힐러 쪽 자리를 좀 맡은 것 같아요.
So we believe that in this meta specifically, we need supports to be gifted mechanically, and so as a hitscan DPS, I thought I filled in that role really well.
세 번째 수라 바사에서는 또 다시 DPS로 돌아오셨습니다. 그때에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 상대의 판테라는 기동성이 굉장히 좋은 조합을 들고 왔습니다.
We saw you come back to the DPS role in Suravasa. I have a question about Suravasa. Panthera brought up a really mobile comp, and, well, they kind of outmaneuvered you. How did you manage to win the fights despite being outmaneuvered by the opponent?
각을 많이 벌려서 계속 사이드로 몰아 넣어가지고 이겼던 것 같아요.
I think it was more about the angles. Yes, they outmaneuvered us, but we made a lot of the angles and forced them into positions that we had better angles to shoot at them rather than them having better angles on us.
내일 경기도 준비할 하시게 되었습니다. 하루 남은 지금의 각오 마지막으로 들어볼게요.
Like you said, you live to fight another day, and you have a match tomorrow. How do you kind of will prepare for that match?
이기기까지 저도 끝까지
We'll just definitely prepare to win.
감사합니다.
And that's the end of the interview. Back to you, Jen.
네, 지금까지 드리머즈의 세드 선수
Thanks
인터뷰
so much, Unknown. How could I forget about Sad? You know, they were just so eager to jump out of the chair, but I'm eager to watch more of them.
I am eager to see a little bit more as well, Lemon. I mean, how could I not be when they are preparing to win tomorrow? That's the kind of real strategic flexibility that really makes my analytical brain go ticking. However, if you want some more analysis, some more strategy, stay tuned. We've got another match coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
back, everyone, to the Overwatch League APAC knockouts. We're eliminating one more team. It's time to be sad, time to be happy, though, for one team that'll be getting one match further in our bracket, one step closer to play-ins or playoffs. Rhodes versus Pokerface is up next.
Or some would call it Rhodes 2. An entirely new roster coming through for knockouts for Rhodes, ditching their previously all-Chinese roster to grab some of Korean T2's most reliable faces. Plenty of those will be familiar to people who watched MDY previously, including X-Ray and Search, who were on that roster before they also retooled to a full Chinese roster. There's been a couple of interesting slots that have just rotated between full Chinese and full Korean teams. And honestly, Rhodes are a little bit of a wild card in this bracket. Looking forward a lot to seeing what Minute does on this roster. Esther, of course, is also incredible on this DPS role. And hey, we've seen what DPS players can do as well when we sometimes flop them over onto support.
Minute has been the most exciting player on this team. Just the only one coming in with that summer stage experience. Like you said, a lot of these players from Rhodes have a lot of experience in Tier 2 in general. Minute's been that Sojourn, that Ashe player, a very reliable hit scan, but having to face up against the other side, Hidden, that new addition of Pokerface, kind of similar situation, wants to prove himself, replacing Victoria, who's been Valentine's longtime duo. That's going to be the hit scan duel to watch, Minute versus Hidden.
Yeah, I believe that Hidden also got the last player of the match for Pokerface when they did manage to win their series against Panthera. So let's take a deep dive into this roster as well, because there's more than simply the DPS, but also some interesting tanks to talk about here. Muse and Peppy. There's been a lot more Peppy recently from Pokerface. Of course, like we've said before, especially with our last two teams who actually have an effective tank rotation, we're seeing a lot more off-tank play. And that means Peppy's coming to play some Sigma, play some Marissa, play some Junker Queen, and Muse's hero pool that's a lot more centric on the Winston, and of course on the Reinhardt as well, has kind of been left by the wayside in this meta, and Pokerface are really leaning into the identity of the kind of Winston's dead, gone, and buried. The scientist is in a moonly grave right now, and instead leaning into the oppressiveness that Orisa really brings. I am really excited about seeing the potential for Simple to play as well. Simple is one of my favorite flex supports to watch in Tier 2. An incredible player by all accounts, some great aim as well. And we've seen exactly what like high tier flex support aimers can do on the Liari. Previously, Skewed has been great on that hero as well. As X-Ray figures out what rotation he wants to be in. Currently, of course, near Australia, which is why he's at a strange orientation.
Figuring it out. Oh, he's gone.
you know what? I can't figure it out. Bring up the portrait.
Well, at least this one's in the right orientation. But Pokerface, speaking of identity, he's been that team that houses just all this former Overwatch League talent. Happy stepping in over Muse. You've explained why, but Valentine trying to also revive his career in Flex DPS when Victoria was that duo in Hitscan when they were on Blast Uprising. I was a huge fan of them, but not able to get the results that they want. So Hidden has been slotting into those shoes really well. I've been hyping him up from their last match. But Pokerface are in this position after losing to Dallas Fuel. I would say probably the #1 team in APAC right now, or #2. I think Pokerface can make that lower bracket run, but it starts with Rhodes.
Yeah, really tough when you have to go up against Pokerface. But like you said, this is going to be a little bit more Pokerface's speed. Certainly not Dallas Fuel, but very much a similar playstyle as you can see from their previously played comps in week 1. A lot of Gurum playing the Junker Queen, but Gurum isn't in today. Instead, it's X-Ray. And what does that mean for Rhodes? Does this mean that they're trying to bring out a trump card that can't have been prepped for by Pokerface? Of course, there's a lack of tape on this team, as they've only played 4 maps with a brand new roster, so the sample size is incredibly limited.
Yeah, when I casted Rhodes, a lot of their issues were just synergy-based. And when you play this Junker Queen composition, it's how you follow along with each other, how you rally behind the speed of either your Lucio or your Queen, who you're engaging on, because Queen doesn't have a lot of time to fight until the cows come home. They have to get in and not take that much poke. You need to execute and do so quickly. So once Sierra and Gurum can get on the same page, if Minute can just mechanically keep up with someone like Hidden, it can be winnable for Rhodes, but Poker Face has so much talent on this roster. This is going to be the toughest challenge for Rhodes.
Yeah, exactly like you said. It's all about that synergy, making sure that you trust the execution call of your Jungle Queen, because if you don't, then that pure mechanical prowess that you were mentioning just will tear you apart if you aren't able to get on top of a squishy hero and reduce 200 to 0 before Aiden, Simple, and Eggsy can respond to it. It might well be curtains. Lijiang Tower opening up here, which means that we're likely seeing X-Ray come in to play the Reinhardt, similar to how we saw Dreamer come in to play the Reinhardt on Lijiang Tower. On the other side, we did see Dreamers actually lose when they played the Reinhardt compared to the Orisa up against the Junker Queen. Have to see if history does indeed repeat itself here. I'd be very intrigued to see Poker Face bring out this esoteric comp. I don't know if it's going to be real. It probably is not. But hey. Why not bring out something that's completely anti-meta? Peppy on the Orisa. This is exactly what we're expecting. And X-Ray actually coming out on the Junker Queen. Could just be for a shout for the rollout? No, they are actually going to be committing to it, which is interesting that they're not playing Gurum on what has been almost the perma-pick of the Queen.
Kind of just trying to juke out Poker Face. You don't know what we're going to play, because we don't know either. But Chaplin right are playing. You got to be careful playing the edge of the map against an Orisa, gets a Lucio into a small room, and the execution onto X-Ray. Rhodes just could not figure out a game plan in time. With the Bastion, the Symmetra, the Orisa, they ramp up in damage, and they have these windows of opportunity that are just gonna kill you before you can even form a thought. Rhodes gotta react quicker in these fights.
It's one of the places where you really are going to be suffering as a Junker Queen against this Bastion, because you can only counter-rotate like one speed boost with your own speed boost, right? And then you have to use your shout in order to actually avoid the damage coming through from a Bastion, who can find an angle on you using a Symmetra teleporter when you cannot disengage.
20% plus X-Rays. Getting lasered as the Suzu to back them up, but it's the only anchor to this team. The Kitsune Rush came out too late from the Rondu, and Rhodes can't do anything with this. This was a big win condition for them. They can't hesitate on plays. This should be initiating fights, not trying to turn them around.
Yeah, and it's kind of reflected in X-Ray's ult charge, right? Like, only 42% thus far. Definitely feeling very dinged in these engagements. Walks forward, the rest of the team aren't quite in sync with how that's happening. Might be a speed boost issue, might just be a lack of positional trust. Esther rather. Does have a blade ready to go, but this can be easily shut down by the Orisa. Her control of her positioning is immense.
All the ultimates thrown out from Rhodes, the barrier, the blade, hoping to engage into the artillery of Hidden, or at least kill him while he's in that form. Terra's Surge, got some squishy bumpers. He held it a bit too long, but hey, he's created, am I right? But also a ton of ults used. Poker Face looking for a flawless round.
I guess Peppy just holds that there when everyone's left, thinking that, like, hey, I'm just going to stop X-Ray from disengaging and just keep him real close to my Symmetra. Disengagement TP here for Valentine just means for some early poke can come out for free, but will remain unpunished. And that was an expensive fight for Poker Face. Minute could definitely find a clutch here. And Minute is one of those players that we definitely expect to be a real X-factor for this team, especially with the overclock. The pocket of Lucio has been spotted. Aiden's going to be trying to edge guard this, potentially.
Oh, Minute with the overclock out in the open. Here is the whole army. Oh my god. And even with the speed, like, Hidden isn't afraid to get in your face as a Bastion, as kind of literally a glass cannon. Rhodes sacrificing a few members, trying to go for the well, did get the back cap. Bought themselves a few seconds before their inevitable death. Double boop from Aiden. Okay, we got a round two.
Yeah, and the Randu and X-Ray both falling into the abyss. X-Ray unfortunately doesn't even get to use the Rampage before the round is over. I loved the choice there from Poker Face, like, we'll allow the back cap. We've got an entire round's worth of percentage to work with here. We're just gonna 5-man roll onto Minute and say that overclock ain't getting nothing, buddy. It was a great spot by Aiden as well. Great information play from Lucio, just making sure that you're never caught unaware by those potential clutches. To be fair, yeah, I guess it's not Peppy's fault we didn't get too much off his Terror Surge if everyone just dies to the Bastion. Thanks for the pull, bro. Big assist.
Terror Surge threat? No. Bastion go burr is the problem. And a lot of teams have just been matching fire with fire. Orisa mirror, Bastion mirror. Got the Symmetra TP from both sides. It'll be a fight for server. But with an Orisa, it's just a lot of space created by just using the Javelin to push this Junker Queen back to force her away from being able to proc the self-heal. And, well, Rhodes avoid all of that by just TPing up top, but then Pokerface are just gonna hide. So what is this getting from Rhodes besides safety? Eventually someone will have to drop on this point.
Am I going to see a turret bomb in competitive Overwatch? Indeed, there is an attempt here from Valentine. An X-Ray potentially surrounded, but manages to strike back. Great kill onto the Immortality field.
I guess that's the strat from Rhodes. Wait for Pokerface to touch the point, go bonk them in the head. Squash him like a bug. Pokerface had to react well with X-Ray emerging to touch the point. Thought that Pokerface had the fight, but all Pokerface did was walk into Rhodes' trap.
Yeah, super strong positioning there from Rhodes to get that early teleport up onto the high ground, meaning that there was always going to be an angle for a minute to take out the Immortality field, and that meant that X-Ray could get a lot more done on these initial engagements without having to worry about the Immortality field really stopping him in his tracks. And now they can actually control the pace of engagements as they come through, unless there's going to be an early TP.
Oh, the artillery as Peppy pushes Rhodes around, seeing if they can get Minute to pull the trigger earlier, but X-Ray is just taking so much poke. You don't have kind of Verandu maybe popping an early Amp Matrix to help out in that situation, but maybe to fire back and get an equal trade against Pokerface. It does work out. Hidden caught in the open. As Peppy swords through, gets some good stuns onto the opposing Bastion. We're left with Rhodes giving up the point there to Pokerface, and Peppy just storming in.
Yeah, that's the harsh reality. Once you lose your tank in X-Ray, Peppy can just walk all over your Bastion. Use all those cooldowns just to make sure that the Bastion cannot find any value. Terror Surge almost available. Searchlight, you're going to have to answer this one with the sound barrier.
The artillery, but a teleporter in place from Esther. The X-Ray, I think, took some damage there. As with Rhodes having this constant high ground control, you got to worry about where all these angles of damage are coming from, but all Pokerface care about is getting on top of this Bastion. Rampage hits 3, but the sound barrier builds a cushion there thanks to Aiden. Pokerface not really living though, couldn't find any safety. X-Ray hunted them one by one, giving Rhodes back the point here in a second, but X-Ray doesn't survive. So Peppy just wins overall.
Yeah, X-Team just manages to move away and avoid all of the aggro coming through. I think the Surge actually have their sound barrier blocked by the Photon barrier of Valentine, which meant that they couldn't save Minute. And critically losing out on all of that damage did mean that that was unclutchable. No R-Pen moment for X-Ray, and now when you try and control this point, this Terror Surge in combination with the Amplification Matrix sucking everyone in front of that double damage is going to be real difficult to deal with.
Amp Matrix from server, happy to make sure the flip doesn't happen. Rhodes are taking so much damage. I don't know what Esther was thinking, trying to dash and jump in front of an Amp Matrix. At the very least, you should be rotating staircase side with the rest of your team, or hoping to match that Amp Matrix with the fire of your own. Narandu has hesitated one too many times. Go Rhodes, but they'll have that available for the next fight.
And that Matrix used, and now over to the final fight here. Pokerface could walk away with this. What's Peppy doing back here? He's cooking!
Well, he's dead now. Rhodes happy with the feed, stepping on up, using the Amp Matrix to stop any reinforcements from supporting Peppy during the Terror Surge play, we'll call it. Again, Rhodes are back on the point.
The tactical Terror Surge in the back, just dragging everyone forward to go and touch the point. Hidden. Artillery versus artillery. First Bastion to do this will have an advantage in seeking out the enemy Bastion. Don't want to do the artillery versus artillery back play. Nice disengage here from Hidden. Does survive. Baffles out the Immortality field. That's going to be a massive resource missing.
But an Immortality that saved Hidden when he was going to get artillery to death. Pokerface now use some of their own. That's kind of a bad photon barrier, just allows them to get saved. You can actually just teleport to the point, so now it is useful. Not so much in the hallway. The Dragon Blade of Esther gets Pokerface low, but no dash reset to help Esther escape from the situation. Now the sound barrier 4v5, tempo engage from Rhodes against the late sound barrier of Aiden. Pokerface have the edge in this fight at 99 to 94%, and map point here on Lijiang Tower as the kills slowly go their way. but it's up to Peppy to stay alive as this
Rampage.
anchor for Poker Face. Rhodes gotta pull the trigger on the Rampage. It's too little too late. You saw it in his face, regretting that. Poker Face, take Lijiang Tower.
Ah, Esther, that was a truly curious blade, I'm not gonna lie. Dragging it out after you see the teleport come through from Valentine when the disengage is free and Peppy can easily interpose himself between the squishies and that Genji, eventually suffering at the auspices of all those turrets as well. It was unfortunate that Esther didn't really manage to find that much value in this particular round, but Peppy certainly proving that Orisa remains incredibly powerful, and with an experienced DPS like Valentine behind you, a big brain player with a teleporter, the Symmetra is very good at manufacturing fights where you can really have some very good angles.
Orisa is important. I hope everyone's taking notes. Junker Queen, you know, Arpin made a case for it. You can get the 5-mana Rampage, a 5-mana anti-heal. Well, all damage is permanent from there, but we haven't seen that Rampage value, at least not yet. Poker Face are leading our series with a commanding start on Lijiang Tower, but after this break, Rhodes will have to have a meeting, talk about what's next, because their map pick is coming up. Poker Face staying cool. Of course, after being up one map on Lijiang Tower, the Orisa gap continues and is ravaging all of the teams here in the league, as it'll be up to Rhodes to figure out what is the solution to this.
Yeah, we're going to be looking for innovation from teams in order to try and outfox the Orisa, just being the powerful titan of standing on a point and refusing to move that she is. And I'm hoping that Rhodes can do it, but I'm more expecting that it's going to be your Soul Infernals, your Dallas Fuels, your Hangzhou Spark, who may be able to find a way around the Orisa. Definitely thus far, Dallas Fuel have preferred the Junker Queen to the Orisa. And it's interesting that X-Ray is actually the player who's come in to play the Orisa, play the Junker Queen rather, for Rhodes, considering that last time Rhodes played it was mostly Guru, I believe, who was playing the Junker Queen. We got ourselves a quick sub coming through from Rhodes. Esther's out, Sierra is in. Sierra, I believe, plays a couple more flankers. Bit of Genji, bit of Tracer, so maybe trying to play some off angles here and just avoid fighting the Orisa.
Yeah, you talked about kind of that X-Ray Gurum dilemma. I felt like that was the same with Sierra and Esther, where last time we saw Rhodes in a match, Sierra was starting, and Esther only played one match, and it was on a Lari. So having Esther come in on the Genji was a different approach. Obviously, when you lose a match, you want to maybe switch up your players, switch up your strats, and didn't end up working out. I wasn't a fan of kind of Esther diving into Amp Matrix, of the opponent maybe communicating with Narandu about, okay, let's pop our own Amp Matrix, let's counter that and contest that space. And maybe a miscomm is kind of what costed Esther there.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the comms need to be cleaned up, especially between the Genji and the Junker Queen. We often saw X-Ray kind of waddling in alone while Esther was on a flank. Ideally, you want to be able to get that additional HP from a commanding shout onto the Genji to give him a little bit more staying power until that dash reset comes back up to disengage into your supports. Eichenwald is the pick. This is, of course, Rhodes' decision, as they did lose out on Lijiang Tower. And Eichenwald, definitely a map where you can see a wide variety of compositions. The rotation and the do-si-do, the Benny Hill chase around that central clock tower on A can be a bit of a pain for an Orisa. She's not the fastest tank. Can definitely be out-rotated there by a Junker Queen. And that might be a means to get onto the backline of Poker Face, who thus far have been moisturized, unbothered, and in their lane healing.
Rose are pretty bothered, but at least X-Ray got their warm-up map in and will be staying in because that's their Winston player, which I would think would be amazing for Eichenwald, depending on how long, if they want to even roll out on that or what. Because the initial point, you could play anything from Rush to Dive, but point B, absolutely Dive supremacy at that point.
Verticality is just so hard to deal with without the burst vertical mobility that something like a Winston or a Diva can bring to the table. You do not want a hit scan of Owl Caliber up there farming you. That would be monstrous, disastrous for any team to deal with. X-Ray. Okay, I thought for a second they'd unlocked the new hero. But no, it remains as for Junker Queen. On the other side, Poker Face. A lot of poke coming through from this backline. And once again, we are going to be seeing an Illari Bap combo. Try and heal up an Echo. Maybe there's a pylon location where Valentine can rotate around up high on the clock tower. Kind of play it Pharah style rather than be more of a direct frontline combatant.
Yeah, Bap shift can maybe hit you a bit too, but this is a dilemma that Top Dragon dealt with in that last series. Valentine is free to get all these stickies. Is anyone gonna look at this Echo?
I mean, there definitely should have been a Suzu there. And one of the things that you pointed out in the previous map was that Narandu has often been pretty reticent about actually using their resources to save their DPS. Maybe in scrims there's been a lot of need to save a huge amount of healing resources for keeping X-Ray alive when you take so much damage as a Junker Queen, but it can just lead to a lot of time being wasted.
Valentine, the bro is on 70% ult charge, and X-Ray still like hasn't even shot anybody yet, and will maybe continue to struggle to do so when Rhodes on every single approach have gotten first pick. The Poker Face poke is, I hate that I have to say that twice, it's really overwhelming for Rhodes. This Junker Queen comp is just not gonna live unless they just have perfect rotations and maybe some damage to counter Poker Face a bit.
I like how Peppy's kind of covering this fighting disengage as well, kind of playing a rear guard action, as it does mean that PokerFace have a lot more time to react to the speed boost by which Rhodes are able to actually grant an advantage. They have both the Lucio speed and the commanding shout, and don't really have many means of disengaging. They rely on Peppy to simply hold for space while the rest of their squishies are moving away.
Valentine is way too free. Someone look at the guy. And I've been just hyping up Minute. He's dead.
The outburst
So,
kill?
I guess, well, there's the captive son onto this back line. Aiden is in deep. Had a lot of proc onto Sierra, who's grabbed Mega and is fine for now. PokerFace, despite, you know, losing or getting that first pick again onto Minute, could have farmed a bit more. But speaking of getting farmed, X-Ray is dead.
Oh yeah, he's been absolutely ionized by Valentine. And that was Terra Surge to play with as well. Peppy's starting to get a little bit silly. It's okay. They're not going to goof any further than this. Terra Surge here could be a real issue to deal with. If you can force out Sound Barrier for Terra Surge, that's a very happy trade for Peppy.
As happy as Rhodes now that they have ultimates. Kitsune Rush, PokerFace, surely they're gonna get greedy, right? They're gonna play close, they think they can win every fight. Take advantage of that moment. Rhodes, they have someone right behind them. Okay, Valentine's up into the sky, uses the dupe, Kitsune Rush, Rhodes jump in, they lose their main healer to a headshot from Hidden, not even using Overclock. Rhodes now cannot take this fight.
Okay, that was 2 fights though, from 2 ults rather than from PokerFace compared to 1 from Rhodes. This is my economical cope right here, Lemon. The IMF approves of this trade. Excellent trade for Rhodes. Now they've got 4 ultimates. Overwhelming force to be levied here for what could be the last fight. Peppy can slow them down. Remember, you can actually try and disrupt the Dragon Blade here with the pull from that initial Terra Surge, which can really mess with the overall efficacy.
This is the last fight, too, for Rhodes. 31 seconds. It's do or die. X-Ray has the Rampage, can kick off this fight, make all damage from his team permanent. But first we look at Sierra, who's dueling in a small building and takes care of the immortality and Axie. PokerFace only have 1 healer, but a lot of damage coming out with Hidden's Overclock, forcing Rhodes away. Peppy using the Terra Surge into X-Ray, killing them too before the Rampage is completed, all thanks to Hidden. And as the cards are down, Rhodes are down too.
It's down to a 2 versus 2. Sierra and Narandu versus the Iliari and the Genji. Oh, that's a big TP coming through from the enemy Kiriko. It's Jova.
Oh man. No touch! X-Ray, no.
Oh, the outburst knockback. Oh man. I got so... I had a little flush of dopamine, Lemon. When Search came in to boop the Baptiste out of the immortality field during that play, I thought, oh, that's a good play. That's an excellent bit of synergy there from Rhodes that could definitely turn into something. But I'll tell you what, this is a nasty Iliari. Like, Aiden's going pretty big on this, actually getting so much value out of his captive sons. It has been an ult of variable value in Overwatch League, but the first one actually cut Rhodes in half and meant that X-Ray was completely abandoned on his push, because I think both Sierra and Narandu stayed behind trying to hide away from that captive son. And then, of course, using it to get an instant pick onto Search in that clutch fight at the end there as well, making sure that Lucio wasn't available to find unfair duels with the speed boost and the aura healing. Huge clutches from Aiden.
I think Sierra produced a lot with that blade, you know, a 1-to-1 trade despite being there by themselves and having to deal with an immortality and whatnot. Minute is the one that I wish had a bigger performance. I was hyping them up for this match. They even got first blooded, you know, a few times, and it is a tough hit scan match to go up against Hidden, who I would say is head and shoulders above just mechanically, and I think Minute can hit that peak too, and not being able to create that pick for Rhodes is what really cost them multiple offenses. Now this is a composition of all time.
Just going for a quick snipe. Give over some free ult charge and maybe a pick as
Doom
well.
had me going, though.
And here it is. Yep, it's time to return to the full fun composition for PokerFace, providing fun is for PokerFace only. Rhodes' question is, how do they play a fighting retreat here? They need to avoid the Bastion during his tank form, but the TP's going to make it so difficult. She's got to go and fight on point now.
Oh man, the TP on the point, a Bastion in turret form, the Orisa there. Good night. No one wanted. They said we don't even want to die. We just want to lose.
They truly FF'd. Surge is having a bit of a giggle. I think he may have got Boops trying to contest as well. It was real close, but it's good to see that Rogues are having fun. Pokerface, of course, look, they're nonplussed by the ease of their victory there on Iconvolt.
Is it really a C9 if you intentionally didn't want to touch the point? If you just really wanted to get to map 3? Since C9 by definition, when you you did an oopsie, that was calculated.
Completely calculated oopsie. They just want to get to Flashpoint because you know what? Pokerface, they may have been together for almost a year now, Lemon, but what they haven't been playing is Flashpoint for that long. Roads have probably equal scrim time on Flashpoint. And that's where Roads are going to definitely bring this one back. They get to choose between New Junk City and Suravasa. See where we're going after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League 8-pack knockouts. We could be one game away from knocking out Rhodes, ending their summer stage right here, right now. But hey, at least they get to choose where this may end.
Hey, they've chosen to go to flashpoints. They've chosen to go to better maps. They've chosen to visit Peppy John's. And
Took my joke. No shame.
No shame. Like, wasn't on broadcast, belongs to me now. I'm looting that one. Poker Face is dominant thus far. Rhodes are having a little bit of a struggle. But hey, they're bringing in the Queen guy. Groom swapped out for X-Ray, so that assumedly they can play even more Junker Queen into Orisa and continue to feel pain and suffering.
Yeah, it's the rock, paper, scissors, where maybe if I go papers 6 times, they'll stop going scissors on the 7th time. You know, so that's my rock, paper, scissors strategy personally. Or start tapping a chat like, don't go Orisa. You know, really playing the mind games with them, just like how you didn't want to go on the point. Really messed them up there on Nightfall.
We're going to throw them off balance with a bit of a tactical forfeit, and then Poker Face are going to get... We're going to let their egos get the better of them. We're going to pull one out from under them. This could be Rhodes' final map in our Overwatch League knockouts, but it could also be their greatest chance at glory with a reverse sweep starting on Suravasa. This is where we have often seen teams be able to sneak a map away. In the most dire of circumstances, I do believe that Rhodes actually snuck this one away from Dreamers in a match previous. So, there's definitely a lot of potential here for Rhodes to maybe not be in this series just yet.
Maybe. Do this off of the Grim Junker Queen, the Sierra Genji. Minute appearing on the Sojourn. Like, he had actually a really good performance there. That's why I came into this match like, it's the Minute show. I want to see hours and hours of this guy, but going up against Hidden, like, that's a bit tougher.
Minute definitely one of those kind of like 2022 Sojourn come-ups that we had in contenders. Like, I think about Probe, Prophet, and Minute as like a bunch of the Korean Sojourns who definitely became really strong on that hero in 2022 when she was at her strongest. And now, of course, she's come back into vogue with buffs to the primary fire, even though the railgun's a little bit weaker. The primary fire allows for a lot more continuous damage to be pulled out, especially onto tanks from a Sojourn, which can make her into a little bit more of a bully. Going straight in. The Junker Queen remains, but Minute swapping over onto the Bastion. This is going to provide a lot more potential to try and keep Peppy on their toes with a huge amount of damage that can be brought forth.
For those new to Suravasa, neutral point always starts in the middle of the map, and we rotate different areas of the map randomly. And it's first to 3, in case you're new. So here we are, where this Orisa is gonna be a problem. The scissors versus rock, or scissors versus paper, I should say, continues. Where Groom can easily get javelined away. How do you gap close? You gotta coordinate with Surge, Groom, Sierra jumping in, but it's Poker Face that tap and step up. They got the Bastion versus Bastion, but Minute prevails.
I'm not sure what happened to Peppy there. Maybe it was somewhat knocked away from the TP. It must have been a TP play for Hidden to get over there, courtesy of Valentine, but Peppy simply didn't join them in the fight, so they were overwhelmed. Having to deal with the Immortality field was just too much. And finally, Rhodes are going to be starting from a position of strength here. Remember, they do have to be conscientious of the teleporter coming out from Valentine. That could be brutal when combined with a tank form of the Bastion to deliver burst damage when you least expect it.
Rhodes with a good start. Finally, fighting fire with fire. That's all we needed. Bastion, Smear. At the very least, I got half of what I wanted. Let's see if Groom can at least live long enough on the point. Obviously, not having the armor that an Orisa does. Just more stain on the bot side. Hidden gets TP'd up and TP'd out. He's safe for now. It's just a Hidden versus Minute show. And now on a hero, I guess that Minute can manage a lot better. Artillery off in a Hidden side. Poker Face taking a lot of hits. And Hidden separated away. I guess blew himself up with a right click before Sierra could take care of him. And Rhodes reach up to 85+%. Can Poker Face flip the point with the advantage they do have?
Oh, that's an excellent ball right there. That's going to force Minute and Narandu to actually get involved in this fight physically. Instead, we're going to allow it to flip over and we've got a little bit of time to work with. Garoom's actually been bullied out multiple times by Peppy, including forcing him off the high ground with the javelin. That's been really effective. I mean, Peppy can continuously pressure the point and force Rhodes to play positions they don't really want to with this composition. They want to be able to engage as a group and allow for Minute and Narandu to poke from afar rather than actually rotate onto a point themselves.
Final fight for this first point. And Poker Face have a lot of good ultimates. You can even just start with the artillery. Especially if Rhodes are coming through this choke point. Rhodes can also sound barrier engage in. That can be how they overwhelm Poker Face. It is that artillery there right at the choke, but the sound barrier engage is cold. They waited for the Bastion ult, and Hidden has to get rid of this quickly. He survives, all thanks to Aiden. As the Ant Matrix of X, he hopes to push it back as the Rampage from Garoom to escape the Terra Surge. Poker Face got anti-heal, but the immortality of Xe is what keeps Poker Face still in this fight, in this 4v4, 99-99, and Narandu just pushed out by Poker Face, and it ends Poker Face's way on the point on point 1.
Excellent peel there from Hidden as well, using the artillery strike to actually do a little bit more peeling and force Sierra away from doing maximum damage on that blade. Seems like Palace is going to be our next point. Of a speed of a teleporter to actually get up onto this point and put Peppy in a defensive position, it's invaluable. We continue to see that, like, if Orisa can just plant her roofs on the point, then she is near unmovable. The only way to really dislodge her is going to be to buy space here with the Amplification Matrix, and that's going to be Narandu's best chance to actually get an early cap here for Rhodes.
Really like the creativity behind Valentine's teleport placements too, especially to put Hidden in positions that Rhodes doesn't expect. And they have that option because of playing Symmetra, right? Rhodes don't have that, but they have a great engage tool with the Genji instead. Ant Matrix, the Bastion, hosing down Poker Face. This Fountain is really sturdy though. And it's keeping Poker Face living through that. Rhodes now open to contest this before Poker Face full cap. Photon Barrier will protect Poker Face while they teleport into them though. And Valentine walks into the grenades. So it's a 4v5 where Poker Face now use the Ant Matrix as plan B, and their Bastion is getting harassed by a Genji. So Hidden still manages to get a ton of kills by just ignoring Sierra. And Poker Face cap first.
Plan B stands for Plan Bastion. Just pocket Hidden until everything is dead. Works out real nicely here. And Poker Face, they still haven't, they're still going to be able to have this Terror Surge, the Artillery Strike, and Sierra being staggered here. Every single stagger actually hurts so much on Flashpoint compared to other game modes because these points, they only stay alive for about 70 seconds. So that 8-second respawn, you're losing out on potentially one last fight.
Yeah, Poker Face are halfway to the full cap. Even extending out of points, you may see teams do that a lot more, take fights on the perimeters just to catch a team rotating in off guard. But Poker Face staying hidden because they're preparing for the artillery strike, and Rhodes have been usually good at quickly engaging in when that Bastion's in that form, but this time too far away. Not getting the impact. Obviously Hidden was looking for targeting either a Lucio or a Baptiste is great. And they're the squishiest members. Okay, Pepe's on the other side. He doesn't want to knock on that door.
Scare him away.
A lot of time gone though, 90% for Poker Face.
Xe was actually out-rotated though, with double speed boost. Manages to out-rotate the Baptiste, and now it's an all-out fight on the point. Pepe's gonna have trouble surviving this.
What? Pepe, where'd he go? He just disappears. These teleporters have been so cool from Valentine. And Poker Face lose the point at the very last second. Now retaking with how little ults you have left, at least Soundbeer's not bad.
Yeah, well, we saw a glimpse there into how you beat the Orisa with Peppy actually overextending to try and deal with Minute while that artillery strike was given. It gave so much room for Rose to just move past without being confounded by things like the Javelin Spin and get on top of Xe. But now Peppy can very effectively control the point using something like the Terror Surge. Unfortunately, on the other side, Narandu has the Amplification Matrix available, which can tear through that Orisa.
Oh, Valentine TP's the team. A Poker Face right into their face. Soundbear comes in a second too late. Hidden doesn't profit. And Peppy
What a boot.
looking for the trade. At least gets one, and the numbers are almost equaled up. Peppy has to clutch. The R-Pen impression not all there, but still making this winnable. Aiden is fragging on the Lucio. Could also actually did spot Groom on coast side. Could have went for the boop. Either way, Poker Face focus on flipping the point. Now you hear that Queen roaring back there and booping them back to almost stop the overtime proc is a nice play, but Poker Face now TP out of the point because they want their full 5 for the fight.
Re-engaging now with the Ant Matrix. So much damage comes out of a Bastion. He's just evaporated. Nothing remains of Genji. Nothing remains of Rhodes. Poker Face now on map point. Looks like we're going to be heading over to the other side of the map. This is likely over on Ruins, given the current trajectory. Yes, it is. There's a much tighter point, Lemon, and this might give a slight advantage over to a Junker Queen. When everyone's tightly packed together, that Rampage can certainly find a touch more value. But Valentine being able to really dominate this first fight with the Photon Barrier is going to be a major issue that Rhodes have to deal with, because that can really isolate Minute.
And it's map point for Poker Face. One control point away from sending Rhodes out of the tournament, and it's been really close for Rhodes, just needing to time these engages well with the Photon Barrier. Now time for Valentine to split this up. Rhodes can engage in, but they have to be full committed. They can walk past this wall. They decide to give up the cap there to Poker Face, not contest it. The hesitancy is what has costed Rhodes before. Now the artillery from Hidden, seeing if you can spot Minute. Let's get him down to half health and almost low enough. Minute is saved by the immortality of Narandu. Now their own artillery is brought out, I guess on top of himself, but most of it towards Poker Face. They're not getting them really weak enough. Rhodes are the ones that barely have a tank still standing. 35 HP, Dragon Blade. Sierras gets some support from the Rampage of Gurum, and somehow Rhodes prevail.
A massive ultimates used by Rhodes. They knew they had to leverage everything they had, Lemon, to try and find themselves a survival condition, not only in this map, but in this series, in this tournament. And Poker Face, they used so many of their ults early just to try and get that defensive positioning for Peppy, but was actually forced into a bit of a backline struggle because Sierra managed to find their way onto Poker Face's supports. Now Aiden going to be leading the charge forward and an attempt to buy space. Ooh!
Oh, goodbye.
Disgusting.
A lot of healing on Poker Face in the 4v4. They have sound barrier advantage, but they're obviously ult tracking. That Search has it as well. Rhodes, they cannot afford to lose this point, especially with that point towards Poker Face. You remove the Bastion though, that is big, and Peppy's too low. Minute was able to hose just uncontested there from that open door that Poker Face didn't realize was happening until it was too late.
Oh, that might be a ill-fated sound barrier though, Lemon. Now Aiden's going to have an uncontested one. Unlikely to try and fight for this, but for the next point, an uncontested sound barrier might allow a big just charge onto Minute to get rid of that Bastion early. Seems like a skirmish on the way to the point is not in the interest here of Poker Face, so decide to flip away instead, and it's going to be Temple, where potentially this is all settled. Poker Face still on map point, still on match point too.
Rhodes though, the reverse sweep kings, right? Peppy charges in and half health, and Minute thinks he can play an off angle, not against Hidden, you can't. Poker Face with a huge advantage too, and ults that they can build up from the start of this fight. And they've been so intelligent at cycling their economy too, that this was a big fight for Poker Face to win initially.
One of the things Peppy's been doing really well against Guru and also against X-Ray earlier in the series is using the Javelin spin into the Javelin CC itself to actually isolate the Junker Queens from the mainstay of their formations and find themselves a 5 versus 1 where the Junker Queen can't really take those doors effectively. Good cover here for Hidden will allow a pretty free artillery strike to try and slow things down.
That Root had it coming. Was hoping to get that into the hallway, which it was a good idea. Roads were very corralled into a tiny area. Seems like a lot of these have been targeted towards the Bastions. Minute gets help with the immortality, but he has to keep them at bay. The Terra Surge pulls them in. Some damage as Rhodes escaped thanks to the speed of Surge, but Peppy is just an unstoppable force and also an immovable object.
Battle of Wills now. Sierra does not want to get staggered. Has the blade available. Once again, it's going to be a last fight chance for Rhodes. But Aiden has all the power in the world to stop this. With the sound barrier. Peppy as well, using the utility of the Orisa, can really control Sierra. I want to see an early attempt here at the artillery to try and force out resources from Aiden and Exy to set up the blade for later. This has got to be Sierra's fight.
99%. It's all up to Rhodes. Can they live on in this tournament? In this flash?
Oh no!
Bruh. I was hyping. I had the... I was... The fight! Where did it go?
Lemon Kiwi has encountered an error and needs to close. Would you like to send an error report?
You hear like the Windows sound going on in the background. My dial-up brain noises. How do you do that twice? I let you joke around on Icon. You had me in the second map, but the third map?
Oh, they had both Rampage and the Dragon Blade as well. Admittedly, that could have been a very efficient sound barrier from Aiden to counter them both at once, but that's the weakness. When you're going up against the Orisa and you've got a Junker Queen touching the point, it can be a real issue when you're getting consistently knocked back. You know that Aiden's been doing a great job with these boops as well, trolling the positions of roads, making sure they're never exactly where they want to be, getting multiple boops as well back into Terror Surges that Pepe set up, which has been high evade from Velucio. Pokerface are going to be walking away with a pretty dominant 3-0 victory, redeeming themselves for what was not a great run in the upper bracket, but there's still plenty of life left in this team.
And another season ahead of Rhodes, who have done a great job in contenders. Minute brought that summer stage experience, but one player that made a huge difference on the side of Pokerface was Aiden, your player of the match.
Oh yeah, this was one of those very rare main support play of the game, player of the match, where it's not even about intangibles. We saw Aiden absolutely manhandle this team with the boobs, just setting up everything that was needed, making sure that people were not able to stay in immortality fields, ensuring that both X-Ray and Guru were rarely comfortable in their positioning, that they had to continuously kind of underextend to not get booped into the midst of Pepe and the remainder of the team, knowing that Pepe would do the Javelin spin into Javelin hard CC and wrap around them. And it's Velucio that brings all of that to the fore, as well as just supplying the speed, of course, to make sure that Orisa can keep pace with someone like a Junker Queen.
The sound barrier timings have been big. He also had a double boop on Lijiang's tower. That was pretty cute.
Here it comes.
Oh, it's actually right here. Oh, my wall.
Oh, it's a... Oh, boop. That's tricked you, sorry.
Oh. Damn. Okay,
This
well...
is the one.
That's the one. Okay. Crystal ball cracked. And the sound barrier timings is what I gave my vote over to Aiden. How many times he saved hidden. And Lucio doesn't nearly. Main support never gets enough credit. I mean, you saw it in the MVP award nominations. Like, you just don't ever see Lucio's get recognized for their efforts. And then, you know, he gets recognized for also fragging. So, congrats Aiden just being an all-around play.
Yeah, the Ilyari play today, excellent clutches like we saw. There was also a Captive Summon actually just cut the entirety of Rhodes in half, and that's anathema to something like a Junker Queen composition where they want to move as a hive mind, do the true Dallas Fuel style where everyone's sticking together and just moving as one. Might get to see one of the bootbacks into the Terror Surge later, but I'm not sure if it was actually on camera. That's the end of our highlight reel for Aiden, but still, the highlights still remain, and Aiden is definitely proving themselves as a fearsome contender, as one of our top Korean main supports.
I meant to say he saved hidden, you know, Bash and Bashin, they all look the same to me. But Pokerface, congratulations to them. They move on to the semifinals to face Dreamers. That's gonna be an epic match. Which contenders team will prevail? I'll give a nugget of cope to Rhodes, where you thought that Rampage was gonna be enough to contest the point at the end, but Junker Queen, she gotta get her sneakers on before she runs on in. We'll have an interview shortly with someone from Pokerface once they're all set up to go. And then after this, we're going to have Group B, Charge versus Dynasty, Dragons versus SPG. We're sending 2 more teams home after that. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, all of our Overwatch League teams who've fallen down are in Group B. Our Overwatch League teams in Group A have remained ahead of the curve, with both Dallas Fuel and Hangzhou Spark waiting for the winners finals tomorrow. O2 Blast has actually slain our Overwatch League teams thus far, being incredibly successful as a contenders team, moving into their own meta. The interview's ready to go. Take it away, Unknown. Tell me some facts.
Just kidding. It's delayed.
It's
you
delayed.
Got trolled this time.
I've completely thrown the broadcast. This is going to be the last time you hear from me.
I messed up my intro. I said screw the interview, breakdown. I messed up my too. Pokerface just so stoked. 3-0, they thought it was bedtime. But
Yeah, they're just going to get some celebratory pizza.
Got
You
your
know?
media hours in, bud. That's the most Canadian I've ever sounded. I apologize.
Hey, like if I can't say ours correctly because I'm British, you can have your a bud in Canadian.
Do you even say the T in water?
I
you
wouldn't
that kind of
answer that
British?
without a lawyer present.
Okay, fair enough.
No one will
Alright.
know what I call H2O.
Prediction time: Dreamers or Poker Face? Who's winning next match?
I feel like there's a world where Dreamers like maybe overplay into the main tank. Oh, never mind. It's no.
Oh,
She's leaving.
cap.
Okay. No
Goodbye.
interview. It's not happening. Goodbye. Group B next. Stay tuned.
with the Overwatch League. It's me, I'm Achilleos. I'm back. It's been a long ass time since I've seen all you lovely people, and I am excited to be joined once again alongside my cohort here and Mr. Kevin Avril Walker. Avril, how you been?
Yeah, I'm just glad you came back because, you know, last time you left, you said you were just going to go to the gas station. I was like, hopefully he comes back. And then you actually did. So I'm like, oh, yeah. You know, it's been like 10 years. I'm a bit older, but you did come back, which is the best part.
I'm a man of my word. I'm not going to abandon my child. But it's good to be back. It's good to be diving back into the Overwatch League because it's been quite some time away. And obviously for me, there's been a heck of a lot of changes. So I'm excited to go ahead and dive into this, get into the meat and potatoes of it, see the Solari at play, see this new game style that we have here in Flashpoint. So I, for one, am ready to go. Coming up next, though, obviously we saw two teams get eliminated. It's time to knock some other teams down a peg just a bit here because starting off in this side of the bracket, we're going to have the Guangzhou Charge going up against the Seoul Dynasty.
Dude, in Group B, it's like 3 Overwatch League teams all in the lower bracket. It's wild. So, you know, somebody between Charge and Dynasty, somebody's finishing this knockout 0-2. As in, they don't win a single match in the knockout at all. Now, thankfully, specifically for the Overwatch League teams, the contenders teams don't have the same safety here. The Overwatch League teams that do get knocked out will still go into play, and so their season's not over. We're not saying goodbye permanently to any Overwatch League teams today just yet. But yeah, their easiest pathway or the most direct pathway into playoffs will have ended for either Charge or Dynasty today, and then Shanghai obviously go into their rematch versus Simpreza, who they lost to in the first round of the knockouts as well. So it's a straight up rematch, and Dragon's got a lot of work to do as well.
I mean, all 3 of these teams, it's been a bit of a Shakespearean tragedy of a year, you could say, you know, across the board. Maybe even Shakespeare couldn't write one quite this tragic. It has not been good. Guangzhou Charge went from being way up here to just way down into the dumps, and they haven't really looked like they're able to recover. So we'll see how they look, what form they're going to be showing here today. But similarly, Seoul Dynasty, a team that we have very high expectations of, a team that has so many very well-known names that has been struggling to find their footing and really get any wins under their belt. So we'll see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one. Like you said, it's not over. It's not the end of the season, but it hurts so much more, and you're one step closer to death.
Yeah, exactly. And in this particular bracket for Group B as well, you got Seoul Inferno, who are looking extremely monstrous. O2 Blast also looking really nice as well. So it's hard, even for these 3 Overwatch League teams in the low bracket who make it through. You know, eventually going to have faces up against O2 Blast or Seoul Inferno again. Both teams look amazing. Right now, we're in a really interesting place to meta where I think a lot of stuff is viable. The one here that I like to see a little bit more out of Guangzhou Charge, because I know they have the capability to play, is Jimmu on the Genji. It's one of his signatures. It's one of his best heroes. Jimmu, we saw last time he played, and they were up against O2 Blast. They experimented a little bit with the Fire. Like, I get it. You got Jimmu on the team. It's Jimmu Xerneas again. It's the Fire and Mercy duo that absolutely destroyed the Overwatch League in 2021. But we're 2 years down the line now. Fire is, like, always going to be okay, but man, there's just so much stronger stuff that Charge could be doing. So I'm looking forward to see what changes they've made since they lost to O2 Blast and whether they're ready for the Seoul Dynasty today.
Let's see what they do have in store. Obviously, you know, it was right around the time that right before I left, right before I went to the grocery store, the gas station, whichever it was, you said, you know, Gaga obviously joining into the squad once again. Let's see a little bit more time if that's come together. It's going to be enough to take down the Dynasty. We'll also have to see who the Dynasty is going to be fielding. Obviously, a couple of players they could swap around throughout. So we'll get a quick little glimpse at them here in a moment. But like you said, I mean, big names on this team. Players that have put up incredible performances, that have achieved things in the Overwatch League in times long since past. It hasn't quite been the same here this season. Much the same for the side of the Dynasty, which is kind of teeing it up. There it is. It's going to be Void starting off here in that tank position.
Yeah. They're going to make the one change here. Last time we saw Dynasty when they lost to O2 Blast, who they've actually lost twice to now. And it just seems that's the real Shakespearean tragedy where Seoul Dynasty have throughout the year, they've made changes to their roster. And generally it makes sense. Like, you can see why they're making these changes. Things aren't working out. And I respect the team that is trying to improve rather than a team that's just going to wallow in the stagnation. The real sad part is, despite making changes, they've improved, but they're still not in a position where they're like really dominant. They're coming back into form yet. They're still kind of losing, and the saddest part is they're losing to the players which they dropped. So when they played against O2 Blast, you know, 2 of the 4 more members there in both Prophet, Little Prophet, and Lee Sumin, he dropped these 2 players over the course of the year, and they lost 0-3 to them. That really blows for the Seoul Dynasty, and so they need to make a bit of a comeback. And one thing that was a bit of a question last time around is Seoul Dynasty are playing a ton of Junker Queen. Void literally won the Summer Showdown last year on Junker Queen, and Void was missing from the roster. So if Dynasty want to continue down the pathway of Junker Queen, which Harbin is currently doing successfully for the Dallas Fuel, probably should bring Void back in. Toby agrees. Void's in.
I mean, even just today, we've already seen quite a bit of Junker Queen on display. Was Arpen coming up with that 1v5 clutch at the beginning of the series? Some pretty nutty stuff that we've seen throughout. We'll see if that is going to be delivering similarly. As well, we have Bell's Rhea stats. Haven't seen Void in a while, so we'll see what he's going to be bringing out.
Yeah, you can see on the opposite side as well, Gaga has just been kind of one-tricking the Orisa, and Orisa has had a good time in the meta so far. And, there's some definitely successful Orisa compositions, but I think that the real hidden, highlight of this meta is somehow being the Junker Queen, which, especially when you pair this comp with either, the Sojin and the Genji together, like we saw in Summer Showdown of past, that's effective. But versus an Orisa, you play the Symmetra as well, and you just TP in, commanding shout, run past the Orisa and kill the backline. That's been a super effective strategy. It's kind of map dependent, but I would like to see Gaga and the rest of the charge kind of change things up a little bit here, experiment a little bit further, maybe bring back the Genji on Jimmu because that's really strong. Yu's been doing so much on the Genji for O2 Blast, and I think there's some lessons to be learned from Charge's loss to O2 Blast. In fact, both these teams have lost to O2 Blast.
O2 kind of back on the horse there. So, we'll see though. Now that we get ready to dive into it, of course, it's going to be Lijiang Tower, a fan favorite, still sticking through as our first map to open up the series. Let's see who's going to be able to draw that first blood, get that map win locked in, and be one step closer to advancing forward here in this lower bracket. Because again, just to rephrase it, Overwatch League teams, safe, not going to be eliminated, but you do not want to have to take the hard way all the way into the playoffs. You want to be able to push forward right here, right now. Only one of these teams is going to be able to do so.
Yep. And the difficulties don't stop here, though, but one step at a time, they got to get past their current opponents. And then lower bracket semi-final, winner of this versus the winner of Shanghai versus Impreza. Then they have to play against the loser of O2 versus Seoul Infernal, who currently look like the two best teams in this particular bracket. Over on the A side as well, looking forward to how Dallas and Hangzhou shape up. But yeah, we're going to be eliminating some teams for sure at the end of this one. Lijiang Tower up first. And expectedly, Dynasty got a rollout on the Junker Queen. That's exactly what you'd expect. And I asked for something different from the Charge. They're going to do the same thing with Jimbo and the Genji. This is what I like. This is what I like to see.
Jimbo on that Genji, but can they get on top of Easy Han and really break down this Bastion? Already though, putting a little minor bleed across. We'll just have a bit of a standoff here outside of the server room right now. Dynasty very much occupying that space, but time to play with here for the Guangzhou Charge. The point's not going to unlock in the next 10 seconds. They have the inside track. They start inching their way forward, beckoning the Dynasty to try to come towards them and take the fight.
You can see the Dynasty's actually on the wrong comp here. They thought they were going to go up against the Orisa, which you've been right looking at the last games. They're still going to get the TB point to Jimmy, though they didn't expect that. And if you're the Charge, you see the sim for profit. You have to expect the backline dive.
Taking low, forward comes out from Gaga, just trying to keep everybody alive. So he's under a bit of fire, hovering down to about half HP. Vinham for the time being going to be neck and neck. And speaking of Vinham, he gets on top of Gaga, manages to find that kill. Now Zerny is going to be taken down. Both players mentioned, end up falling, knife across, Void finds Jinmu, cleanup comes in. It's very swift from the side of the Dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, Dynasty's comp is designed to take down the Orisa comp, but so far, I mean, with the safe TP on to Jimmy starting out, 5 versus 4, Charge haven't adapted to this. The Charge really, if they can just play around the TP cooldown, play around the tank form cooldown and easy harm, they have a much higher advantage to win these neutrals. Gotta be behind now. Krillin's got the first ultimate on board, and Matrix moves aggressively.
Out, not really finding a connection, but HP bars low across the board to the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Jinmu tries to stay alive, healing him from far away in the back line, just keeping everybody topped up, getting closer and closer to that rush, but Zerny's going to be taken down with the bouncing bomb. Easy Han coming up to kill. Vinham again finding Gaga, second time in a row for that one. Now going to tank form. Easy Han rushes forward, just beaming him out. Jimmy falls, the cleanup continues here. Dynasty just aren't losing a single player.
Yeah, well, the good news for the Chargers, you still are waiting for some better Dynasty ults to come up. The Vinham does have that sound barrier now. Super late death on the Jimmu, or you could say it's an early pick, either or. Not good. It's going to lose more time. Jimmu's still trying to find that blade as well. Dynasty going to be reaching maybe 70% before Charger looking to actually fight here.
Gaga only just out in the open here, or out ahead, I should say. Oh, Void was that old charge. connection there with the knife now. See, artillery strike going to be coming through from Easy Han, just looking to just cut off this hallway access. Not going to be finding too much, but Jimmy actually dead on the back end. Easy Han does manage to find him. I thought he was clear to that one, but no. Ends up falling. Easy Han doubles up for a second kill as Gaga will be taken down, and now it's just Xerneas standing. They see him. They can't quite hound him down, but I mean, the damage continues to be dealt.
I'm sorry, it's just amateur to see teams died on artillery strike. I mean, you roll out the carpet, you use the Kitsune rush, sound barrier, you have to just dive in with your blades. You use everything you need. No one should be shifting backwards versus an artillery strike. You just got to go in deep there.
Cut off this bit there. The wall does come through. Boss is going to be an anti-out on the sound barrier. Then him and Jimmy is going to be taken down before the blade can even be pulled. Boy, taking a slash there with the axe under the punch too much, but Xerneas is going to be bled dry. The kills come in, and while it might be 113%, this is basically 100-0. Such clean, perfect play coming in from the Dynasty to start things off at the control center.
Especially perfect because it's 16-0 frags, which means no one died on Dynasty at all. 0 deaths. No kills from the charge. They got nothing done. I don't think Jimmy even pulled blade there. I'm pretty. He died, right? Didn't even get to pull blade. It was just
nope. Yeah, they just
really bad all round. And I think charge with a bit of comp as well. Okay, yeah, Jimmy kind of yeah, I see the late one got him, but you see what I mean? Like you shouldn't even be shifting backwards. The artillery strike comes through. Everyone just move forward. Like sound barrier if you have to. This is where you got to burn ult because you lost 2 fights in a row. You've got to bank. Gaga's actually ahead of Void in the ult charge for the Junk Queen, even though Charge have been heavily losing these fights. Push forward. You're rushing. You don't have defensive capability yet. All you can do is rush forward and Charge go backwards instead.
Jimmy now going to be matching here. The Genji will stick through. Prophet, of course, is just going to be there on that Symmetra. We get some Bastion v Bastion. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top. And Jimmy certainly has his work cut out for him compared to that last round that we just saw. It needs to be better.
They're on point first. At least got a positional advantage until the TP start coming through.
Okay. Speaking of which, TP does get set up. Jimmy pushing around the backside, trying to find something. Gaga can first call Krillin. We'll find that elimination. Now Xerneas is going to be taken down. The cleanup continues. It would seem here for the side of the Dynasty, who are still yet to lose a member, I should say. This time they will be able to get the first lock down the point.
Charge and just not too sure how to deal with TP. Like at this point, TP comes through, and Charge are not. They don't focus down the TP. They're not looking at the TP exit. Or you could just ignore the TP and go forward into Dynasty. I mean, either option works, but they're kind of split half and half. Gaga's in front. He just eats all the damage from Dynasty as the rest of Charge look at the TP, and it's not really achieving either goal here. I just think this is a mixed bag of Charge priority.
Rough around the edges here, to say the least. Push forward comes in. Prophet with a couple turrets set up, just whittling away at them. This time Void way out in front towards that Rampage ultimate. 75% built up as Jinwoo and Jimmy getting quite a bit of damage. Now Gaga under fire. The Ant Matrix comes in. It's going to be Vinham once again. Taking him out. I think it's the 3rd time he's actually killed him. Now Prophet will be the first death on the side of the Dynasty. So they get 1.
That's the first one.
But they need so much more than that if they want to try to bring this one back, because Krillin out for blood after seeing Prophet get taken down. And just to get some revenge onto him. Easy on low, but not killed off. Jinwoo can't quite confirm it.
The score's 1-23 now. 1 kill on the Charge to 23 deaths, which means Dynasty get 23 kills.
We are not playing golf.
So, yeah. Definitely not. I mean, this is looking like a basketball score at the moment. We go, Charge of ultimates again. They just haven't baited anything out of Dynasty. Blade?
Gets a target. Chili coming up. Takes him. But Vinham turns it around. Just pings him right in the head. Jinwoo eliminated the Rampage through. Finds too far away. Cleaned up, and the window doesn't mean jack. They end up falling. Jimmy will be able to find a second one. A 3-pointer to bring the deficit back down to 42. Whatever that meme is, either way. Jimmy doing what he can, but unfortunately it's not quite enough because Vinham is just beasting at the moment. And that should be it. Can anybody even touch? Xerneas is alive. Looks like it's going to be Jinwoo giving his life for the cause. Try to extend this OT, but it's about all it's going to be, an extension. As the double sound barrier comes in, it's finding the supports here on the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Gaga now with the ult online will even get the opportunity to use it. So the answer is going to be no, as Jimmy is just going to get gunned down by the artillery strike. And this time it is a proper 100-0. The Dynasty making a statement here as they boldly take down the Guangzhou Charge here on Lijiang Tower.
I think the most succinct summary I can give is when you see Jinwoo blading against Vinham, and Vinham, he even holds the sound barrier. He uses it, essentially he kills Jinwoo and then uses the sound barrier. That's the level of confidence Dynasty had against the Charge. Where it's like, normally what happens is I see Blade, I instantly beat. Here, because Dynasty is just that much better than Charge in this particular matchup, I see Blade, I will green the Blade, and then I will succeed. And then we will win 31 frags to 3. And the only 3 that happened was Jimmy playing Bastion. There you go, no one else got kills. Jimmy killed 3 on Bastion. That's how we won.
I mean, yeah, the deadlift from Jimmy in the catastrophic
the
loss.
second 100% deadlift. We saw Rio 100% deadlifting last year on Route 66. I still remember. And now we got the Jimmy 100% deadlift on Lijiang Tower.
Well, there you have it. The one takeaway, realistically, that we can have with this out of the Guangzhou Charge. But unfortunately, I don't think that is going to satisfy them. I don't think that they're going to walk out of there and say, Jimmy, you played really well. Let's go ahead and run it back in the next one. I think they're going to say, guys, we have a problem, and we need to win this next map to tie things up. That's going to be Hybrid, of course, coming up, and it's going to be loosey selections, so we'll see where the Guangzhou Charge elects to take us when we come back from the break. And we are back, just one map into the series so far between the Seoul Dynasty and the Guangzhou Charge. The former taking down the Charge in very easy fashion, as we just witnessed there. Yeah, it was a very one-sided affair. Effectively, back-to-back 100-0s. Charge got a little bit of a taste of the point there on Control Center, but then they were completely shut down. Only had 3 kills the entire time. It was a slaughter. But now, as we can see, it's going to be Belstria stepping back in here over Void as we get ready to go into Hybrid.
This is going to be a compositional change, I'd have to imagine, with the Seoul Dynasty. It would be super weird to see Belstria coming just to play the Junker Queen again. I'll spoil the map. It's going to be Icon World. So what does that mean? We're going to be possibly playing some Orisa here. I think it makes sense. I mean, if you're going to have 2 tanks in the team, you're going to have some specialization in the particular roles. This is what you got to be doing. You got to be subbing in the player with the best fit for the particular hero that you want to be playing. And for the teams that only have 1 tank, you better hope your one guy just does it all. For Gaga, I think it's time to get off the Junker Queen. Not that it was his fault. He was actually one of the members, stats-wise. I remember saying specifically, Control Center, he actually had more ult charge than Void at one point. But as a team for Guangzhou, as much as I wanted to see the different look for Charge, now I get why they didn't play this earlier. It does not look good. I'm sorry. This comp for them, Junker Queen composition, again, not because of Gaga, just the team play in general. They just don't have the necessary. It's not even coordination. I think it's the confidence, the delusional confidence you need to just smoke into the other team. But you gotta press W, because if you press S, you just lose. And the first example of that is they actually lose to a Bastion artillery strike. Shouldn't be possible. Just press W, win.
Well, they weren't able to do that. And now it's going to be Ikevaldi once again. I saw this earlier. Let's see if this is just going to be Belstria shifting back over onto the legs of the Winston, which did rear its head a bit earlier on in one of the previous series.
I mean, I'd be surprised. This is a very much an Orisa map now, in my opinion. Especially on A. A is like all about the Orisa. See what happens on B.
Still getting used to that, you know?
Yeah,
I disappear for a month, and I come back and Orisa's meta now.
What have I come back to? You are the community meme with things on. It's actually not on fire.
Yes.
I think that's taking a bit. Things are good, actually. I think the meta is diverse. Although as we start to consolidate the meta, I do wonder, you know, what wins out. Is it the Junker Queen stuff? Is it the Orisa stuff? That's what I'm seeing the most out of. I'm seeing less and less teams play Winston. Less and less teams play Dive. I thought Doom might have had a chance this meta. I haven't seen any Doom here. This region. Unless one of the contenders teams has played it.
I think we had a little bit of it earlier, but it was still.
And I mean like a real pick, not
yeah.
Oh, I got a contest, so I better jump. I mean like an actual pick.
Yeah, not rolling out with the Doom Fist. So still kind of eluding. Maybe it'll crop its head up, but for now, we'll see what we got. As you have Belstria and Gaga both going to be looking to bring that Orisa forward. Looks like Easy Han still stuck with Bastion. As Prophet will be taking the skies to that Echo.
I appreciate the Jimmy Hanzo return, because it's, if you want to have some form of carry that you know that if this guy pops off, he can just take over the game. It's got to be the Jimmy Hanzo. He'll take the shot into Widow, but he'll go back. Don't worry, don't get scared too much. The people that are thinking he's about to abandon this pick. I'm a little bit worried about the Ana Lucio. I think that's not the right call here. Not even Lucio Kariko. Okay, they're going to go for the Queen comp again. Now, if they're going to do this versus the Orisa, I think they got to do the sim, which Jimmu recognized they're going to do the sim. But I would prefer that Jimmy plays a sim and Jimmu stays for Genji. That would be my preference.
So they want to have that added firepower from the Bastion, and they're trying to really break down that front line, get rid of Belstria, even if it is going to be fortified up. And now, fight coming through here. On the right side of the point, Easy Han having to dip back indoors for just a brief little moment there, but now he's going to be dropping down, going into the tank form, just looking to rip them to shreds, and Gaga will fall far away, and Jimmy all getting cleaned up, and there you go. It's a blink and you miss it fight, as it's going to be a very swift and easy team kill.
The problem with the Bastion for Charge is it doesn't have the smoke factor that the Genji does. You need to be able to access the backline. You need some high ground attention that doesn't require the TP. And also, you need something with neutral play that's good outside the tank form that the Bastion has. And also, it's Bastion versus Bastion, because these guys playing as well, except Dynasty have the much better poke composition. They've also got the lamp as well, which Charge missed. And no, Suzu's not going to be good enough. So, I just think Charge's version is unfortunately worse.
Okay, well, Bastion Easy Han able to find Jin move in him. Will get taken down as Gaga closes the gap. It's the axe out. Easy Han now falling as well. So, trade up here. control for the side of the charge for the first time here. They start ticking up on the point. Profit dipping back indoors for a brief little moment. Got some bombs across, but still far away from having an elimination. In fact, will get taken down by far away. Coming through, Belstria trying to play the point, keep this thing occupied. It's getting whittled lower and lower, down to half HP, and that armor not going to last too long. Ends up getting taken out. It looks like it's going to be a relatively decent cap here from the side of the Guangzhou charge. Get A, themselves up to 4.5 minutes.
I think Jinmu managed to get the TP down before he dies, and that's important because then Gaga can at least jump to the back line, maybe Charge can still trade their back line, and the better spawns, they end up kind of winning out. It's interesting because Dynasty are much closer to ultimates, so if they could stay alive a little bit longer, give away 2 ticks, re-enter, get Balestria on that point, Krillin ults, Dynasty could be in for a much better situation, but Charge trade effectively, so maybe things are looking slightly better. And as we move over towards B phase, we have this massive low to high ground situation. This is once again where, you know, I question the Bastion efficacy on Jimmy. I think you'd much better have Genji here.
Profit playing low, down 28 HP. Just come through. Krillin playing alongside of him. Beating him back up. Sun as well going to be available for the Zalarians. Here, the alarms being sounded. Looking for the artillery strike. Chasing. He can move up the stairs, and it will be able to take him out. Kill's going to be found. Gaga at the same time going to be falling. Does the cross. It's on the Xerneas, but damage not really going to be found here on the back end. Instead of just going to be Profit with the beam. Picking up far away. They'll clean up the rest, and Xerneas will be the one who's able to slink his way out.
How is anyone dying to artillery will always be the question I ask. Because really what charging to do is just TP to the high ground into Dynasty. Maybe easier said than done if Balestria can just shove you back down, but interesting situation there. They need to get Gaga to the back line. You need to be able to just get your players directly up to support Dynasty if you can.
Trying to push up the stairwell right now. They have this when they rush in. Gaga got him to the rest of the team.
Journey is holding.
Knife goes in. Jimmy gets pulled back forward. Easy Con cuts him down. Profit now with a duplicate as well, looking to build a rampage if he possibly can. And he's out onto 3, and Easy Con will end up being bled down. Will be found in that regard, but also with the headshots coming across, does take out Xerneas. Battle, and Gaga just can't quite make his way over to the health pack. Ends up falling. It's TP out from far away, gets himself back out to safety. The cart going to be locked in position, and that's going to be 2 minutes now taken away.
This team needs to aggressively sound barrier. As I was mentioning about Xerneas at that particular moment, it's the perfect time to sound barrier. You're not going to get Ajax. Your health is good. Your team is struggling to move through the choke. You sound barrier, you run through the choke, you can actually access the Dynasty. If you don't do that, you're going to get choked down. Poke down. That's exactly basically what happens here. Now without the Tuna Rush, things do get a little bit more difficult.
Really wanting to clear off this hillside platform there. It's just going to be claiming the pylon at the end of it. No deaths to be found here. You displace them, they buy themselves some space and start inching this cart up to the first corner. TP comes in, up here, up top, and okay, Profit gonna be the instant focus, ends up falling, but Terror Surge comes in for Belstria, and he manages to take out Jinmu, now finds Jimmy. The damage dealers have been taken out of the fray. Gaga pushed into a corner, taken down. Kills are gonna be continue to be found here. As we dip below 2 minutes remaining. Cart not getting too much distance either, still. Such a long way to go to that point B.
It's initially a really good TP. I like that play. You get to just drop down on top of the Dynasty. The Dynasty have ultimates. You've not had a situation yet where the Charge are leading an ults, where you've really whittled down the Dynasty resources. It should cost Dynasty. That's the thing. It should cost Dynasty more to win these fights, but it's just not. They're winning neutrals. They're winning off picks alone. They don't have to really use anything. Easy Khan's going to pop ult again. And I would like Charge to not die themselves.
Okay, just going to be the Immortality field. No one getting taken down to the back end this time around. Seizing Han still just looking to hold this high ground. Sees them all pushed up into the castles. Got great line of sight. Krillin playing off on the opposite side. Just charging up these shots. Trying to pick somebody off where possible.
Krillin's looking for the big boy ult.
And they make their way up here onto the high ground. Belstria shoving them back. Profit going to be taken low. A little bit of HP remaining, but the heal is steadily coming through. Looks like he'll be able to stay alive. Nearly has that dupe up as well. Up into the corner. Belstria trying to stay topped up the window, assisting. Got the sun going through. Immortality field going to be cleaned up, and there's the burst far away, taking down Gaga in moments before, and oh, it's going to be a triple kill. Krillin able to shut it down. All hopes and dreams of pushing this card forward. Right now, 6 feet under. 20 seconds remaining. We'll be able to get a touch here, as you can see the desperation coming through. As Jimmy's going to be swapping onto the Widowmaker, praying for a pick.
The good news is they actually got Dynasty's ults out, but we saw that coming through from Krillin. He's on the off angle. He's been ignored. You can't really go for Krillin. You got to go for the rest of the team. You can go for Krillin, but he's just going to jump out of the way. And with that off angle ultimate, it's going to deliver big time. That's one of the bigger captive Sun ults that we've seen in terms of its actual results. Touch has been initiated. Gaga nearly on the ultimate. The comp for charge now is wildly different to what they started on, and it doesn't support the jungle queen well.
He's still on fire off screen. In the meantime, though, Krillin will get taken down. Rampage going across. Easy Han gets clipped by that one. Immortality Field will be used to try to keep him alive, but I don't know if it's going to be doing enough. Then him in the meantime, receiving that knife, still juggling around, still staying alive. Easy Han, as well as Belstria, come to the rescue. They clean up the kills, they get him up the cart, and the OT bleeds down. So just in front of the corner here, to get ready to swing around to the bridge is where it lays. Dynasty have a very realistic win condition in their back pocket.
I mean, the OT is just too hard to play there for charge because you have to chase down. Remember, you're still playing a jungle queen comp, roughly, even with the changes. You still have to do a lot to chase down the Soul Dynasty. But if you're going to do that, you have to abandon payload. It's an off-angle captive stun again. And this was after the lamp was already broken. Nothing defensively left. Gaga's already burned the commanding shout. So everyone is just free pickings. The Soul Dynasty read that correctly. As soon as I saw Krillin on the off-angle, I knew it was going to be a big one. For the Soul Dynasty, all they had to do was keep their front line safe. Balestria needs to hold his ground. Rely on the fact that it is hard to push into a choke against a Risk Bastion. And then Krillin delivers the good.
A big delivery at that. Also just breaking those line of sights. They were playing around the window, trying to really displace the Dynasty. He said Krillin coming in on the flank, unexpected. Absolutely delivers.
Very expected, actually. It's very obvious, I would assume, but not to the charge.
I mean, yeah, for the charge, it was unexpected.
Have you all seen
But so are the circumstances I think that they find themselves in. So
Solo Ilari on the flank. I wonder what this is. We haven't seen Soul Dynasty use any ultimates for about 10 minutes. I wonder what this is. Oh golly. What could Santa have brought me this Christmas?
Death. The heat death of a sun, but in your body. ×3. By the way, onto the attack now we go. Rob again going to be coming out the gates here with the Symmetra. That gap closed, trying to get in on top of him, where Gaga is still going to be playing this Junker Queen. Away in the side room for now is Jinmu looking around the back. For some line of sight, jumps up over the top, puts a little bit of pressure down there onto Krillin. He's not going to be able to over pursue to try to find a kill though. Bombs on easy hump, but the kills are going to be instant, and already Dynasty getting themselves a second tick. I mean, this ring around the rosy is not going the way of the side of the Guangzhou charge, and they need to recontest. Xerneas makes his way forward, gets chunked out, gets taken low. A sliver of health for him. He tucks back around the pillar here, managing to stay alive, at least for the time being, as the Immortality Field is up inside of the Dynasty. Easy on again, going to focus fire, and this time the healing through foot is not going to be enough to keep alive, but it's going to be an exchange here of these bastions. Jimmy also falls, but now the trade-up comes in. It begins far away. Eliminated. Belstria taken low. Heals being pumped out here from Krillin through that amp matrix. They manage to keep him sustained. Gaga now going to be cleaned up. The point's going to be capped. It's 5 minutes and 25 seconds as the rest of the kills are going to be found.
5:25 to essentially get 2/3 of the way through beat with ultimate advantage. Krillin, by the way, got that amp matrix so damn quick and deploy that one. Feels good straight away. You see the amount of damage Gaga takes immediately, and it's like, man, Charger definitely got to struggle here. As I do appreciate the Echo. I think Jinmu is going to be safe on the Echo. There's not a lot that can really hit him or kill him. But Charge need to be able to find that burst damage somehow. Photon Barrier comes on through. One last fight now, by the way.
Yep. Starts still getting pushed forward. Belstria with a quick little hello up onto the high ground. Doesn't have a rampage. I want to overstay as well. Jimmy nearly pulled up the high ground.
That's not bad.
He does manage to find Easy Han, so a good kill. Coming through here for the side of the Guangzhou charge.
That kill was so necessary. I mean, that's the pressure valve being released. And now possibly a big punisher. You need the cleanup. You need a huge cleanup from Charge. Everyone from Soul Dynasty needs to be clean.
And 2 kills already being found here. Krillin nowhere to go. He's going to be taken out. Looks like Binheim trying to make his exit, but Xerneas is far away, able to go ahead and lock him down. Very good cleanup coming through, but still a hell of a lot of time to chew through. Just 16 meters left to go.
Legitimately, I think the best play Charger made so far in the series. That was really clean, actually. 1 kill by Jimmy, and then press the advantage. Don't play safe there at all. Push Soul Dynasty down, get the delayed 5-man wipe. And now you've actually started Charge ultimates. You've equalized a lot. Oh, pulling him back, and that was good. Damn, Vindame just got pulled into the artillery.
Absolutely mauled. Krillin as well, falling low. Another knife across. This one finding profit. He gets taken down to about half. We'll stay alive with this Genji. He's nearing that first blade, just 30% off the moment.
Honestly, they do recognize they need the ability to assault the high ground. You got to get rid of this Bastion eventually as well. Unless we get decent cash, but counted out by Xerneas.
Answering string artillery is there. Not going to be finding the elimination, but Han still comes away with Jimmy. Now, Nancy out 1-5. A huge ultimate there from the side of Gaga with that rampage, but the sound barrier is in for him. He keeps it protected, and Easy-Han manages to double up. Gets himself another kill. The cart once again in the position, or in the possession, I should say, here, the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Moving forward, the golden box of victory is not far off. Jinmu now going to be broken out of the dupe. Finished off. The bouncing nade from Easy-Han finds him. And can anybody even try to contest this one? Dive in there briefly from the side of Xerneas. Keeping them at arm's length for now. The blade is pulled. Prophet dashing in finds the kill, and no one else can follow up. Swift and relatively easy. The Seoul Dynasty are going to be moving forward 2-0 now at match point.
And the thing about the charge as well is, you know, they got a couple of good fights in there, but eventually I think the Queen comp on B defense was always going to be a struggle. And the reason for that is you can't do what Seoul Dynasty were doing on the defense, where LS3 is on the Arista, you're playing the long-range poke battle, you're playing the fact that it's high ground, massive high ground to low ground advantage. Gaga staying the Queen for B means that eventually you're going to have to dive on in. Queen needs to get in deep, and you lose all positioning once that happens. The team comp is not really designed to allow you to play that way unless you want to abandon high ground fully, which is really bad for that kind of defense. Gaga then goes for the rampage, completely countered by Vindime. Huge sound barrier, 5-man sound barrier that completely nullifies Gaga's ult. Also leaves Gaga out to dry in terms of getting that free kill on the Queen. And then Seoul Dynasty just press their advantage. Extremely straightforward cap. Charge had that one very successful fight on B, but beyond that, so much time available. Was it 5:25 for Dynasty? Just too much.
Yep. Vastly superior time bank and a relatively easy push. Now we'll go to yet another little break here, and we'll see if the Guangzhou Charge can find their footing and try to bounce back, because we do have Flashpoint coming up, so don't go anywhere. And we are back and potentially at the end of this series, because right now it has been the Dynasty on a bit of a heater, and the Guangzhou Charge very much struggling to step to them. We find ourselves going into map 3 here. The Guangzhou Charge struggling to find any value on the maps played thus far. If they want to get this win, if they do not want to be eliminated from this stage of the tournament, then they need to rally back. They need to pull off a reverse sweep, and it has to start with their map pick as we get ready to go into Flashpoint.
There's one map type that maybe can be the saving grace for Charge. They did win versus O2 Blast on this map type before. And O2 Blast have shown that they're actually the better of both these teams at the moment. Void coming back in says to me, you're going to be playing a lot more Junker Clean. And it's been a good look for this old Dynasty. I mean, they pulled off the Arista well as well. I'm liking the fact that Dynasty are playing the full width of their roster, saying, okay, you know, we know we're strong. We've got specific players that can specialize in different things. We've recognized that the two strongest tanks in the meta seem to be Arista and Junker Queen, so let's just play the most of both of those. And looking pretty damn flawless so far. We had one of the most one-sided League Jungs we've ever seen into a not as one-sided Icon Volder. To be fair, that was closer, but still well within Dynasty's control the entire way through.
Still quite far off the mark for it to be a possible Guangzhou Charge win. Void fans can rejoice as he once again makes his way onto the theoretical stage. For the side of the Guangzhou Charge, though, I mean, I want to say, you know, they need to give it everything to try to rally back here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, as it's going to be New Junk City coming up for what could very well be the final map.
Oh boy. Kelios' first flash point, baby.
My first flashpoint ever.
Let's go.
That's my excited voice.
There you go.
But,
this one's just for you, Seth. You can learn. Look.
Precisely. The arena, the ducts,
I will,
the
by the
refinery.
way, never be not tilted at the fact that we've gone EDACB instead of, if we just flip it upside down, it goes BCA's in the middle. That's right. We go BCDE, which would make so much more sense going left to right, up to down. Instead, we've gone upside down for no particular reason. We go EDCB. I don't know.
Well, the devs
Somebody
aren't here
was
to
having fun
satisfy
that day.
you personally, Avril, so this is them flipping you the bird a little bit. Just says, you know what? Personally,
I mean,
despite
just,
you,
just
we're going to do
turn
this
it
way.
around. Just literally flip it upside down.
Depending on the
Like,
side of the
literally
map,
go
it
180.
kind of is flipped. You know, depends on what side of
Or
the map
actually,
you start on.
we don't even need to flip the map. Just rename it. Just like instead of this being E, that's now just B. Just rename it. That should be pretty easy too.
Well, we'll see if your cries for renaming end up reaching their ears, or if you're just going to have to suck it up. I'm going to guess it's the latter, but let's see if the Guangzhou Charge can
I'm
muster
gonna
up
send an email.
the
Send
ability.
a very finely crafted email.
Dear Aaron, I'm very upset.
Dearest Aaron, I'm gonna write it out like a World War II would have.
Perfect. Well, first we will go ahead and clash right here in the dead center. So see that Sim TP forward, Prophet again.
And you know
coming
what?
Out the gates on
Charge did beat O2 Blast on this Arista comp, so this is kind of what you need. I do like that.
Let's see how they fare. As for now, just a little bit of open skirmishing across the way. No one really diving down into the green itself quite just yet. Point is now getting ready to unlock. Void playing up a little bit closer here. Maybe looking for a knife through. A little bit minor connection there. As Gaga getting tagged down to about half HP. Hills will come across. Jinmu occupying the low ground, dashing up, trying to find the elimination here on the Prophet. The rescue, however, comes Van Haim, and that's going to be enough. They push him to the side. They break that aim coming through. We'll find the kill. Prophet taking him out. Easy on as well. Headshots coming across. Gaga going to be eliminated. His Void's now just fearlessly rushing forward, looking for some targets here, looking to find some eliminations. Meanwhile, Van Haim, he's playing bodyguard. He's just making sure that they cannot escape.
Yep. And I think this is like the correct Dynasty comp as well. I mean, you just want to be able to TP into the back line. I don't need the TP. We didn't see where the TP went, but Jinmu wanted to get a little bit spicy on top of Prophet. And as we saw, Vindime came in to play the defensive role, block Jinmu's attempts. That, though, you cannot block. Prophet goes down. 5 versus 4. Good opportunity now for the charge.
Very solid opening kills. Jimmy just going to build up that next rail shot here. And Matrix in the meantime coming across. They move away from it, breaking that line of sight, but Void just continues to hound him down. The axe comes in. That's going to be Jinmu eliminated. Bringing some Gaga dead alongside him, and Jimmy just nowhere to run. And it was a great start. Looked like with the opener there, having that 5v4, they should be able to get their way over to the point, but Dynasty say no. Krillin again with a very fast build up there on those ant matrices, just help shut him down.
And that's 2 plays down, by the way. Jimmy got 2 opening picks. It was a 5v3, essentially. Which then Dynasty turn around with an extremely well-used ult by Krillin. Void carrying his way through, the damage from the rest of the Dynasty being enough, even with 3 members. Bonafide territory now. Charge at least coming in with some decent ultimates. We'll get rid of the artillery first.
Calling down the shells from above, taking his time with this one, but looks like Widely not going to find too many connections. Terror Surge could be big, but no, he's going to be dead before he can actually pop it. Profit gets the kills, has the shielding from Benham, just beat it up, managing to take him down. The point is going to be cleared here. So that's going to be the first one going the way of the Dynasty, capping A with relative ease. Yet another 100-0, much like we saw all the way back on Lijiang.
I would have liked to have seen the sound barrier from Xerneas, but I could also appreciate that maybe the photon barrier from Prophet makes things really tricky, because that does obviously block sound barrier, so you have to be a little bit concerned about that. Charge are going to end up swapping over far away onto the Ana, which I think is a good counter swap to try and break down Void a lot, given that Dynasty are not playing the Kiriko, which Krillin might have to consider now to block out a lot of the CC from the Ana far away. It hopefully will improve the matchup for Charge.
Points unlocking here in 5. Dynasty, the first one's there. Inside Drake, they have that defensive setup built up. Guess the turrets here from Prophet going to be cleaned up, but still occupying the point. Gaga tries to make his way forward. This one contested, not allow them to start gaining 3%. Jimmy, however, popping that overclock. Man, just get the headshot. It's going to be Prophet taken down first and foremost once again. It's been aimed. Lifting to the shoulder, not dead quite just yet. Rampage going to be used. Void only going to be finding one. Forcing the sound barrier out from Xerneas. The sleep comes in. Void going to get cleaned up. Kill found, and this time Guangzhou charges. Looks like they might just be able to get a taste at this point. Cap getting ready to come in. Easy Han still playing forward, but now with Vinham getting taken down, they're going to have to back away. You can see them looking for the reset.
Jimmy one-shot opportunities here is just so clean for the Charge. It's exactly what they need. They succeeded where they failed on the arena. Last time they got 2 picks, but Dynasty were able to turn that one around. This time Jimmy gets another opening frag. All the efforts from the Seoul Dynasty, including the Rampage, countered out by Xerneas. It was a one-man Rampage, but Xerneas not holding back on the sound barrier this time is going to allow the Charge to hold strongly. We also did see the utility from the Ana far away doing some damn good work versus Void, and now this is where Krillin has to consider, okay, we use the Ant Matrix in this fight, drop the window, and then afterwards maybe think about the Kiriko.
Now in a defensive position here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Can they stay them off? It's going to be Ant Matrix to open things up, and oh god, instantly death abounds here for the side of Dynasty members, as Jinmu will be able to carve up Krillin, gets easy on as well, but he's the last man standing. Has to dip down into the pit. Himself alive, and Prophet hounds him out, managing to find that elimination. The flip getting ready to come in here. Finally finding some percentage on the point itself. A bloody back and forth. 2 left standing at the end of it all.
Jimmy tried really hard there as well. Unfortunately, Gaga doesn't survive. The extra Terror Surge might have been decent there, at least for the CC, if nothing else to help Jimmy out. Jimmy now going over towards the Reaper. I don't know if I like that. I think the Sojin has been pretty big so far in terms of the just raw kill potential.
That one on Krillin. The kill, there's a pull through. Mortality field going to be set up though, clears it out. Gaga again going to be taken down, but this time the follow up from the side of the Guangzhou Charge is looking way better. Void and Vinham the last men standing. The rest of the team fell to the wayside. Team keep back. Jimmy not wanting to really overextend here. Pulls back away, flip this back into their favor. Guangzhou Charge at 77%, moving up, looking to get that first point locked down. As Void is desperately trying to exit. They would love to get this kill. Be a massive stagger, but instead it's going to be Prophet re-arriving to take out Jinmu.
I think it's worth the risk, but now you do lose Jinmu, which is a little bit unfortunate. Void dies is when Charge get this point 100%. Now that Jinmu's dead, it's going to be a lot harder for the Charge. Flip hasn't come through yet, so good delay from the Charge.
Buying some time, and now the flip is going to be there. 65% moving upward for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. The Rampage nearly online for Void. Krillin as well, building up that next Ant Matrix. Vinham also has a beat. Xerneas can match on the opposite side, but Guangzhou Charge would love to have some other ults. Opening beat coming through. Xerneas dropping that one, but Jinmu did not receive the shielding, and he gets taken down. Void managing to focus him out, and now it's just zoning far away, away from the rest of the fight. Sleeping and Anti in the back line. Jimmy down 24 HP, trying to make his exit. Rampage across, both supports getting clipped by it, and the point gets stolen away, and all the chaos. Seoul Dynasty now moving up to 2. Match point in their back pocket.
I respect the fact that Xerneas goes for the beat there as well, because it's like, you know, they want to make something aggressive happen. They have to be the ones retaking. I didn't catch whether Jinmu got the green HP or not, but Jinmu dying straight away is obviously going to be extremely bad for the Charge, especially given Nana was there as well, and they had ultimates coming online that would have been really huge. You do take the risk, though, of the fact that Void then gets to freely use Rampage afterwards. Vindime can also use his own sound barrier to counter you out. The Charge A lot of this stems from the fact that they just couldn't punish Void on that retreat. If they kill Void, I think they have the point. So losing Jinmu hurts a lot. Final point open now, or potentially the final point. Charge, I think they can't afford to give this point away early.
Nano Blade, and Matrix does come through, but Jinmu dives right over top of it and quickly comes up with 2. Sonic Villain both going to be taken down. Vinheim trying to force him back. Gets that right click out. Finds himself a little bit of extra space, but Jimmy closes the gap to clean him up. Longbow charge once again going to be establishing themselves first and foremost here on this 3rd point.
Worthwhile 2 ultimates spent. Krillin also used the Matrix there as well, so ultimately only 1 ultimate exchange in terms of the economics of how that panned out. See if Jimmy can get anything done here with the Death Blossom, as Dynasty do have to be the ones pushing on in. Oh, this is looking aggressive.
Into the back line, Immortality Field going to be cleaned up. Does manage to find Krillin, and Jinmu will be able to go ahead and finish off Easy On as well. So they got their targets, only lose out on 1 in the exchange. It's going to be a very good trade-up and one that's necessary for the side of the Guangzhou charge. So they still need to run this back, reverse sweep it here on the Flashpoint map. Vinheim, however, out for blood once again. Comes up with 2 eliminations. Prophet taken down, but can quickly rejoin.
Xerneas dying there is really awkward, and the 1-for-1 trade is good, but then Jinmu gets traded as well. They're not even doing a lot on this particular map, and Seoul Dynasty trying to see if they can edge their way onto the point. Xerneas has come back though, which will make things a little bit more difficult for the Dynasty, but they're going to open up with the ultimate on Prophet. Is that enough?
Tucking back here behind the photon barrier. Easy On as well, situated on the point. Does have that artillery strike at the ready, but then you need to flip. 90%, 99% build up. Terra Surge going to be used. Kill's not going to be found, and Gaga gets taken out by it. Easy On just put it right at his feet. Xerneas as well now going to be eliminated. Time to play with here, but the Guangzhou charge need to reset now.
It's at least a 0 to 99, but unlike the control maps, Seoul Dynasty don't have to win nearly as many fights to be able to get this 3-0 here. Just about 2 more, I think, will be enough. The support ultimates are online. Jimmy now going over towards the Sombra. This composition is getting wild for the charge because you're basically 2 heroes away from playing a full dive composition. And realistically, just 1 here. If Gaga just goes to either Jim or Winston, not that I recommend either of that for the matchup versus Void on the Jungle Queen. But I think they're looking towards something like a 1 EMP into a cap into a win here. It's definitely the gamble that Jimmy's going towards.
Diving into the back, just to take out Void, manages to do so. Find any follow-up eliminations off the back of that one, but Jimmy will come away with Vinheim. Xerneas going to be traded out. Looks like the Dynasty very much losing control of the points. Krillin will fall. Flip's going to be back in favor here of the Guangzhou charge, and they will be able to get a point on the board.
That's a lot of work done for what is essentially Dry Blade. No support on that one, no sound barrier. Nano wasn't available. Jimmy wasn't even part of the dive. And now Jimmy's still 73% towards EMP. I think they can maybe roll this one into an early EMP during the next neutral. Because we go top right for Junkyard, and that's close to the Dynasty spawn. They should be able to get to the point in pretty good time here. So Charge, despite having the cap and finish on bomb flats, they are not going to be first on this next point. At least it's going to be even.
Void looking for an angle of access here, it would seem. Trying to keep that backline protected as best as possible. Immortality Field already forced out. Jinmu trying to get in up on top of Easy Han. It's going to be hacked out here for the time being, and Krillin gets taken down. The Javelin from Gaga finding the elimination. Flashpoint now going to be unlocked. Prophet gets into the back line himself, finds far away to boot. Easy Han, however, going to be taken down. It's just going to be a bloodbath back and forth on either side. Now just 2 players standing on either team. It's going to be a DPS duel here for the side of the Guangzhou charge. Void's still alive, not much can be done, so they have to back away. Jimmy, however, will manage to find Prophet, gets that kill, leaving Void now on his lonesome for a little bit longer, and looking for the counter flip very quickly here into their favor. Void stepping forward, offering that rallying cry to try and maintain control at this point as best as possible. But now the support's joining back in, another artillery strike up into the air here for Easy Han, looking for a target. Vinheim going to be taken out, and that's as the EMP comes in! Vinheim somehow turning the tides. I'm going to see that one in a replay either way. He gets taken out very swiftly. Rampage across, Xerneas receiving that one, going to be antied out, but the sound barrier comes in. He keeps himself and 3 players shielded up. Void uses the focus fire, antied out himself. He stands his ground, at least for the time being, as the Terror Surge comes across. Easy Han caught up in the explosion, ends up falling. Vinheim and Krillin both still low, trying to stay alive. Mortality Field going to expire. Jimmy gets in, managing to find the kill. Now the blade's going to be pulled. Jinmu dashing across, looking to try to hound down Vinheim, but he overextends, and Void comes in off the flank to go ahead and take him out. Point control still there for the side of the Guangzhou charge. Dynasty not grabbing this for themselves, as Krillin's going to be swapping over the Moira to try to join in a little bit faster. Pete comes in, a 2-man. Void, recipient here. They just try to continue to play this point with the healing through, but for Void, it's just not really going to be enough, it would seem. They have to back away.
Vindime's playing an insane game at the moment. He's just surviving. It's everything. He's baiting Jimmu around, wasting his blade. And meanwhile, still getting enough healing into Void to keep Void alive. And with the Sound Barrier access, Seoul Dynasty are still in this. The only thing that Dynasty don't have is a flip on the point itself. Pulse Bomb and a Gaga. And that's enough to chunk him down. Vindime with the final blow.
Comes away with it once again. I mean, this guy's going to be, as far as his final blows are concerned, fragging out of control. Xerneas now going to be taken down. Prophet does get exchanged. Or wait, at least able to find that one. But EasyHan quick with our Helix Rockets. Takes out Jimmy. Going to be control established here for the Dynasty, who again are at match point. They close this out. They close the series.
Good spear from Gaga to push Void away. Otherwise, that would have been potential cleanup onto Jimmu. You can't afford these small skirmish losses where you're just waiting for one play, because that's so much percentage given away. Final fight here. As you mentioned, Dynasty on map point, on match point as well. Charge need this point. Take us to all 5. Again, the possibility of reverse sweep. Nano, Jimmu.
See if he just try to build up that blade a little bit faster. He's getting in on top of EasyHan and Jimmy. In the meantime, clears in that pulse bomb, finds Grill and Void going to be taken down. That's 99%. As the flip gets ready to come in here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge, they're already set up at 98. So it looks like we are going to be going the distance here on my very first map of Flashpoint. That will be Guangzhou Charge tying it up at 2-2. Not yet out of this series.
Got a Ducks below, Vindime late spawn. So yeah, a couple of late spawners there means that Charge should have advantage here. Dynasty, they're close, but they can only enter as a 3 or 4 man at the moment. Jimmu's nearly onto Blade. He's had some good success even on the dry blades. Finally, Krillin is going to go over towards the Kiriko. That's going to help Void out a lot. This is far away especially. Charge desperate to get a good start here, but they're just going to lose the player.
And now the Dak Visor is in, looking for it. Yep, Helix Rockets up close, can't quite miss those ones. Xerneas taken down. Gaga spinning the Javelin for a brief little moment there, but eventually will fall. Vindime again just going to be claiming this Orisa. Finds the eliminations. The point now going to be once again grabbed by the Seoul Dynasty first and foremost.
I just can't charge napping. I mean, the sound barrier was there. And obviously Xerneas wanting to use it, trying to alleviate the damage output from EasyHan. And, you know, I think in this meta, Tactical Visor has been pretty average, but here it ended up being pretty damn good. As now the Brig comes on in. I suppose you don't have any more points to rotate to, so perhaps speed isn't required, but you're basically on a dive now minus the dive tank itself. Versus 3 ultimates from Dynasty, soon to be 4. Charge. I mean, this better be the best blade ever, unfortunately. Oh, he's low. I was going to say, if you can get rid of the sound barrier somehow, the blade is much better.
All right, well, first it's going to be Dynasty looking to take the fight to them. Kitsune Rush comes across. Rampage as well, going to be used by Void. Gets the anti-out on Gaga, who's going to be popping that Terror Surge. In the meantime, Prophet going to be taken down. Down barrier shielding, already getting ripped apart as the anti goes across onto 2. EasyHan and Krillin getting caught up in that blast. Mag Grenade not going to be finding the elimination. Little TP to try to break the wrists there of Jimmy, but he manages still to help find the kills. Jinmu gets the cleanup. 84% set up here for the side of the Dynasty, but a hell of a lot expended in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, especially from the Dynasty side, they spent 3 out of the 4 possible ultimates. Jimmy doing a ton of damage. I mean, this is a fresh swap on the cast as well, already into 80s. Nano Blade available for charge. Good comeback potential. Because we're on 84 for Dynasty, though, it might as well be 99. Anything in the 80+ category for Flashpoint, it's a one-fight territory for sure. So, charge can't afford to lose here.
Good blade hold from Jinmu. Save until the mana was available, and it's going to be Void and Vindime taken down very swiftly. So again, the reset call has to come in from the side of the Dynasty. Prophet, he does have that blade available, but it's going to be dry. He doesn't obviously have a nano to try to couple in with this one. Jimmy just going to be satting back. Deadeye at the ready.
The rally could make a huge difference here. Or Jimmy just lands the mag grenade. If you land the mag grenade onto Prophet, you prevent him from dashing and really getting the utility from the resets. There's a lot of different ways to shut Prophet down, even with the lack of the Lucio, the lack of the sound barrier. Nice shield bash with the rally as well could do it, but Xerneas being 25 away, it's just not quite there.
Blade pulled, Deadeye out. Reflection has to be used. Drop away, and that is just going to be forcing the blade away completely. So 0 value going to be found from either ult, but now Ochi starting to pick down. Ultra Charge still in control. Krillin down to a sliver of HP. One more shot would have finished him off. Looks like he will be able to get some healing, but no. Jinmu dashes across, finds him. Now it's all on Vindham to try to keep everybody alive. EasyHan with the Helix Rockets will be able to take out Xerneas, but they need so much more than that. Attack Visor are going to be popped. Looks for far away. They force him back into the corner. Jinmu popping that deflection, gets up into his face, but still. Yep, Jimmy managing to find the kills. And now Void both going to be taken down. EasyHan just cannot stay alive. The Electric Cowboy makes an appearance at the very end. The Guangzhou Charge managed to reverse sweep here within Flashpoint to extend the series to another map.
Now, reverse sweeping on the map to maybe open the chance to reverse sweep the series. We're starting to climb the mountain. but it is looking slightly more doable than it was before, because that was a difficult but necessary comeback. And dude, Jimmy was popping the hell off on that map. On the Sojin, he was getting the early pickoffs. The Reaper was the hero there, but then comes the casting, and oh man, we've been missing out on that. That's some gameplay I've longed to see out of Jimmy. With all of that as well, Jinmu held down the fort. The Genji was good. This is why I wanted to see the Jinmu Genji last week. It got finally brought out here. Early maps, maybe not as successful with the Jungle Queen comp, but where were Charge good last week? Well, they won this map on Flashpoint versus O2+. They won it with the Orisa, and they just ran it back today.
Well, a huge rally back there from the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but like you said, this is the start, that first step to trying to get the reverse sweep on the series. We're going to have Push coming up next. This time the Dynasty is going to be having their own map selection. We'll see where they decide to take us when we come back. And we are back. We're not done yet. This series continues on as the Guangzhou Charge able to pull off a reverse sweep on our little microcosm map of Flashpoint there on Junk City. But now we get ready to move forward into push. We will have the map pick coming through here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty to see where they want to go. But hey, now that we go to Coliseum, that means that Xerneas has reached 400 maps played in Overwatch League. So big congratulations to Mr. Xerneas, to Mr. Yevithal, the Mercy Supreme, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, it is. It's a long career. I don't know how many maps you would play a season. How many maps has he been in? Rather, how many seasons he's been in. He's been here since season 2.
Since season 2.
So, and he hasn't really been subbed out too much. I think he's played most of the way through. He didn't play too much last year because he only came in halfway through, so he did miss half a season. But beyond that, dude's been gaming. He's played a lot. So there it is, 400 before the season is over. Before we figure out what the future looks like. And that'll be a nice way to cap out the year, maybe the career. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But for now, map 4 Coliseum, great choice by the Seoul Dynasty because I think, you know, with the fact that Void's still in, they're going to play more Junker Queen. You want a nice flattened map for that. I think New Queen Street would have also been fine, but as long as you stay away from Esperanza. And also at the same time as well, now that Void's been subbed in and they lost the map, the Seoul Dynasty fans are living in cognitive dissonance because they don't know who to blame anymore.
That's a good point. We'll see what happens, though, as we get ready to move forward in the Coliseum. Whether or not they can close the series here, or if the Guangzhou Charge can continue to run it back, because a very different looking charge is what we just witnessed there on New Junk City. Very much on the same page, a lot more cohesion, a lot more firepower, which was significantly lacking. It looked like that confidence that they didn't show on Eichenwald, that they didn't show on Lijiang Tower, very much came alive. Yeah. They were willing to dive the back line. They were willing to jump in front of those amp matrices there on New Junk City. We need to see more of that, though, as we get ready to go into push.
I think this team just looks better on the Orisa than the Junker Queen. Again, that's not necessarily Gaga specifically, but how the team plays as far as pacing and tempo goes. You can play a much slower game on the Orisa. You don't have to just kind of W into the other team as much. You can really just go for the picks, allow Jimmy to do what he does best on his specific pick heroes, whether it's on the Sojin, saw the Cassidy there. But yeah, as we move to Coliseum, that's probably what Charge should continue to do. Play more of the Orisa, play for some of the long range, because where the Orisa and the long range poke is also good is on the center of the map here. The concourse, the middle of the point, super long sight lines, that's actually really weak for the Junker Queen. So Dynasty can certainly snowball hard with the Junker Queen comp, but they also have to recognize where the Junker Queen is not going to perform.
Alrighty, well, the Orisa out the gate. Jinmu going to be showing us the Torbjorn here. Bit of a change up as Jimmy as well with the Widowmaker.
When you realize Dynasty is just going to W into with Junker Queen, I think the Torb makes a lot of sense. Widowmaker's interesting, but I mean, Jimmy, we talk about the fact that he's going to play something with good pick potential, abusing long sight lines. Hanzo is probably safer, but Widowmaker, if you got the hot hand, which maybe he does after playing Castle last map, he's got a frag.
It was a very good start, finding the opening kill. Currently going to be taken down, seemingly just not anticipating that one at all, and you can see how far back the Dynasty now need to play. Prophet can help close the gap with that TP.
There's no flankers, so it's not like Jimmy's going to get flanked by Tracer or Sombra on the back lines. So probably a safe pick on the Widow. I don't mind it.
Bastion, perhaps. We'll have to see who's going to be able to try to take him down. For now, though, TP across. It does split them away from the bot, but jump back over. Xerneas continues to keep pushing forward. They're going to be cleaned up. Jimmy just waiting for a sliver, a pixel out of place, so that he can go ahead and try to take somebody's head off once again. So far, not going to be finding too much, but this corner control going to be established from the side of the Dynasty. So the bot gets up to 18 meters. It's going to be about it for the time being. Dynasty, they want to have their turn at pushing this one forward. Prophet going to be taken down low. Kills come through. Going to be right back into a more comfortable position as the shout gets used. Void continuing to look to push forward here. Going to pressure them out of this hallway.
Yeah, if somebody's taking a chunk every single time, speaking of getting chunked down, Jimmu eating the tank grenade from Easy Hunt. And Easy Hunt as well. He ate that shot from Jimmy a little bit earlier as a Prophet. These are not kills, but these are still deadly. We are now seeing something a little bit deadly here with the Ant Matrix coming through. That one's dying though. Good nano to Gaga to keep him alive.
And that's going to be the multi-core now opened up as well, just to go ahead and cut off the backside of the bot. Will be escorted back into a neutral position, back at the starting point. Some backpedaling here from both teams. Game of inches at the moment. It's Easy Han, nearly with that artillery, can certainly open things up. There's a TP forward. Jimmy in a bad spot. Grapples up onto the high ground. Keeps himself safe for the time being. Xerneas in the meantime, however, is going to be the focus fires. Prophet will be able to take him out. Now Jimmy, Jimbo, all going to be falling to the wayside. As Gaga's just got nowhere left to go. Prophet will get him down, and it's going to be the first fight victory here for the side of the Dynasty.
This is how Dynasty have to play the game, right? They have to be very good at these TPs. Break away from the sight lines that Jimmy has. And just abuse the fact that they can run players down very quickly if Charge are not expecting and they can't predict accurately where the TP is going to come from. And so Jimmy has to spend time looking away, grappling away while his team is getting melted by the offensive pressure of that TP. Photon Baron now cutting the map sort of in half. And a good knife as well.
Yeah, just pulls him down towards the low ground. Again, going to be confirming the kill. Artillery now going to be opened up from Easy Han as far away gets taken out by Void in the meantime. Stun onto him, but Wiley is going to be just fine. And Jimmy taken out mid-air, mid-grapple. Easy On just gets the snipe. Railing's going to be cleared out. Bot now being brought forward. And that should be the checkpoint established here for the side of the Dynasty.
Yeah, well, they don't really have a lot to touch with, unfortunately, and Charge losing 2 fights in a row. To be fair, this one was some big ultimates from the Dynasty. And Easy Han knowing he drops the artillery on top of Jimmy. Jimmy grappling away. He's going to end up grappling to danger. That's an easy frag and 3 more ultimates to continue pushing. What they talked about, the fact that Dynasty can absolutely snowball on this composition. That's what they're doing. Windows set up aggressively.
Oh, that it is. Xerneas dead. The nade bounced through. Jimmy taken down by it. Gaga trying to make his exit. A couple taps there into the back of the head. Looks like Wiley, the heals will come in to keep him sustained. So not going to be falling. Xerneas is going to be swapping off the Lucio now over onto that Baptiste.
And they're going to go for like a really front-facing... No, Xerneas is not really sure what he wants to go through. But what about the Zen for a second there? Now over towards the Lucio. Okay, so he wants to be able to get Jimmy in deep, but unfortunately, if you're going to play this Jimmy Reaper, you're playing really into just close brawling, which is what Dynasty want as well. Try Nano onto Jimmu.
Rampage
Nano,
through.
really.
Yeah, finds 3. Gaga gonna be taken down, Krillin on the exchange, and now Easy Han, who is forced on the low ground a little bit earlier on, does end up falling. Blade is still gonna be pulled. Even with the kills coming in here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge, they don't think that it's gonna be enough. Jimmu wants to make sure that they have control of this spot, but that's a big tool that they don't have for the push itself.
Yeah, staggered a little bit. And I think Dynasty will mostly get all the 4 spawns. Yeah, they will. Vindime included. He was the last one to die, so sadly the blade will be maybe a little bit overused there by the Charge in terms of expenditure. They likely have already won that fight given the deaths on the Dynasty. Back in the neutral territory, 18 to 102.
Got big deficit to try to close up. Ult's on the way, the Terror Surge. Death Blossom nearly there, but it's about to be 3, damn near 4, as Krillin's been building up these damage just very quickly. So the Photon Barrier is going to be the first thing used here. Prophet trying to offer that up, that protection. He does end up falling, but Easy Han finds Jimmy. Death Blossom not going to be found, and now Gaga dead. Terror Surge, he actually committed to it. He dies right as he pops the ult. That is going to be a major catastrophe here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. The kills continue to be found.
Dynasty plays so well with the Photon Barrier as well, and it's just hard to jump on top of anybody. Gaga now going over towards his signature ball. Famous for it in 2021. And, you know, not quite his last game in 2023, but we're getting there. Certainly if Charge don't win this, they're straight into play-ins. We force in there. See if the ball can actually give them any real value. The TP even placed behind. There's a lot of safety for the Dynasty.
Crash through, but the Amatrix is set up, and Gaga instantly melts down to 175. Anti-cross on to 2. Void and Krillin, however, able to play safe enough. The sound barrier is perfectly timed to counteract the Death Blossom. Vindime is him dime. He saw it coming from a mile away, shuts it down. The bouncing nade comes up with the elimination. Jimmy with another blade pull, however, will find Easy Han, feeling dead moments before. It's the Nano, looking to chase in, trying to get this Lucio. Vindime has been eluding him very much for this entire series. He's not going to be able to hound him down as Krillin once again is going to be swapping over onto the Moira, the bot. Seems like control of it going to be conceded for the time being here for the side of the Dynasty. Just go for a reset, but they know that they have this distance in their back pocket.
I mean, that's all good from Dynasty because Charge used so many ultimates. This is less good. Void being caught late while the bot is on the move means that Dynasty are going to be able to, or rather Charge are going to be able to prevent the 4 spawn of Void just maybe. Yes, prevent it. Void's going to have to take the long spawn. That really sucks for Dynasty. I was going to also say, though, Vindime, he's having a hell of a game so far. Just avoided the Jimmu Blade entirely. Read the Death Blossom, as you say. And make sure that Dynasty don't cop as big of a loss on that fight as they otherwise would have.
Big shake up there. Vindime completely shutting that one down. Space now starting to be gained for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but they still have to triple this in order to try to find the win. Gaga desperately trying to swing through, but isn't going to find too much of a setup there for a pile driver. As Void somewhat isolated. It's going to be the focus fire. Immortality Field gets committed to try to save him, bail him out. Rampage in the meantime pops. Void not finding a target. Artillery across from Easy Han as well. Not going to be coming up with any targets. Void going to be slept onto the bot, taken down. Benheim will find one. Pick there onto Xerneas, but widely the fight very handily going the way of the Guangzhou charge. Cleanup continues. The push can now resume. Seems like checkpoint very possible here for the charge.
And there's a comeback opportunity. Once they get the checkpoint, things become a lot more doable. As we have a large change of composition coming through from the Dynasty. Now onto the Void Diva. Easy Khan for the Sombra as well. Prophet likely to go into Tracer next after he uses the Photon Barrier. Charged over, they come in for the big ultimates. That was a huge fight win, so they're snowballing themselves now, which is what they need to be able to catch up into 105. Oh, wait, he's been caught out.
He has been in a bad spot, but Sleep Dart comes across. Easy Hunt on the floor, but Benham just swoops in, finds that elimination. Second Death Blossom attempt this time from Jimmy will find a kill, but it's only going to be on the Prophet, and Gaga is lost in the meantime. Without being able to use that minefield, it's the bot just shy of making it over to that checkpoint, ends up getting halted in its tracks and stolen away by the Dynasty.
Well, how was Far Away so far away? Like, I know it's in the name, but Jesus Christ. He's just going to get flanked by the Tracer. Well, it wasn't a Tracer at the time, but you know what I mean. There's big flankers on board now. Sombra's on the field. If Far Away was caught in Narnia, he might have been pushed off in that direction, but Jesus, Charge had the push. They had the glory push coming through. They know there's no ultimates ready for the Dynasty to use. It's just have to stack together as 5, burn their ults, secure the cap, and they're on their way.
That was after.
Now it's much harder.
That was after Void got denied his Rampage. Pushing the walls of the Rampage didn't find any value. Hack now on to Jinmu as the Nano Blade gets pulled. He's looking for Void. One more swipe takes him out of it. Isolates him. Maybe even not going to be killed off. Jinmu falling low. The healing comes across, and they will be able to keep him sustained for the time being. In the meantime, Easy Han getting jumped on, but Benham again comes to the rescue. Finds Jimmy. Just knows how to shut down this Reaper, it would seem. Immediately goes in, drops the beat. Void going to be taken out, though. Pilot Diva going to be killed off before he can try to pistol his way back into the mech. His hit name is, well, is so very low. Gaga eventually finishes him off, found a secondary kill at the back of the minefield as well. Void looking to rejoin. For now, the bot control still going to be there for the side of the Guangzhou charge.
Now time is really a factor. I mean, if Charge had already gotten the cap and maybe 70 meters, I could see them doing this, but now they have to play extremely well to be able to do too much more. Gaga's all now is becoming a bit of a liability given the Sombra coming onto the field as well. Void's ability to chase on the Diva. 4 ultimates on board for Dynasty, and Dynasty don't have to do too much. They don't have to really win these fights. Just slow down the charge, force into OT, and then start dumping ultimates afterwards.
Be at the ready. A lot of players here in a cluster. The neutral hack here onto Gaga, just looking for that elimination. He's trying to run his way away. Seems like he will be able to skip for the time being, but no, then Krillin hounds him down to help the Kitsune rush. They get the kill, the pulse one from Prophet, good as well. Jimmy taken down on that signature Hanzo. A hack on the Jinmu. They're zoned off the bot. I don't think the touch is going to be coming in. Looks like, yes, they will have a brief one there, but now the EMP comes across. Xerneas disappears. Neot will bleed down. No further hope here for the side of the Guangzhou charge. Seoul Dynasty will take Colosseo. They will take the series 3-1.
A little bit of difficulty found there on New Junk City. You can see that Far Away is... I don't know if he's just relieved that the series is over, but you can tell it's just a hard series for the Charge, and they had to put everything into at least winning one of those maps, and they got it done versus O2 Blast. They'll do it again here versus the Seoul Dynasty. Seems like Flashpoint is the one reliable game mode in the series for Charge twice in a row, but everywhere else there's still a lot of work required, especially that first map on Lijiang was grossly imbalanced in favor of the Seoul Dynasty, and Charge have a lot to look at going to play-ins. They'll be our first Overwatch League team fully eliminated, still with one more shot.
One more shot, but still a lot to be worked on. I mean, some bright spots. It started off looking completely and utterly tragic, and then they rallied back. We saw, the shades of these players that we know, the level that they can play at. We saw that on Flashpoint. We saw Jimmy coming out, just rotating around, basically playing mystery hero, swapping from hero to hero to hero, ends things with a Cassidy and puts up a really strong performance. We just need to see that extended beyond and outside of Flashpoint. But for the side of the Dynasty, I think there is quite a many few players to be argued here. You and I actually went for Krillin, so a decent shout out to him. Vindime as well. The support lineup today had a really wonderful performance, but Easy Han, he came out with a Bastion, and the guy was frying from beginning to end.
I think he played Bastion basically the entire way through. I think that's certainly the majority of the gameplay. And actually able to, especially on map 1, cash players out of the artillery, which is a very strange thing at this level. You typically no one dies to that ultimate, but map 1 was just a complete disaster for the Guangzhou charge as EasyCon and the rest of Seoul Dynasty cleaned up.
Yeah. I think he's just really good. Just pushing of limits for EasyHan, knowing when he can go for those aggressive plays, jump into that tank form, drop down and really take the fight to them, knowing when he needs to back away, as well as just having faith in his teammates to be able to cover his rear and know that he's going to be able to survive. This was great body blocking from Belisria, just kind of popping that spin on the Javelin, forcing them right back into the ultimate. So good team play set up around this Bastion. And a very well done victory here from the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Because you know, personally, coming into this one, I wasn't sure which way this was going to go. Both teams have had their struggles, you know, but Dynasty able to get it done.
I think you favor Dynasty just because you know they have a little bit more to work with the back pocket. There's that extra player they can always utilize in Void, which they didn't use last week. And there's the fact that I think, generally speaking, Charge have had a little bit worse of a second half of the year compared to Dynasty, and that remains true into this particular series. Well, that was Journey. It's actually Ajax who didn't even catch that live, but a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, unfortunate. But I mean, yeah, I think it's good credit here. This was a very much, I think, a team player of the match for me, because in all of these kills that you're seeing from EasyHan, the setup is very much there from this as well. But now we've got an interview, so of course we'll toss it over to Unknown to go ahead and guide us through it.
안녕하세요, 이재한 선수 반갑습니다.
Hello, EasyHan.
안녕하세요.
Hello.
오늘 POTM도 정말 축하드리고요. 승리도 축하드립니다. 먼저 소감 먼저 들어보겠습니다.
Congrats on your win and also the play of the match. How do you feel?
로그아웃 와서 첫 승리라 좀 굉장히 기쁜 것 같습니다.
So it's the first win for me in the knockout, so I feel really good.
서울 다이너스티 내에서 어떤 피드백이 오갔는지가 궁금합니다.
So we were wondering what kind of feedback went through the break inside the Dynasty.
보여준 것 같기도 하고 준비도 그렇게 엄청 잘 안 된 것 같아서 그냥 선수들이랑 분들이랑 진짜 다 열심히 준비해서 피드백한 것 같습니다.
So previously we were kind of like all over the place. We didn't get our priority straight, and I think every other player were having different thoughts. We kind of focused on getting those in line.
그리고 일리아리궁을 함께 호응하는 모습을 보면서 정말 팀합이 좋다, 더 좋아진 것 같다라고 느꼈습니다. 어떠신가요?
So your teamwork was really impeccable, especially with the Illari ult and the Junker Queen. We thought that Dynasty's teamwork actually really improved. How would you comment on that? I think it was there, but I think now it's good enough to be like externally noticeable.
연기가 굉장히 일품이었습니다. 제가 궁금했던 게요. 어느 선수가 그 각을 보고 궁코를 먼저 하는지가 궁금했는데요.
So I'm kind of wondering who makes those kind of ult calls when there's some flanks or any other specific tactics.
정하는 편이고 한타 중간에는 서로 이제 갖고 있는 사람이 콜해서 I
think it really depends on who kind of sees the angle, right? So it also depends on what ult it is. So usually the one who sees the angle first just calls out for it and we follow. One loss and it's curtains for you in the knockouts for the Dynasty. Do you feel the pressure?
다 열심히 준비하고 있어서 이제 즐기면서 하다 보면 좋은 결과가 있을 것 같습니다.
I think we're just focused on the task up ahead, and also if we just enjoy our way here, I think we'll be able to yield the good results. Finally, before we go, any last messages to your fans?
더 좋은 결과 보여드리기 위해서 정말 열심히 노력할 거니까.
So thank you for all your support. I know you expect more of us. I know we expect more of us. So we'll work out more so that we can deliver better results. Thank you, and this is the end of an interview. Back to you, Seth.
Thank you very much, Unknown. Well, I mean, a bold claim there at the very end, you know, and something that we need to see proven. But this is a good start for the side of the Dynasty. They take that first step to get their first win in the knockouts. But of course, we're not done yet. We have yet another series, yet another Overwatch League team making their way to the theoretical stage. It's going to be the Shanghai Dragons going up against Simplistic Gaming. Rematch to see who is going to be coming out on top and sticking through. But we're going to go to a break. See you guys on the opposite side. We are back. It's time for our final series here of the evening. We have the Shanghai Dragons getting ready to go up against Sinprisa Gaming. Let's see who is going to be moving forward in this lower bracket, and whether or not the Shanghai Dragons are going to have a better time of it here moving forward. We'll have to just wait and see. For Sinprisa, though, it's everything to play for if they want to stay in this one, and I'm going to turn my lights on. There we go.
Because it is nighttime where you are.
Indeed.
And honestly, yeah, this is uncomfortable for the Dragons because they've already lost to Sinprisa. This is a rematch. This is what people have to remind themselves of. But I guess the good news, if you can call it that, is that Dragons were pretty unconventional in their first show versus Sinprisa Gaming, given that it honestly looked like Dragons didn't read the patch notes. They were just playing Winston Dive the whole time. A little bit of Doom. So I asked a little bit earlier, and I said, we haven't really seen that much Doom. I guess we have, because Fate played Doom, like, unironically. And that's fine, except, well, now that we're deeper in the meta, it's probably a little bit less fine. I think generally, Shanghai still relying on Dive like it was the old meta is just a weird look when everybody else moved on to the Orissas, the Jungle Queens, and just about everything else. They've had that time now to look at their comps again, see what they can improve, and well, the answer is a damn hell of a lot that they certainly can improve.
Yeah, I will have to see how they fare coming into this one. Whether or not they can get that win, because I mean, again, for them, it's a little bit less pressure. They're not going to be facing that elimination. You still want to be able to get that win, at the very least, and still some faith, because there's still those Shanghai faithful out there watching, waiting for this team to re-hit its stride, to find its form. There was that hope when Fate came back into the roster, when they were able to replace the Fleta tank situation that we had at the beginning of the year. Still hasn't fully come together. There have still been those struggles, but much like for this whole dynasty, like we just saw, this could be that first step forward. This could be that moment to go ahead and prove, like, yes, we can play here in this meta. We can be dominant. We'll have to just wait and see, though, as Sinprisa is going to be looking to take them down.
Sinprisa have a very unique read on the meta as well. Look, for all of the criticism against the Shanghai Dragons, saying like, what on earth is Fate still doing on a Winston? Honestly, if I was going to be fair and objective here, I really should criticize Sinprisa as well, but the difference is they've actually won with their weapons. Milgaru has been hard forcing ball. We did see some ball today with Gaga playing it. Not the best luck, unfortunately. You go up against Void, and well, Soul Dynasty just know how to play around that ball. But for Milgaru, it's weird that he will go ball and it will somehow work. And it's hard to explain. He even did it versus Soul Inferno. So it's not just like, oh, well, maybe Shanghai are not very good and they just don't know how to play against ball. No, they won Survasa versus Infernal when Milgaru decided, heck it, we ball. We start balling, he balls, and they win the map versus Infernal. Probably the best team in the region currently, unless you're really looking at Fuel or Spark. We'll say they're comfortably top 3. So yeah, this ball from Milgaru is no joke, honestly.
Somebody had to take up the reins. You know, it's been a long time since we got to see Among playing, so somebody's got to fill that slot of just being the ball god of the league, or at least of the APAC region. So if he wants to be the one taking up that mantle, filling those shoes, then more power to him, because it's always entertaining to watch. At least for me. I'm sure there's people who disagree, but
look,
those people can shut up.
Here's the comp. It blows my mind. Like, what is a Bapalari ball comp with the Torb? I guess the Trace is thrown in there to help the ball out. But strangely, this comp worked, and the one that Shanghai ran, which you can see above, that comp did not work. And actually, I think it doesn't require too much to change. I mean, you just swap Fate onto a Junker Queen or an Orisa. Probably a little bit more favored on the Orisa, given that we haven't seen much of Fate on the Junker Queen when Junker Queen was last relevant for Fate. Void was playing because they were both on Shanghai at the time. Double flex support should honestly be a good look for Shanghai. I mean, look, this is what the team's built. It's Gangnam Generis. I mean, you should be extremely well suited double flex support here. I would imagine an Orisa double flex support Alari Bap comp should be prime real estate for the Shanghai Dragons, and I'm surprised they didn't already run that. But it allows you now in this week, in this particular rematch, to say Shanghai certainly have another level that they can go towards, and it's up to them to deliver that now.
It certainly is. I mean, how many times can this work? You know, you pull out the ball comp every now and then, you catch teams off guard, but once you played against it, once you've seen it been played multiple times from Simprissa, do you start to get a read and really break down how to counteract it? That's what we're looking to see here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, whether or not they can get it done. And for the side of Simprissa, it's whether or not they continue to run it and if they can continue to find value. Antarctic Peninsula, though, is going to be our first map control to start things off. And then from there, it's going to be loser selection. So we'll see who that's going to be, where they're going to take us. So we'll have hybrid, then into Flashpoint, so on and so forth. So far, it's been 3-1, 3-0 Overwatch here today. Can this one go to distance to round out the night? We'll have to just see.
And Simprissa actually played this map versus Shanghai in their last meeting, which I believe that was a 2-1 for Simprissa. Yeah, it was. And yes, they did run the ball. They did run the ball, and the one round they lost, if I just check the historical records briefly, was
Spooling through the
not
pages.
Icebreaker, I believe it was Labs that Shanghai won. And on Labs, they also ran the ball. But anyway,
Well, there you go.
Shanghai, what are we doing? Icebreaker first? Okay, Shanghai did play the Rhine comp on Icebreaker before. SPG is just wasting no time. They know exactly where their bread is buttered. It's straight on the wrecking ball.
Straight onto the wrecking ball. Looks like the Bastion Sim, at least for now, to back it up. Then all those just going to be swapping over to the Tracer, have that backline pressure. Meanwhile, Hisu just going to be sticking through here with this Sim as Fate. Ready to go full brawl with the Reinhardt with the ball. Bringing it around the back, denied. Nice little boop there, but still get some value off the pile driver. Drops in. And damage of claws, but so far, no kills going to be found. No HP bars taken low at all. The neutral fight can continue. Either way here, Shanghai Dragons occupying the point for the time being, as it is now going to be unlocked. A crash through there from Milgaru. A brief little tag, popping that shield, but takes a lot of damage. Has to pay respect there to that Bastion on the opposite side. Viper reaching out ahead there of 8, throwing up to about 50% towards that artillery.
And Viper just needs to kind of hold the tank form for when the ball rolls through, but at the moment, SPG, they got good health, they got a lot of health, and this is where they can strike. Ares pops the window, but Dragons are already basically out of this fight. Dragons went off the point as well. They went really far away.
Fighting off the side and end up getting punished for it. Crash across there from Milgar, able to find Ares. As the Matrix committed, now rolling through once again. Pile driver going to be denied, but the 90 field's going to be built up. And Hisu, isolated, focused down, all the diving forward, managing to find that one. Now Fate going to be taken down to the back end as well. Fight very handedly going their way as Gangnam Jin is going to be unable to escape. Very swift and clean cleanup coming through here, I should say, from the side of Simprissa. They will take the lead.
And the early game is fine from Dragons. They get the cap first, they push away the ball of Milgaru, get 18%. Shanghai Dragons, as soon as they go for the chase on the side of the map, SPG find their moment to strike and they all collapse on top of Dragons despite the window being dropped in. It's going to drop it in. It's going to be the minefield. No one gets caught and slammed though. The Dragons escape the mines.
Does force them off to an opposite angle, so that's exactly where they're going to be coming through. But the pin, managing to find Milgaru, and that's going to be the finish there from Ares, taking him down. And Matrix committed into the fight. Pulse bomb out, not going to be finding an elimination. Artillery on the opposite side, going to be burned, but Viper got on top of 8 to go ahead and take him down. Kills going to be found on either side, but still looking like it might just be a trade up here in the long run as Ares taken low. Doesn't manage to survive, at least for the time being. Wutan just committing in with that Kitsune rush helps keep them in this fight. They maintain control as Wutan just going to be gunning down 2.
I think it was 3 in that particular fight. I mean, there was a lot of frags, nonetheless, even with Milgaru gone. The extra players on SPG that survive are able to get the cleanup on the Dragons, and we're not quite on last point yet. I mean, I'm kind of flashpoint pilled at this rate. Like 75, that's last fight. No, but we've still got a couple left. Just one left, really. Dragons still got ultimates. Fate should have a free shatter here.
His target is going to be Milgaru. Potential one, but can be difficult to pound down. Hisu, in the meantime, will find Wuchen, so already support's going to be taken out of the fray. There's
free cap.
Holding on, but yeah, free cap is just going to be gained. There's the pin, there's the kill. They take it down, Piper sealing away the final blow. It's going to be Shanghai Dragons finding some stability as Milgaru will end up being feasted upon there. Piper making quick work of it.
It's a cheap fight. It's exactly what you want for Dragons. Now you get to sort of play the point, defensively use that Matrix and Shatter. Again, it's a free Shatter that I suppose Wuchen can come and save. If it's a solo Shatter to Milgaru, Wuchen should just be able to come in, Suzu, save Milgaru's life. But beyond that, if there's multiple players shattered, can't save everybody. So Dragons now come back in effect.
attempt there at that pulse bomb. Although, after he does let it go, doesn't come up with too much of anything. Minefield going to be opened up. Garu looking for the setup here, looking for some picks. Fate double down quite low, takes the TP across the opposite side of the map, says that's not where I want to be. It has the TP right back to the opposite side. Hills coming through steadily to try to keep him alive, but the sound barrier not quite there from Gangnam Jin just yet. Now has it online. See when he needs to commit it into this fight. Garu diving forward, gets the knock up. Viper going to be taken down. It's right out on the Bastion for the time being. Fire strike across, Jin going to be taken out, and that's right as that Amp Matrix comes into play for him. Flip back into their favor once again. Shanghai Dragons moving up, getting ready to crest 80%.
Yeah, I mean, that kill into Hyunjae was huge because then no one gets to use the Amp Matrix at all. Everyone was pretty way out of position from the Amp Matrix at least. As Dragons will be able to equalize this 94. And again, we're still holding on to a decent amount of ultimates here, for better or worse. I mean, I guess in this case, definitely better because we're about to overtake SPG trying to catch up on these ultimates. Shatter? I think the Shatter missed.
Yeah, it doesn't find anybody. Pin as well, not going to come up with a pick. Although pops the recall, takes himself out to safety. Sound barrier now going to be used from Gangnam Jin. Viper still going to be taken down about a half HP. The bouncing name managing to find the enemy tracer, although eliminated before that pulse bomb can come into play. Fate going to be taking a nap. Wuchan down low on HP. Still elects to go ahead and wake up the Reinhardt as Fate is just backpedaling into the corner and eventually will fall down. That Bastion pressure helping them out, but no one can make their way to the point to extend the overtime. Even Milgar somehow far too late. And it looks like with the setup that they have with Fate dead, that very well could have been a flip on the round for Simprissa, but they let it slip through their fingers.
I think that was Simprissa's round for sure. But they didn't communicate who was meant to go. That's a legit C9 because I think they were winning that fight. They had 5 alive. They have fast characters that could actually go for a touch, but failed to communicate how that was going to come down. And, you know, sure, you want to chase down Fate. That's great. You got that kill. But someone's got to take care of the important part of that match, which was to make sure that you save the point itself. As we see, I can't even remember which fight this was, but
it's a while ago.
Running it through.
Just ripping them to shreds in that one. Shanghai Dragons breathing a sigh of relief as they do start things off with that point win.
And I will breathe a sigh of relief because last time Fate played Winston, he's only written out.
Seemingly learning from his mistakes last time out. Onto the Orisa. Not coming through. Oh, up into the air. The mid-air pin there on the 8 takes him out, and Fade just works him down into just bits and pieces. Nuts and bolts lay there on the floor, but the turnaround from the side of Simprissa is looking quite strong. They find themselves a couple of picks, and now themselves occupied onto the point. Fate is tiptoeing on the edge, trying to keep this one in contention, and actually be able to take this one away. Jamming in the cap here for themselves. Milgar down below half HP. They try to keep him alive. It's just both tanks working on the edge of death. The cap eventually comes in. Shanghai Dragons establishing first control.
Somebody heal Fate, please. He's low on HP and he needs to get up. They still have the cap underway as SPG will fail to be able to continue fighting in. Another slam, and it's going to give good damage from Milgar to build up the minefield and nothing else, but SPG need kills. They need to have some sort of kill pressure. Get lamps gone. That'll help.
Pulse bomb. And just a smattering of damage there with the sound barrier shielding makes it completely negligible. 2 kills going to be found very quickly here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons in the back end, although able to trade one out. Sears will fall. That's a far cry away from getting the flip that they so desperately wanted right there in that moment. So ult's going to be committed, but nothing going to be found.
It's trying to the high ground now. I mean, flexible combat, at least as far as mobility goes, because they can TP anywhere they want. And now the ultimate's starting to come online. Photon Barrier has been really big for Shanghai Dragons and really any team that runs Sim. As SPG now, Artillery will dislodge some players, but this map is pretty open.
Not getting any eliminations, it would seem. Mortality Guild was forced out at the very least. They get that. Now Amp Matrix here on the high ground. MJ is looking for a target. Finds Hisu right before he can get to the opposite side of that Photon Barrier, which is now since stated. And Jin as well going to be eliminated. 2 solid pickups here for the side of Simprissa. They still need to get this flip into their favor, and they need to do it quickly. We'll finally be able to find it. 65% established for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, with a couple ults to still work through.
It's a good lead, very fantastic lead, and because they still have extra ultimates, they have ability to enter. Artillery here probably isn't going to do too well, usually doesn't, but definitely not going to do too much here, as SPG are not a team that will stack a certain position that you can force off. SPG, if anything, they should be playing aggressively at trying to lock up the choke points and Dragons want to push through. Nogara setting up for the slam. I give Aldo the alley-oop as well to get a nice clean pulse bomb. Or just that. That's fine.
Yep, there, a kill going to be found. Pulse bomb not necessary there in that one. Still holds on to it, and there's still a big cluster of players around the corner. Shanghai Dragons just playing back for the time being. Giving away a bit of space as well as percentage here. 40% already set up for Simprissa. Lead not too far off.
That's what you need. You need a tracer to follow. You need somebody to follow up when a slam happens and a power drive goes in. Somebody's got to get that kill on a player that gets lifted into the air, knocked up. Minefield, big.
Artillery is out, but while he was popping it, although got on top of the Bastion, the pulse bomb in, Minefield as well, just completely segregating the members of Shanghai away from one another. Pile driver in, finds both the supports, but Lucario doesn't want to overcommit, doesn't have the reinforcements here from Aldo to really dive into that back line and find the eliminations, but it does stave off the Shanghai Dragons on this approach back to the point, and that does give Simprissa the lead.
Yeah, Dragons just can't quite reach the point. They can't quite rotate properly because every time they want to rotate out of a choke, they're just getting pile drived into, which is exactly the gameplay that SPG need. They know that Dragons will be stacking as 5. And the pile drive with 10. This one's going to be kind of solo, but doesn't catch anybody, actually.
It's quick feet work there from Iris does manage to avoid it. Himself saved for the time being. Immortality field from Dunjay going to be burnt. Iris is now going to be exchanged, but look at that. The all out from Fate comes through, pulls in both of the supports and shuts them down. Aiden now going to be taken out. It's all on Aldo and Milgar, the last player standing here versus 3. Engine still going to be holding on to that sound barrier in his back pocket. They would love to try to force this one out of him, but it seems like an impossibility here given the circumstances. Baru zipping away, barely manages to escape with his life. Although it's just delaying on the point, not allowing for that to come in. But they already have 99%. He needs to make sure that it does not go down. They're extending this, however. The rest of the team now rejoining. Artillery strike out from Aiden, goes up over the top. The pile driver in to try to lock them in position. Sound barrier shielding comes in from Gangnam Jin. Everybody nice and healthy for the time being as Chen nearly gets eliminated with the Kiriko Rush. Tsune Rush, I should say, is now going to be online. Pops that one, but Milgaru already going to be taken out. Viper managed to find that line of sight from the fall. Although, do a sliver, has to play safe. The flip has been there in the meantime. Shanghai Dragons in control of the point. They're not out of this one yet.
They can't get the clean up here. Milgaru is the one death, and SPG will be able to get out cleanly. Fate doesn't want to take the risk of diving too deep, which is the correct move to make. Still need some ultimates, so 3 are coming online soon for the Shanghai Dragons, but SPG have kind of lost their edge here. They're a much better team at holding the point and playing, you know, guard and guardian around these choke points with Milgaru's ball, trying to re-enter now. They'll be able to get on the point, no issues, but how do they initiate a dive? How do they initiate an actual flight when Dragons control so much high ground space?
Although taken low, tag in, there's the OT, 99 to 99, massive pile driver coming through now. The minefield going to be sent in as well. Chen, however, going to be taken down. Viper finding that kill now. Aiden's going to be traded out as well. 2 for 0 so far here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Viper down to a slipper will be finished off to Milgaru, able to come away with that elimination. The pulse bomb from Aldo, however, is going to be going wide. The tank is taken down. It's all on Hyunjae, the last man standing. Chen can try to TP back over here, but there's just no way to occupy the point. Shanghai Dragons will close it out. They steal away the first round, but this one they certainly earned. A dominant performance to go ahead and get a 2-0 victory on Antarctic Peninsula.
That's really what we expect out of the Dragons. That's what we want to see out of the Dragons, which is, you know, shift gears towards what is working in the meta so far and what is working for most teams and what should be clearly, obviously, a good comp for the Dragons because, you know, we know that Fate has the main tank chops to go around, play the Orissas, play what he needs to in this particular meta, but Eris on BAP, I mean, that is a godsend. That's like his best hero. He's been traditionally one of the best BAP players that we've ever seen. And then next after this, if Gangnam Jin decides to go on to another flex support, there's more that Dragons can do. Like, there's a lot that this team can really bring out on this patch, and we're starting to see that now.
Yeah, strong performance. I mean, one of the other things that I'm hoping that we get at some point here during this series is potentially that Ball v Ball, because we know that Fate knows how to play that as well. But that might be a bridge too far. We'll have to just wait and see. But for now, that is the Shanghai Dragons starting off with a control win. A map type that has not been kind to them this year. So that is a very good sign for you if you are a Dragons fan. But Simprissa now have map pick as we get ready to go into hybrid. And that's going to be happening on the opposite side of this break. One map out of the way, and it's the Shanghai Dragons standing a bit taller here at the start as they get a much-needed win on Control. A map that has plagued them throughout the entire... A map type, I should say, has plagued them throughout the entire season. They get the early W locked in. Now they set the stage as we get ready to move forward in this series. Sinprissa going to be wanting some revenge, especially after that first round where they likely felt like they got robbed.
I would be very curious as to how the final round on Labs would have gone, because to me, if we play the same matchup again, I could very much see the same result again as well, where, you know, it's more Orisa from Fate versus Milgara Ball, and, you know, the Ball is like, it's funny, it's worked a couple times, but as teams work it out, which shouldn't be too hard to work out, yeah, there's a reason why Ball is not widely played in the meta. It's not what gives you the highest percentage win rate, even if you are very good at the ball, which Megaro is. So SPG need to now consider their options, as I don't think they can one-trick this comp for the entire series.
I have to think where they are going to be wanting to go as we get ready to go into this hybrid map pick. Perhaps an Embani, something like that, to try to enable the ball a little bit further if they do want to stick with it. I'll have to just wait and see. Obviously, Blizzard World would be the most ideal, but alas. It's Midtown.
Middletown. As
Middleton.
last time we played Midtown as well. We really are just running back the exact same series again. Like, exactly. But
A gentleman's agreement, perhaps?
last time it was the Fate Winston versus Milgara Orisa, so SPG are ready to play some meta comps now. And likely it's going to be an exact mirror. I don't expect Fate to play any Jungle Queen today. It's not really his hero. I also don't think Dragons are much of a rush team anyway. So their style should be very much double... I want to see the double flex. For real. This is where the Alari and the back together needs to come out.
See if they have that ready for us as we get ready to jump into this one. Simpress is going to be looking to tie things up, but Dragons want to try to get away with this series as quickly as they possibly can and as cleanly as they possibly can. Definitely breathe a sigh of relief after the opening C9 there on Antarctic Peninsula, but Simprissa is going to be looking to tighten things up and make sure that does not happen once more. So it's the second C9 we had today.
I mean, standard affair.
Unfortunately, some things never change. I go away for a month, I come back, and we're still doing the same stuff.
You know what? I'm surprised there are not more C9s on Flashpoint, given how quickly the point ticks up. Like, teams ain't ready, because the point's just gone. Saw one last week. I said the Milgara wasn't going to play ball, but he balling.
We do be balling. A Vibert out here on the Torbjorn for the defense. Hisu over onto the Soldier 76. So some very...
Oh, and the Alari comes in. The double flex that I've dreamed of. I've been a good boy this Christmas. And Santa Claus, Shanghai Dragons, has delivered.
At least for the time being. We'll see if any picks force them off this composition or if they're just going to be able to stick with it the entire time. Saw some really good impact from that Alari from Krillin in the previous series. Now eyes on Gangnam Jin. See if he can deliver the goods as well. Charge up shots, not really going to be finding too much connection there. Pile driver into Hisu, although pushing forward, trying to capitalize on this one, but now it's going to be forced to recall out. Still going to be somewhat low on HP, so has to back away. But now point not really being touched at all from the side of his Imprissa as Viper. He's found all though, and he burns him down. Absolutely massacres him as Wuchan now kind of stuck into the back line, spotted, dead. Hisu guns him down, and that's going to have to be a reset.
Yeah, SPG's, it's interesting because they still have most of your Pokemon position. The real weird hero here is Aid on the Bastion. Like, at this point, I think, why don't they just go Trace Summer? Look, I know Summer got nerfed, but like, if you're going to commit to the ball dive, actually commit to the ball dive. I can somewhat understand the Kirikou Bap here. You want some long-range damage, perhaps. Kirikou can also flank with your ball/Tracer and do some weird stuff there. Yonjay can somehow just get Hisu down. That's an interesting pick.
Yeah, right there in the train car. Finds that elimination. Brief stun up there on the Aid from that Javelin out from Fate. Bar going to be taking his exit from the high ground, which I'm just going to be TPing up there, try to join in with him, get that healing across, and try to get that Kitsune rush in online. But Iris making use of his own Amp Matrix, managing to come away with a kill, although going to be taken down. Hyunjin down to a sliver. Looks like he will be able to survive. And that is going to be yet another reset here. Half the time bank already going to be down, 2 minutes remaining and not a tick in sight.
Alrighty, SPG still have... They still do some damage. No, it actually won't, because Fate will just walk in the other direction.
Hisu got
Maybe
tagged up.
Wuchan's ultimate can do a little bit more. It's gonna rush straight towards it. Poor Hisu again, he just can't make it across.
Just picked off. This still hasn't delivered any presence on the point quite just yet, but a double up there. Viper getting taken down, certainly could. All down from Fate, not gonna be able to find too much of anything there. Jin managed to find one, although going to be taken down. 25 remaining, bouncing grenade, finds Iris. Cleanup is looking good, and finally SPG can make their way over the point and begin the cap.
It's just so hard. Dragons were not able to really consolidate the damage together. You have Fate and Gangnam trying to work it. And the ultimate from Gangnam the cap this time does at least get them one kill. Is there going to be a retake? It looks like Fate's too far away, so I'm going to call no on that one. They're just going to set it for B instead. Smart call. They've burned 3 minutes away. I think that's reasonable. 3/4 of the time gone. So, yeah, fairly, honestly, quite successful A defense. You'll take that if you're Dragons.
Certainly so. Still hold on to that Molten Core. Ults abound here for the side of SPG. Attack visor from Aldo nearly online as well as Gangnam Jin going to dig down. Speaking of Aldo.
Aldo is just getting these kills, man.
It just murks him. I was looking for Iris here on that high ground. Works him down to about half HP. Can't quite confirm the kill. Milgaru trying to escape. He rolls out to safety. Support's just looking to pump him back up. They do hold on to the ult, so not going to be getting any ult charge off of him, but they keep him alive, and that's a crucial part here for the side of SPG. Stun of the Wuchan, Javelin catching him, but follow-up not found, still not coming in. Just now popping that Matrix here onto the high ground. Hyunjae going to be matching with one of his own. I don't think where it's at, but Hisu finds him, but not before Viper gets taken down, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 of the DPS here between both teams.
I mean, at least they get the trade this time, because Aldo is getting away with the murder every time. Aldo just finds a kill from somewhere. Now, with Aldo down, it's Wuchan that gets the area, so SPG continue their ability to get these opening frags.
Fade. Eventually falling. Buys a little bit of additional time. 1:10 going to be taken off that starting time bank here on the push. This is going to be a very messy fight coming up here because you see the ults available on either side. Starting things off, just popping out with that ult, and he catches Gangnam Jin. Takes him down. That's Captain Sun now. Eventually out of the fight, this card continues to push forward. Should be able to get a reset in time, join in, see what value he's going to be able to find once that comes into play. But Hisu taken down as Magar just gets off onto the flank angle.
Well, Dragons just can't take to break here. They're constantly down one. This has been 5v4s the entire way through. Fate even die late here. Does get beamed up to full HP from Gangnam Jin. But the cap's going to come in. They're not even in position to touch. I mean, no one's faster. They're not playing a quick composition. Fate would have to spin onto the point and burn a cooldown for it, but he was low just a hot second ago. SPG essentially off the back of random, not even random, but just individual picks time and time again. Just whittled down the Dragons' defense. The Dragons still on 4 ultimates as well.
A lot. They haven't been able to get into a position to utilize them. It's been really good picks coming in from the side of SPG. But speaking of picks, Hisu finds up a headshot, finds Aldo, but now Fate is going to be taken down at the front line. So without that tank, without that Terror Surge threat, Shanghai Dragons just going to be set to have to try to scatter. Sun going to be invested here from the side of Gangnam Jin, but they do the follow-up damage to try to find these picks. And Mortality Field is invested. Using the overclock, will be able to get a headshot, and now the kills start to fly through as Hisu finds his second. He's taken down, Aid dead to Viper. John's trying to get himself out of here. Does have that
Hisu
teleport over, gets himself out, and Hisu barely manages to escape as well.
I mean, that would be so bad if, like, Hisu does so much good work there, gets a double kill in the overclock, and then just dies. That would be another 5v4. SPG come in with an advantage. So, Dragons, for all the good they do, cannot afford to take 1 step forward and 2 steps back in that situation. Because now SPG want to take many steps forward with the Katuna Rush.
Katuna Rush coming to the fight, pushing forward. Aid having just a rapid fire rate, doing what he can as Viper tucked into the corner, trying to just burn out as much before as he can, get into a good position, but he just can't really find too much value. Ends up getting caught, although takes him down. Answering artillery there from Aid, not finding too much. Softens him up just a little bit, and Gangnam Jin gonna get picked off in the side room. Taking down the card again, open for a push, 1.5 minutes remaining. The finish getting ready to be in sight as they come around the second to last corner.
Now, I mean, it's a good amount of push. It's decent for SPG in terms of progress. With enough time left to even lose one fight and come back in, it will just come down to also ult economy, which is pretty decent for SPG at this rate. You can even go for a Flux 9 opportunity if we can get deep enough with the Flux still on board from Milgar, but he's low, very low HP. Lamp has to be burned.
Actually, they keep him alive. Good damage across though. There's another javelin connecting there onto Aid. Too much threat as I say that though. Takes a big chunk. That Matrix is going to be forced out. Just trying to keep him alive. Try to force back players here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Viper nearly knocked down. Here's spotted, although can't confirm the kill, but forces out the lamp. That kill. Rockets across. Hisu falling low, but still willing to take the fight. Wants to desperately get that overclock online as fast as he possibly can. Flux not going to be finding too much of anything. Drops straight down to the ground. The Terror Surge comes in at the back end. Find a kill there either. Captive Sun invested from Gangnam Jin. Just trying to keep Fate alive here for the time being. They're operating a support down, and the throughput is just not going to be enough. Fate ends up falling. Turret in the pylon going to be taken down. The cart again inching forward. 22 seconds remaining. Gangnam Jin dead. It's just Iris and Hisu. The overclock online, but as he tries to slide in for the contest, he's just a second too late. 19 seconds remaining. SPG, they get to the end of the map.
I think at best Hisu delays the payload for another second or two, as Shanghai Dragons eventually will have to give up that point. That is a cap no matter what. So I don't even think that was going to go to OT. Simprisa want to get some time as they just, you know, not quite get initial good value on their ultimates, but Flux comes down, Simprisa is still alive, they isolate Fate into the corner. There's no frags coming through from Dragons.
Very nicely done there from Muchan. Just deny that value away. Not get that explosive damage across.
Yep. It's one of the ways to counter the Captive Sun. In fact, many ways for Simprisa specifically, when I think the Sigma is fantastic versus the Illari in general. You have both the shield and the kinetic grasp that can counter out the Captive Sun. But just putting up any shields reduces plenty of the poke damage. And then there's a Suzu, and then there's a lamp, and all the different ways that Simprisa can overcome the Illari of the Shanghai Dragons. And I'm surprised that Nilgara and Simprisa didn't try the Sig early, because you know, it's clear that they can play way more than just the ball. And the Sig versus Orisa matchup's not too bad, especially when you're willing to play your own double flex support, although was somehow just completely destroying Dragons from top to bottom. As soon as this guy went from Tracer to Soldier, he's just picking Dragons every fight.
Yeah, it was just brutal. Now he's going to be coming out with the May on this defense. We're just going to be having a seemingly mirrored matchup here between these Orisas. Are opting into that one right off the rip.
Weird. The May says to me they want to get a little aggressive here and play some sort of wall shenanigans to isolate players from the Dragons. It'll be interesting.
Across, the Sim's going to be trying to dodge out at May as much as humanly possible. And they work their way up here onto the high ground. Not much closer to really occupying the point here.
To be fair, Dragons are playing a way brawlier version of the comp. So maybe the May will get some decent value here. So we see the TP behind, the one dropping supports.
And the wall comes up though, just trying to block them off. Although falling low, gets himself into that ice block, stays alive, stun on the follow-up, but still not going to be found. Really pylon set up there onto the high ground. Javelin into Iris, takes him down, forces out the lamp onto the high ground, which leaves Fate out to dry. Nobody to try to bail him out, and then Iris is a very easy follow-up. That's the first volley going to be dealt with, the first minute taken away.
Yeah, I mean, the initial aggressive TP, and I say initial, was the TP into the backline on the high ground behind the SPG squad. Hisu's the first one down. Initial punish, 5 versus 4. And the wall actually did some decent work, so, you know, good read by Orr, though. I don't know if he expected Dragons to play the brawlier version of the Orisa comp, but in this quote-unquote mirror, and really what the mirror is the BAP and the Orisa, the May certainly has good value when you know that Dragons want to dive in deep and fall in your face.
Alright, well, second crack at it here with the Am Matrix instantly coming through. Wall trying to catch somebody off guard, lock him in, but they managed to break through, get themselves out to safety for the time being. Just an exchange on those bat bolts. Wuchan, though, nearly with that captive stun. Wall coming up, not going to be able to stop them from moving their way into the fire department, but they're going to be completely split off. Yeah, they're very segregated here. Fate trying to hold this corner, but down to half HP, getting chunked away at. In the meantime, the back line starts getting cleaned up. Hisu going to be taken down. Now the support's split. Aid finds another one. A second kill for him as Iris dies. Gangnam Jin trying to make his way out, but just cannot escape. And this is just one after the other getting picked apart here of the Shanghai Dragons.
There'll be more. Fate's in next.
This is such extended staggers. This is catastrophic.
I mean, that was a complete disaster for Dragons because half their team got locked out and didn't take the TP. But the half of the team that did take the TP included both supports. So you see Fate get chunked down to nothing, 100 HP. He can't get healed because there's 2 supports from the fire station now. So Fate's been left out to dry. His supports got nothing to do in the fire station. So all 3 of them, +1, 2 supports +1, just get cleaned up. super late death on a Fate. That is about as bad as you could hope for.
TP4 just looking to get up into 8 space. One-time barrier going to be invested. You know, at the ready, comes across. Gangnam Jin's going to be taken down. Looking for the follow-up. Wuchen will be able to find Iris, just sniping him out. Fate now dead, and it's all on Viper, the last man standing. Ends up falling. They lose out on 2, but the respawn's pretty damn close here, and it's less than a minute remaining for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, who do not want to get full held.
I feel like Gangnam Jin did have sound barrier there. So, unfortunately, that didn't come out. I think the Dragons should have poured every single ultimate they had into that fight. Because this is one of their last good attempts as they'll just go for a very fast heat here. Beat Blade. Could it be good enough?
Terra Surge goes across, and Mortality Field to go ahead and mitigate that one. Wuchen going to be pieces. Viper finding them 1. Although Navarro coming away with 1 kill apiece, but for now, it's just going to be 2v3 as the trade-up starts coming in, and oh yeah. Trade up in a major way. Isu able to find aids, looking for Hyunjae, but Hyunjae wins out the fight alongside Aldo. The last 2 players standing here for the side of SPG, but they hold the line. They stop the ticks from coming through. Although, to lock them out of this one, has the wall to try and deny. Blink forward, Viper around the backside, gets himself into the fire station, gets the tag. OT gonna be forced out. Ant Matrix, however, has to be played through. Countering Ant Matrix now in from Iris just to try to escort them forward. Expiring. 8.
Oh, good shot.
Staying safe, but yeah, the shot from Hisu managing to find that kill. That's an opener here. Where they need to get this cap. Although taken low, taken down. Fate will find the elimination. Now Milgaro, aid. Everybody falling to the wayside as which is the last man standing, but not for too long. Ends up getting gunned down. An extended team kill. The overtime cap coming through. Shanghai Dragons to get an extra 2.5 minutes to try to work with, but they still have to go all the way to the end of the map.
It's Viper and Hisu, man. Viper who dodges all of the utility being brought to the table by SPG to stop a cap, or stop a rather touch. And Viper manages to engage that touch, and then Hisu on the Sojin, one of his classics, finds the shots required to get the kills to buy Dragons back in. He nearly dies there, and that would have been pretty bad for Dragons' initial start onto B. They'll give themselves a fair chance, but remember, Dragons have to finish the map.
Yep. Go the distance, have to get to the end, and even then, that's just for extra innings. But at least, you know, even if it is in overtime, which seems likely given the time bank, then yeah, a chance to play for that win, if not the draw at the end of it all. Blizzard online from Aldo wants to really grind this push down to a halt. Hisu, overclock nearly online, would love to have that right here, right now. 5% left to go.
Blizzard, pretty important. Fortunately for SPG, not in the OT just yet, but they might be able to just win this one without using ultimates at all. Just straight frags. It means it's just the one of the Gangnam Jin so far, but it's enough to force Dragons all the way back. Can they get a late kill to somebody? Not quite as Dragons fully concede ground.
He's the engage, he's the bailout.
As long as we get close to the OT, you know, the value of the Blizzard increases.
Yeah. It's looking like we might end up, unless somebody pulls the trigger here soon, with a full-on 5v5 ult fight. But there you go, first one's coming through. On opposite sides, the Ant Matrix is coming to play. Milgaro going to be taken down as the overclock is layered in. Hisu finds that shot. The cleanup is looking good. Hyunjae dead. Wuchen down low. Although we'll be able to find Viper, but that's the only parting gift here that they're able to find. Little nade set up there for Hisu, trying to slow them on the exit, but they managed to pull back. Space has opened up. Shanghai Dragons resuming the push, but still a decent amount of distance to close out. And SPG, they will be able to recontest.
And that's the important thing, right? Because that was not the important fight for SPG. The important fight for SPG is coming up. I mean, this is going to be basically it, because we're getting towards the OT now, 30 seconds away. This is the one where SPG need to save up ultimates and really bring them out for Dragons, who you want Dragons to spend early because they won't have much late.
Of course, back off the cart, the rush forward getting ready to come through. There's the Terra Surge, there's the ult up from Wuchen, the Captain Sun coming across. Viper going to be taken down, with Milgaro going to be traded out as Fate finds the elimination, but now the Blizzard layered in. Aldo goes into the ice block, looks for the cleanup, and they are just completely frozen. The Immortality Field was already dealt with. Aid quickly claiming that one. The cleanup is swift, it is good. That's just going to be Gangnam Jin dead on the cart as the OT will bleed away. A dash forward, the blade pulled, but nothing more to be done here from Viper. We'll just stay back, preserve the KD as best as possible, as Sin Parissa will have a successful hold in front of point B and tie us up at 1-1.
It's a good look from Simprisa. I mean, the first test, and obviously we all know that Simprisa's got more to play through than just the ball. If they were only going to one-trick the ball this entire series, it would be bad news for Simprisa Gaming, but they'll test it out early. Okay, Dragons, they've learned, they've studied the ball. Fate obviously knows what the deal with the ball is. Not going to play the ball again here. We're going to go towards more meta stuff. Haven't talked as much about the Sigma, but honestly not bad in the Orisa matchup, and they'll win it both ways. They'll attack with the Sigma and Cap, and they'll defend successfully with the Orisa and Simpreza tied up 1-1.
Series on our hands, as we love to say. It's not going to be a 3-0. Could still very well end up being a 3-1, but for whose side, we do not yet know. Shanghai Dragons, however, are going to have map pick, not a flashpoint coming up next. Got the win initially on control. Can they do it, though, with 5 control points simultaneously? We're going to find out and come back to the break.
Recharging.
And we are tied up at a 1-1. Simpreza able to successfully hold the Shanghai Dragons at bay in front of Point B there on Midtown. Tie the series. Now have the chance to try and take the lead. Dragons. I love
just
that
when
sign.
Just when it started to look a little bit rough for Simprisa, they unlock a new gear. They show what they're really capable of, and honestly, their quote-unquote meta look damn good. So I start to get a little bit worried for the Shanghai Dragons, as that certainly could have gone better for them on Midtown.
Yeah, the sign there from the Simprisa fan saying we are going to win today as well. And, well, that's a step in the right direction. Tying things up, not letting the series get away from them. And get a win on their map pick. Now they have to do pretty much the same on Shanghai's if they want to be able to take the lead as we get ready to go into Flashpoint once more.
And last time we went to Flashpoint, played a little bit of Suravasa. That obviously went the way of SPG, as it was only a 4-map series, which ended on Esperanza. So, you know, we've had 2 out of the 4 maps we played in the first matchup between Shanghai and Simprisa. Let's see if we can get the full run back or not. But it was a 1-to-1 as well. Yeah, we had the full 1-to-1. Shanghai won Midtown last time. We're getting the opposite. Simprisa won Antarctica. Shanghai won Midtown. Today it's the other way around, and today we're going to go to New Junk City as well, not Suravasa.
A change up here. New Junk City going to be coming through once again, so in the last series, and I like that. Thank you very much, Shanghai, making it so that I don't have to try to cast a second new map in the same day. Gives me a bit more time to just continue to catch up here.
No new map for you.
One's all we get. But...
I mean, you might get it tomorrow. It's funny, in the first week, last week, I exclusively cast the Suravasa. Didn't see a single New Junk City. I'm just starting to play a little bit of both.
Today's the day they decided to change it up. Flavor of the month, of the week, rather. Getting differentiated. So we'll see, though, if this is going to spell a win for the side of the Dragons. I could see this very easily being a back and forth series, just winning on their own map pick and going all the way to 5 to really settle it on final map of Escort. We'll have to just wait and see if that is going to be the case, though.
You know what's going to happen on this map? Nilgara is going to bring out the ball again. Why? Because he brought out the ball versus Infernal on Suravasa, and they actually won.
Okay.
They also won with the ball on this map versus Shanghai.
Doesn't have the same applications on New Junk City. Looks like he seems to think so, as we are going to be seeing it hover here right off the rip. Fate, however, is going to be sticking with the Orisa.
He's playing the lore-accurate hero. Is this not the arena that the Wrecking Hall Brawl got its fame from? I don't know. Is that the ball lore?
I don't know. I just remember that he was from... Was he on Horizon Lunar Colony or something like that?
Space?
Yeah.
But then he became a junket. That's part of the lore.
Okay. See, that's something that I didn't know. Which is
became
rare.
A champion.
Alright, well, we'll see if he can do that again. Is Hisu going to find an early kill, although going to be taken down. Big pile driver in there from Nilgard. Just going to be popping the shield. Making his exit. Gets a good amount of ult charge there, but still is being hounded down, taken low. Hisu, of course, off the flank. Wanted to really extend forward and try to find some extra value there, but instead we'll just be satisfied to go ahead and pull back, drop down into the arena, and get the cap here for the side of the Dragons.
And now SPG, see how they land these dives, because the problem with this map design on this particular point is even when you land the pile drive, there's not clear sightlines with Hyunjae and Wuchen to get the follow-up damage as there are on other maps and other points.
HP there for a brief moment on the Hisu. Immortality field now going to be used, but Viper already going to be taken down, although finding that kill. And Matrix invested, pile driver in on the opposite side of it, trying to pressure Ears off this angle, but he's just busy trying to keep everybody alive here for the time being. But not there. SPG really setting foot down into the arena itself, although additional pressure into the back line, but recalled Burns drops down, comes in behind the robot, get himself some healing.
Decent boot, but pile drive's going to come in regardless. Might end up forcing the sound barrier. Fate on low HP. You have to be considerate of and Gundam agrees. They get all though.
Get the kill. The sound barrier is in. Extra protection here for the side of the Dragons, who are running away with this first point. 87% built up. Multiple ultimates available for the side of SPG, and that's going to be the immortality field as well. Here is taken down by the artillery. Molgaro swinging through, finds Hisu. And the cleanup is swift. As the 2 ultimates committed here from the side of SPG. They get themselves control of the point, but they have to run it all the way up to 100 if they want to take it for themselves.
It's a long run back, or rather a short run back, but still 0 to 99. You have the Cats Dragons out on the side, aid with the self-use, the artillery, where you artillery and then you just kind of drop it on top of yourself. Thankful that you don't self-damage anymore. And Air is somehow being caught by that. Air is maybe just too deep. And that's the thing about the lamp as well. You bait yourself into thinking you're safe, but one of the strikes usually kills the lamp.
Photon barrier in, pulse bomb out from Moldo, binds Gangnam Jin. Gonna rush in answer just to help shove them back, and for now they will be able to control this point. Ticking up very rapidly here, 54% already established for the side of SPG.
That's one fight. Dragons have to wait for respawn. The respawns are here now, so they're 5 again.
They don't have the ults, so
Probably
it's still going to be an upward battle.
They'll double ult to just enter. Artillery's not going to find too much, they'll just open the way.
Trying
Oh my god, how does Hisu die?
I mean, yeah, it just finds the immortality field with that one, but Hisu and Viper both going to be taken down. Now Fate dead as well. That's the cleanup, and that's SPG likely taking this point for themselves, and yeah, with Gangnam Jin dead, it certainly confirms it. First volley looking very good for the side of the Shanghai Dragons up until it wasn't.
It was a good flank. I mean, that put the pressure on the Dragons, forced Viper to reconsider where his artillery strikes were going to come through from, and then beyond that, Hisu just getting domed by Wu Chan off the top. Then over towards Ducks now. And the other thing that's really interesting about the ball comp is, like we saw in Antarctica, once the ball comp has control of the actual point itself, it's hard for Dragons to recontest because they got to walk through chokes and go at risk of being pile drived every single time.
Their artillery. Can he find value once again? The answer seems like it's going to be yes, because Milgar is right in there alongside of it. Suit eliminated, although still pressuring on the flanks. Pulse bomb about to be online. It has that, and it's going to be SPG first in the cap this time around.
It already puts the pressure on, and just as I've explained, this is the comfortable position for SPG to be on. Wuchan comfortable to off angle as he managed to get a pick onto Hisu last time, doing this exact same thing.
Pulse bomb in, HP bar's low. Immortality field comes in from Iris. Will keep them alive, at least for the time being. Like in behind that amp matrix is Aldo, but he's pressured off the angle. Hyunjae and Milgar are both going to be taken down. A big opener now for the side of the Shanghai Dragons to start to work their way forward. Getting Aldo low on HP, just have to back away. Just keeping everybody alive. They will have a Kitsune rush for the re-engage. See Fate looking to get into a forward position. Going on the hunt,
just
trying to see if he can catch anybody.
Much better for Dragons in the trade of the amplification matrices when you have two bastions, you want to trade damage, but Fate on the Orisa can just deny so much of what SPG can do. Nogara ends up being the one overstaying as well, getting destroyed by the double damage tank form. First one back on the point, looking for some application for mines.
Okay, rush comes in. Nogaro's so very low. Pops the shielding, keeps himself alive here. Just play as best as he possibly can and keep himself in this fight, but that photon barrier completely shuts down the assault. Now the push forward.
Oh, big
the
TP.
aggressive fight, they rush their way forward, looking for the kills, and they will be found. There's surge up on Fate and claims aid. 2 quick kills. Looks like we might just be getting tied up 1-1. Enough time to go for a slight little recontest here, perhaps for the side of SPG. It's getting away from them.
And they need Milgar. Thankfully, it is a quick hero, but you don't get grapple out of spawn anymore, so it's likely that you just set up a next point. Not that you know where it is, because it's all random. Seemingly too late here. Although it's gonna go for it.
Aldo's
No, not
trying
anymore.
to.
Cost him his life.
Yep,
I think it was too late. Even if Aldo touches, it's like your team is still so far behind. And now you're going to be behind for the next rotation. You'll rotate with 4. Actually, it's got to be Dragons there first. So, not a good look for SPG, sadly.
No margins, but yeah, Dragons do occupy this space first and foremost. Viper, defensive artillery at the ready. Aid's still going to be trying to build his up. Pile driver in with the minefield set up. Not finding anything quite just yet. Mortality field going to be taken down, although finds Gangnam Jin. There's the artillery into the pulse bomb, although claims 2. Playing off of that flank, just hounding down that bastion. Very wise play from him. Now Fate trying to exit, but he's just completely squeezed in between Aldo and Hyunjae. Kills come in. Nobody lost on the side of SPG. They get this control.
Yep.
10% ticking up.
And that was the entry that SPG were looking for on the previous point. On Refinery, they'll be able to prevent the early camp from going over to Dragons, as the camp wasn't unlocked yet, using that time to get a pile drive into the minefield. Into Aldo, then cleaning up Viper as well as Aid will try and get tricky with these artillery strikes. Not that we're expecting too much here.
Well, you say that.
Oh my god, the lamp was there too, and Gangnam Jin just... He died before the lamp. Come on.
Sniped out, and Iris taking, half chunk of damage there. It does survive. Car is still on the hunt.
And they had a
rotations.
TP. They had everything. It's like a lamp, TP, and still Gangnam Jin died. That can't happen. Come on.
Anybody playing on the Australian servers, if you happen to encounter Avril and you kill him with that ultimate, they should have taught him in game.
Problem is, you won't find me playing.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Aid gonna be taken out. He's hidden. He's got many a name. Can't identify him online. Which I'm finding Iris. Damage into the back line. Looks like SPG gonna be able to stabilize in that regard. 9% locked in. Pulse bomb out from Aldo. Look at the kill, and he's gonna get two. Fate and Hisu both gonna be taken out. Manages to find a third as well. And Aldo very much wanted this point for himself. Scoops 4 at the end of the fight. Monstrous performance from him on the Tracer to go ahead and reestablish a lead for SPG.
I mean, that and the soldier from earlier as well on Midtown. He's on something today, although doing the most. Nogaro flying onto the point, as you'd expect. Fastest hero here. And, well, you're not going to get capping yet because the point's not open. You can start setting up. I don't even know if he's been spotted. He might have been, but he'll get the early slam on.
Finally do, but oh my god, look at him push through, just taking him low, and that sets up the kill. Aid, the capitalize, finds Iris. Barrier forced out as well as that sound barrier, but this could very well fall apart to the side of Shanghai Dragons, and it looks like it indeed is. Viper going to be taken down as well now. Hisu eliminated. One trade out, Spade managing to find Hyunjae, but then he himself is gone. The cleanup is swift, it is fierce, and SPG, they desperately want this series lead.
Yeah. That was a sick fly through on the ball. Hiding, get a free pile drive into what looks like a full team run through on the grapple. Just a ton of damage, a ton of CC. Boosting his ult charge rate nearly into the next minefield as here comes Dragon on the retake.
Artillery out. Viper no pulse bomb. No access at the back line, and Hisu's dead!
Suzu'd early. Iris used Suzu straight away before the shot even came down.
And now he's dead. Aid cleans up 2 more. Viper and Fate going to be taken down. That's going to be a 4K for him in this fight. And I mean, Aid and Aldo are both just absolutely pounding right now. 63% built up on the point. 3 ults still in the back pocket.
Yeah.
And this is map point.
And that's the other thing as well, is Simprisa, they don't waste any time. The artillery strike comes through, but the real utility out of that is that it just gets your divers, especially although deep into territory, while Dragons are trying to survive against the artillery, which somehow they're not doing, and it's just the frags keep coming. This is the last fight.
And that's Hisu dead once again, right up the rip. This time a different explosion, taking him down. It's the pulse bomb. Viper inching forward onto the point, forces out the overtime. Milgaro, however, just looking to make this completely unassailable. Drops down the minefield. Although into the back line, once again, looking to deal with Iris and take him down. He's down to about half HP. Terror Surge comes through, but Fate gonna be dead as soon as that spear hits the floor. So does his corpse. Clean up. Kiriko dead, and it's looking very swift indeed. Hisu finally rejoins, but it's far too late. Simprisa very dominantly will be able to take them down here on New Junk City, 3-1, and now have a 2-1 lead in the series. Match point is theirs.
And actually, I think this was the performance of the map that I found least surprising, because again, they beat Infernal, one of our top teams in the region, with the ball on Surabasa, on Flashpoint. Surely Shanghai Dragons were not going to be able to put up too much of a fight here. And yeah, they put up some fight. They got Arena, but the other 3 points went all the way to Simprisa. Hopefully, though, after this experience, Iris finally learns the timing on how to counter artillery. Lamp needs to be thrown early. Suzu needs to be thrown late.
And not only that, but just trying to learn the tendencies and the positioning here of Milgaro, because that catch off guard going into the final point is what really set the stage for SPG to just run away with it and not give them access at all. Beautifully done from Milgaro. We'll see, though, if those adjustments can be made. Get ready to once again go into the map pick of Shanghai Dragons. The push is on the horizon. Let's see what they elect to take us to. Whether or not they're going to be able to find the win, because they need to. They need to tie this up once more. Try to keep themselves in this lower bracket. Otherwise, Simprisa are going to be the ones moving forward and besting the Shanghai Dragons. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, we'll see if it's going to be the conclusion or the extension of the series. We are back, and Sinprissa is in the driver's seat. 2-1 the series score at the moment after a very dominant win on New Junk City. Now we look to see if they can finish the job that they started, or if the Shanghai Dragons are going to be able to hold out hope, hold on, keep themselves in this one by winning on their map selection a push.
And that map selection is going to be Coliseo, and you know why? It's because it's not a good ball map. You can't play ball in Coliseo unless you're extremely brave, but even then you probably shouldn't. However,
well,
doesn't mean SPG can't win.
Brave.
Doesn't mean they can't win, because they can certainly just go back to Orisa, play some Sigma, all those work. Or I guess you could just be extremely brave and try it out anyway. But last time we went to push for these two teams, it was Esperanza. And that went the way of SPG. And yes, Milgaro did play ball.
Well, let's see what the selection's going to be and whether or not Milgaro is going to be going for the bold pick to try to put Shanghai 6 feet under. Because I'll tell you what, right now it's looking like he could get it done. I'm a believer. I'm getting Milgaro pilled at the moment in this young buck. He kind of set the stage for me, saying this guy's an incredible ball player, and I was like, yeah, okay, all right, we'll see how he goes. It's going really well,
like surprisingly well. Like
yes,
it shouldn't go this well, and yet it does. I can't explain it to you. I cannot explain it to you.
He's taking up the mantle of Among. He is following in that man's footsteps, and he's saying, you know what? Somebody needs to be the ball god. I will be the one. No one else wants to take the mantle. I will step up the task. And so far, it's been delivering.
The comps don't even fully make sense. Because when you think about ball comps, you're thinking about Tracer, you're thinking about Sombra, you're thinking about full dive, everybody dive in, and yet it's just him, and although it's him playing the ball, although on a Tracer, and everyone else is like playing a different game of Overwatch. Because they're like on Bastion, they're playing BAP, they're playing Eureka. It's like, huh? On paper, it makes no sense, and yet they win.
I mean, hey, if you don't like the meta, invent your own one. We'll see if it does continue
Rush
forward.
out there. Rush on Dallas out there is like, there ain't no way.
Well, perhaps you can be proven wrong. This would certainly set the stage for it. Make a very strong argument for this to become something that other teams could perhaps look into running.
Very few teams have a good enough ball play. You have Gaga on Charge, and Charge is not in a good spot. And you have Fate on Dragons, who might lose the series twice.
Yep.
A rematch. Those are your other two good ball players.
I would have loved to have seen the opt-in here. Try to go toe-to-toe. Fate say, you know what? I won a championship rocking this pick. I can take you down, but so far, has wanted to stray away from it.
Yeah, he needs 2021 Flitter Tracer back for that. Maybe a little bit of Lip Sombra too.
I mean, hey, Viper's... I would trust in Viper to be able to get it done, but look at the flash at the moment. Okay, Milgaro, he's going to be swapping over to Orisa.
I was going to say he's tempting Fate, but Fate is also in this game. And, yeah, it's going to be a mirror. Double flex support both sides. The Torb is an interesting pick from Viper. Was Viper maybe expecting something more aggressive out of SPG? I don't mind the Torb.
You might be thinking that all that was going to be on the Tracer again.
If Milgar was going to go ball, the Torb is actually an insanely good pick. But this is still fine. I think this is workable. They lack the one-shot capability of the Sojin, which Hisu... I don't know. I think Viper and Hisu might need to do a swap here so Hisu can play something like the Sojin, but they can't do that yet.
Nope. It's going to be 8 on that pick for the time being. Turret spotted. Doesn't really want to overstay his welcome there and trying to clear it out. Backs away as the bot unlocked. Battle can commence.
Oh, yeah, okay, there you go. There's your one shot.
Just get the headshot across. Finds that opening kill, which I'm going to be taken down. Pylon dealt with, but that's the only casualty so far on the side of the Shanghai Dragons, as they will begin the push.
Yeah, SPG just have to give that one up. Full retreat. Junjo's going to get the first ult, though. Huge amount of healing damage done. Getting slash damage done on this bat. Although dying Viper again. Oh my goodness.
Okay, man's frying.
You don't need a Sojin. I guess you play Torb and left click somebody down.
Melting through them. Molten Core nearly online. Gangnam Jin way out in front as well with the early death on the Wuchan. Using good pace. There's that Captive Sun, but Javelin out for Milgar will be able to find Hisu. A bit of pressure alleviated. That Bastion gone. A lot of the damage is taken away. Let's go ahead and push them forward, but okay. Yeah, it did.
That
It
hit?
stunned him out of it. He
Oh
completely
my
stunned him
God.
out of it and set up for the kill. Wuchan immediately came in, cleaned it
Oh
up.
my
Aid in the
God.
meantime finds 2, and this just became an absolute catastrophe.
That was insane from Milgo. By the way, I hate to say this and call it out, but I did just witness Gangnam healing a wall. His fate died. Gangnam was healing the wall. So, not a hero, not a teammate, just the wall. Sad. Milgo, though, he fried. That was an insane play. He just completely canceled Gangnam's ultimate. Here comes the ultimate from Hisu. No dice.
We shove them back, but yep. Tuck not being found. Like Aid maybe eating one little blast there, but it's top back up immediately. Now holds onto the overclock. Up onto the high ground, goes Wuchan, looking to set up with the kill. Sun does come through, but still not going to be found. Instead, it's going to be Hisu. Turn the tides. That Matrix comes in, although immediately evaporated. Overclock committed to the fight here from Aid, but isn't really getting line of sight whatsoever. So Botch is going to be locked in the position. For now, the lead still in the hands of the Shanghai Dragons as is spot control.
See what they can do with the next Hyunjae ultimate. The Ant Matrix available again. Bot's doing a little bit of a dance in the spot right now. Gangnam low. There's the frags coming through. It's Dragons who have to walk back. I mean, they're taking more damage at the moment. Hisu's not set up.
Although looking to open things up is peppering that back hallway. Immortality Field going to be forced out. Hisu top back up now. The Ant Matrix up close and personal here, looking to melt them down, but all those already going to be dead, and that's a lion's share of your damage to try to use with that Ant Matrix. Very good pick found here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Continuing to move that bot ever further forward. SPG losing out on the tank. Aid trying to slide out of here, keep himself alive. Can't afford to have any further staggers. But already decent enough space going to be opened up with this push.
Ultimate's on board for Dragons as well. Big opportunity now. They already have the lead. They want to get this cap as well. They are struggling to, I guess, dislodge most of these plays from the high ground. A lot of ultimates coming on through. And there it is, Hisu onto Wuchan. That was also, by the way, the Captain Sun from Gangnam for extra damage in.
Burst him down. Mortality Field not going to be able to help in that regard. And now, checkpoint nearly there. But hey, it's the fun part of the map. Nozar speaking out over the side, gets the contest.
Spare you back.
To try to break through this one, but Aid now going to be finding Hisu. The man advantage going to be there for the side of SPG. Fate using the Terra Surge, only gets the Immortality Field. He's low on HP. Has to try to pull his way back. Bouncing Nate forward. Quite a bit of damage here, but still backpedaling away, but eventually MJ will be able to get him. Still going to be found. Checkpoint not established. 4 ults, nearly 5 in the back pocket here for SPG as they go on the push.
Just a little bit surprised that Fate didn't use the Terra Surge to pull all the players of SPG off the bridge down a little bit earlier. But yeah, an easy Hyunjae land to prevent anyone from SPG dying there, and Shanghai Dragons kind of have to just eat that last back out, except that they got 15 meters and nearly capped. Back for another one. SPG trying to close that gap in the moment. Here comes Hyunjae's ultimate.
And out. Matrix denying that line of sight. Hisu playing around it. Nade doesn't bounce onto the high ground like Aldo wanted. Doesn't find that damage. Doesn't threaten him down. Meantime, Nilgaru taken very, very low. Nearly eliminated. It's going to force out 2 ultimates here, but Wuchan is able to utilize that Captain Sun to help take down Hisu. Aid now on the hunt, swinging around the corner. Puts Viper down to a sliver of HP. Crammed into the corner. Answering all out. Aid just trying to dance around, but eventually will get bursted. But the cost of here some fate. Big kills here from the side of SPG. Aid gonna have to try to rejoin as quickly as he possibly can. Obviously does not have that forward spawn quite just yet. Artillery in from Aldo. Terra Surge as well, gonna be layered through, and Viper caught up in that mortar fire, ends up falling.
The cap is there, although we'll get it by himself. Dragons in no position to be able to stop that. SPG now firmly in the lead, and they don't even have to fight this if they don't want to. It seems like they will back on out. Cut their losses, don't want to get wiped here. They want to be able to make sure they have full 5 available in the neutral for the concourse fight. As SPG now need to play a lot of defense, although a 6-meter lead is not really enough if they want to win the map. Assuming Dragons can get 1 or 2 good fight wins, they'll typically get their own cap and flip again.
Yeah, still very narrow margins with just under 4 minutes remaining here between the 2 squads. Hyunjae pacing Iris towards that Ant Matrix, now has that one available. The whole DPS ults here for the side of Shanghai Dragons could push through these defenses here as SPG just try to keep the spot locked into a neutral position. Matrix opened up. Hyunjae, however, stunned. I believe that spear got him, and he's right into the molten core. A great setup there. I believe Fate, the one who's really delivering that final blow over to Viper's hands. Either way, a good pick. Now it's just Blue Chen trying to hold the line here as far as the support's concerned. Still Genji can try to rejoin, but he himself going to be stunned up, taken down. Fate will find that elimination. Now Milgaru going to be dead. Although, finds Hisu, but that's the only casualty coming in. As Gangnam Jin will go ahead and pop that Captain Sun. He's managed to get the kill, and that's going to be escorting the bot back forward. We might just have checkpoint be checkpoint.
And they're really trying to secure it. Let's see if anyone can stall from the bridge. Aid's going to make an attempt for it, but he doesn't want to die. Still effective. Okay, he's going to get pulled off by the church. That worked out. Not bad.
Pulled down. Bot, however, still going to be locked into place.
Oh, it's gone.
Captive Sun, yep, taken away. Spin of the spear. Fate noms that one up, and Wuchen gets taken down to the back end. Sun in on the Milgaru, answering artillery. Hisu finds although, and this is a big opportunity now for the Shanghai Dragons to try to take a lead for themselves. Milgaru can only find one before falling. Checkpoint now going to be established.
Now that was so telegraphed. Fate read that like a book. And now we've got an even game for about a second longer as the payload will now start moving again. And lead absolutely confirmed. Dragons trying to take us to map number 5. This is looking like a close series. First escort we've seen in a hot minute if we do actually go that far. Milgaru dropping down is bad positioning. Has to be considerate of where he is now. He might have to get bailed out by his own team.
Okay, artillery now just going to be dropped in straight on top of the robot. Jin knocked down to about a half HP. Immortality field going to be dealt with. Maybe the overclock popped. Bot getting stolen away. 8 on the flank, and he gets punished for it. Viper with a quick headshot. Takes him down with the rail of his own. Bot not getting too far away from them. Now Gangnam Jin setting out the ult again. Terra Surge in from Milgaru. Finds Iris. Sustain coming through. They try to keep him alive. It looks like Milgaru will be able to hold the line for the time being, but has to back up. Still down to half HP.
Oh my god, that's
that. Oh, gets the spear. Shuts down Viper. What a shot from him. Sends him off the side. That's going to be the team kill coming through. Somehow they hold the line, but they do lose the lead. It's a minute and 25 seconds to try to reestablish it. A difference of about, what, 24 meters they need to try to make up.
Milgaru is absolutely clean. No matter what the result of this is, that is some insane spear accuracy. Cancelled an ultimate a little bit earlier on. Spears Viper off the map this time around. Down there, as you said, they have to try and close the gap. Now 19 meters is fully winnable for the Dragons. This is a good enough lead. With 1 minute left to go. This is looking very good for the Dragons. And they hold on to their positioning though. Ultimate's coming online. Fate's got a good one. As soon as we get into OT, Terra Surge value goes skyrocketing.
Jan kicking down first and foremost. Immortality field burned as well. Clean up there on the pylon. The bot again being pushed back to the starting position. If Viper finds another headshot, although going to be taken out, he's going to take under fire. Trying to retreat, trying to stay alive and in this fight. Has to continue to backpedal, and the healing output isn't looking too great. Milgaru is still very much in danger of getting taken down. Tucks around the corner, but then eventually has to give line of sight over to Fate. Very quick to collect the kill. Terra Surge now pulling them forward. Immortality field in response, but it's cleared out swiftly. Greatly done by Viper. Fate finds a double. Viper gets the follow-up. The kills come in. 12 seconds remaining. The bot continues to push.
And you don't even need to push a lot. If you want to make the C9 happen, you actually start pushing right now. However, Dragons, they want the distance. They want to secure a little bit more at the moment. Doom coming through from Milgaru. Final couple of ultimates online for SPG, but A's already down 5v4.
Yeah, he's coming away with the kill. Now Milgaru trying to rejoin, but that Doomfist swiftly dealt with. Hyunjae, the Ant Matrix, it finds no value. They don't need the C9. They take the fight right up into their faces, and they win it out. Gorgeously done, as we are not finished yet. Shanghai Dragons get a win here on their map pick of Colosseo, and you said we haven't seen too much of it lately. We're going to see it here now today. We will have Escort coming up.
Save the best for last, my favorite game mode, and no idea what these teams will pull out for this, as it's a rare game mode now, and a lot of high ground, low ground play. Probably going to see some sim out there. Likely a lot more of the Orisa for Fate. Possibility, actually, of the ball coming back, because it's not a bad pick for an Escort. We don't know which one it will be just yet. It's in Pris's field. They can choose whatever they like, and that will be to their advantage, because if they do want to play ball, pick the one that best suits ball.
See if that is going to be the case, if that's going to be the game plan, but Shanghai Dragons fighting back, making this a true series and giving us our first 5-mapper here of the day. Still very much up in the air as far as who's going to be walking away victorious. For Sinprissa, this is keeping the season alive, their year alive. If they lose here, that's it. That's done for Shanghai Dragons, so it keeps them in that lower bracket. Both teams going to be fighting tooth and nail, but we'll see who walks away victorious when we come back. One more map to be played this evening as we find ourselves tied up 2-2 between Sinpresa and Shanghai Dragons. They get a win on Coliseum to extend this all the way to Escort, a map type that we don't get to see too much of as of late. We get it here, a rare treat, and one that I am fully geared up for.
And you know what? This is our first map 5 in the knockouts, so
Still a Fleta fan here in the audience.
3 O's to 3 1s. It was Fleta's birthday recently, so happy birthday. I think it was yesterday, maybe.
Happy birthday,
So there's
Fleta.
that. So let's see if Fleta can get his birthday win through his team. We'll get it vicariously. I don't know what to expect. I mean, we haven't seen a single map 5 so far in this region in the knockouts on this patch, so it's hard to know. I'm doing a bit of guesswork in terms of what might happen on Escort.
I mean, I'm at a loss just as much as you are. I'm talking about, you know, what maps are we going to be seeing as we get ready to come forward into this one. Hard to say, but something that favors the ball perhaps is what we were teeing up before the break. Just go ahead and fully enable Milgar, who has just proven time and time again that this guy is the second coming of Amon.
Tell you what, Circuit Royale would definitely be the wrong pick. I think you don't want to go to a sniper heavy map that favors double flex support as well. That would be Pichu on a Widow plus Scunnum, Jin, Eris on double flex support. That would probably not be a good idea for SPG. So
yeah,
what do you really got left after that? Well, yeah,
Junker
Gibraltar, Dorado,
Town? Do we have Junker
66. No, we do not have Junker Town.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Another Widow heavy map.
It's been a while.
Good for
It is going to be
good for the
66.
lore. Again, good for the lore accuracy, but otherwise, probably not a good matchup. I don't think 8 is as comfortable in the Widowmaker as Hisu is. So Route 66, to me, it was either this or Dorado. If you want to play ball, probably actually more Dorado. 66 is interesting.
Maybe it'll be a departure
have
from our
to
expectations.
I have to imagine you're going to be doing some Arista Bastion stuff right at the front gates. Because we, even on the previous patch, for some time now on this map, we've seen teams hold up really close.
I mean, I'm thinking back to the old bunker, just off in the side cave right in front of the beginning, have that Arisa barrier, back when she had a barrier, as well as the Mei, and just keep that card contested off the rip. Fortunately, those days are behind us here. See if they have anything similar up their sleeve.
I think Milgaru could force a Sigma here. Get another Sigma versus Arista matchup, something that Fate is not going to be able to match it at all. That could be a positive for SPG.
See if that's going to be the direction that they take us in as we get ready to dive into this one. But everything to play for here, again, I mean, for the side of Sinpresa, this is your year, your season on the line. You want to be able to carry onward, you need to be able to close out this map. Let's see what they do. Manage to push a piece together here at the very end, as Fate is teasing us a bit by showing the ball for a brief moment.
But it's not real. It's not to be. Because you're seeing basically snipers across the board in one fashion or another. And I guess in the hands of Viper, the Torb sniping too. He was hitting some shots on that Torb earlier on for Coliseum. And no surprise on the SPG side, however, I was thinking maybe Milgar would think about the, as mentioned, Sigma, but it's going to be the safer Rester instead. Essentially the same across the board, but Mei instead of the Sergeant.
Alright. Well, cart brought up here to the initial corner. This is where the hold can begin. 8 getting tagged low, knocked off the high ground as that Javelin catches him right in the chest. Milgar just trying to hold forward. Fate as well getting tagged low. Goes for the spin, denying that damage through. Immortality Field going to be forced out as Hisu tries to force his way up here onto the corner. Stuck in place, so wall cutting off that retreat point. There's a breakthrough, keep themselves alive for the time being as Aldo goes on a bit of a forward flank, just swinging around the rocks, trying to get some shots woven through, try to build up before that blizzard as quickly as possible. Wall again getting broken down. Doesn't mean too much when you have that Bastion on the opposite side. Viper thinking about going for the high grounds, a bit slow.
The wall can be easily broken by the Bastion. That has to be under consideration every single time. Fate nearly got caught in front. Okay, we'll be Eris down. Milgar flying into frag. That's the 5v4.
Now the Immortality Field dead on the back end. That leaves everybody else very vulnerable, and Milgar will be able to find himself a second elimination. Hisu out in the open, taken down. Javelin not going to connect on the Viper. Heals off onto the flank there. Gangnam Jin trying to keep him alive as they continue to take him low, but he slides up onto the train car and will be able to stay safe for the time being.
The ultimates have just about come online now as well. And actually, as much as we're on the same corner here, all those blizzards are going to have good value. There's no opportunity for Dragons to really spread out and go across the map. They're stuck in the same choke. Pylon position, that's going to do a lot of healing.
There's the artillery.
He did shift.
He's dead. Yeah, right as that blizzard does come through, but Aid hits the god shot. Shuts down 2. Viper and Gangnam Jin both taken out, so the early punish onto although does not matter too much. Both DPS ults going to be put into the fight there for the side of SPG, but they maintain the corner control. And Fate.
He lives.
Pop the ultimate. He does live. Okay, a desperate bid, but one that allows him to back away with
gives him
his life intact.
tankiness. He's got, yeah, he gives him a little bit more extra tankiness, so that allows him to survive. Guess you take that.
Artillery now opened up from Hisu, looking to do some damage himself, but Mortality killed his from Hyunjae, and now Fate, he does die. Extended Brawl ends up coming away with the kill. Gangnam Jin up in the sky, trying to set up there with that captive sun, but now I think he might have stranded himself into a bad position. He's up here onto the high ground, sniping Wuchen, does come away with that kill. Milgaru very low, all that healing now very reliant on Kenjay, but Fate manages to shut him down. Force him back, but in a really scattered position here are SPG. They now need to find some stability.
And now, strangely, it's Fate that's going to go towards Sigma. I thought this wasn't going to be here that he is going to be comfortable going towards at all. Maybe he can prove me wrong there. Milgaru will happily tank up that accretion, no issues. Waiting for the next round of ultimates here. Hyunjae massively behind Eris. Good opportunity for a window to come on through, but time is a factor now as well.
Barrier timing, blocks that spear for getting connection there on the Viper, who now has the overclock rolling. Wuchen trying to set for the kills, and that's going to be the first one found as Iris gets taken down. Now Hisu dead on the back end. Aid coming away with that elimination. Viper going down. 40 seconds remaining with Fate having to get killed off, having to get staggered. And this could very well be a full hold here from SPG because they nearly have 3 more ults ready to go.
Especially when you look at the Blizzard and OT. I mean, that's just going to be a fight winner, a map winner potentially. If this gets full hold, we're going to see very little of this map. We're going to see very little of our first escort so far in the knockouts. The Dragons need more. They need a lot more. Look, we've seen, funnily enough, Artillery getting some good value previously. Let's see if it happens again. No one's caught on the edges this time, so it's going to be a lot more difficult.
But
as expected.
5 seconds. This Maywall. Can the Maywall deny?
Touch.
Okay, they're pushing forward. They make their way through the cave, answering artillery now down here onto the card itself. Into the ice block goes Although. He pops out, drops the blizzard, instantly dealt with. All up top of the artillery. Artillery manages to take him down. 8 health finds Iris. Now Fate going to be dealt with. Members dead on the side here of SPG. Wuchen now eliminated as well. The Captive Sun finds him, but they manage to fight back and get the team kill. A bloody brawl to finish off the push, but SPG stand tall, only surrendering 64 meters. This map is in their pocket.
And yeah, the wall didn't end up coming through because the artillery opens the door for the Shanghai Dragons to get onto the actual payload. Blizzard didn't end up doing as much as I thought it would. It didn't go on the payload or anything. Tried to play aggressively on top of Fate. The frags were still there. And this was the artillery from a little bit earlier. As you can see, you got 2 players running on the side. And there's nowhere for them to go. I mean, no mobility left. You can imagine that both the shift abilities on those 2 heroes are expended. So all they can do is walk into the artillery.
That SPG fan in the audience looking like he's going to have a good reason to celebrate here at the end of this all. A nigh impossible defense, a fuller hold, very necessary for the side of the Shanghai Dragons if they want to keep themselves in this lower bracket run. Otherwise, SPG, the contender squad, might be keeping their season alive.
Yep. They'll be going up against the Seoul Dynasty as well, so I mean, that'll be 2 Overwatch League teams eliminated today, back-to-back. One of them was guaranteed because it was Charge versus Dynasty. This one is not guaranteed. I mean, just coming into this match, we were 2-2. Things were looking on the up for the Shanghai Dragons, but as we hit deeper into Route 66, it's a full hold and not a lot of distance. We're like barely past the first initial corner on A, so extremely well set up for SPG to finish this one off.
Feels like it's very much in their hands, and it would be a catastrophic failure to drop the ball and not be able to close this thing out. Viper right off the rip here with this Scorpion wanting to have that long forward hold. Although back over onto the Soldier 76.
She absolutely destroyed Shanghai on the midtown.
Yeah.
Soldier was able to get some crazy first picks. Not even a burst damage here unless you can land the helixes, but this is far too long range for that to be consistent.
Javelin through. Milgaru going to be knocked down to about a half HP. Still leading the charge, and you can see Although not really getting too much damage through quite just yet. Just now, doubling up his ult charge, but still only at 17% compared to the likes of Age, who's currently at 61. But just get himself into this fight position. Just go ahead, clear up that healing pylon, continues to push up towards Gangnam Jin. Quickly bounces up into the sky now, although a bit surrounded. And with Wuchan there in tow, he ends up getting punished. The one paying the price. In the meantime, though, Matrix set up. Kenjay looking to force them back, keep them at an arm's length. Now Fate has to drop down and keep this card contested. Just a couple more meters left to go. 13. And that's SPG taking away this series win. Although jumped on, Immortality Field forced off the back of Big Earls. Milgaru tipping over, managing to grab that Mega Pack, keeps himself alive. Fate pushing forward. Trying to get that punish, trying to find the kill on the Kenjay, but he does manage to stay elusive enough. Milgaru in the meantime, pushing the card forward. Back cap nearly coming in, but Viper trying to play and keep it contested. He ends up getting blown to smithereens, and that's it. The 2 kills coming through. Hyunjae drops the C9 in chat. It might not be one. It was an earned win here for the side of SPG, but a very swift one at that as they close out here on Route 66 and eliminate the Shanghai Dragons.
I mean, it just starts badly when you have the trades coming on through. Was it Wuchan for Viper? Viper's got to come all the way from Defender spawn, and that's so far. He probably needed to go Soldier just to sprint back. Going over to Soldier, okay, you can slide in, but still waiting for the cooldown. 5v4 for a short moment there. But then as soon as Aid actually gets the Bastion Artillery, yeah, when you're going for the cap itself, that's one of the few times, like Terror Surge, like the Blizzard, the value of the ultimate suddenly goes up, and it's a 4C9. Hisu has to die on top of it. Like, whoever the soldier from Dragons was, that just has to explode their life on top of the payload. That's all you can do, and then no one else ended up going for it. Fate was dead, so as you mentioned, kind of a C9, but also kind of, you just won. You just simply beat the Dragons. That's all it was.
I don't think it was. That was just them getting outdone. Excellently handled here from the side of SPG, from the defense into the push itself. Not wasting any time, not taking any ridiculous fights that they didn't need to. That was just down to the T. Perfectly piloted overall for them there to go ahead and close out this series. For the side of the Dragons fans, a bittersweet end to this knockout bracket. Unable to come away with any wins. But although is going to be our player of the match, and by God that he earned this one here.
See it early on. It's the combination of the Tracer and the ball at the same time. You need some solid follow-up for the ball. You didn't even get to see it in that highlight, but there were moments when Aldo was just able to get onto the back. Whoever was pile-drived in, Aldo was there to clean up. And this map was what kind of made the difference from it. You see what the Soldier was able to do. And obviously here with the Blizzard as well, just finishing off the map. This is the final Blizzard to basically send the Dragons out of Midtown. But so much of the Soldier gameplay gave them opening picks consistently on Midtown.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what he did, you know, all of the heroes that we saw, although playing throughout this, May, the Tracer, etc., they were all very, very clean. You see, just getting the fade away, that's the double kill and the pulse that he had earlier on. Just a fantastic player through and through. And very much helps get SPG this well-earned, well-deserved victory. Continue onward, now face off against the Dynasty.
And honestly, I think Dragons did much better here because they changed up their comps, they modernized their strategy based on where the current meta is. However, it's still this team of SPG that has more to show, more to play through. The fact that they can make ball work, not on just one map, multiple maps. And consistently now on Flashpoint, where they're proving that ball is extremely good on Flashpoint. Maybe I'm possibly Jamil Garu ball pilled, but they'll have to see if it works versus Dynasty, because I missed out on this play when I talked about Fate and Gaga in this pool, but yeah, Bellis Rhea, aka Ballless Rhea, is on the other side of that as well, so there is that to contend with a little bit later on.
I was just about to mention that. Perhaps we can get that head-to-head. We'll have to just wait and see for that matchup later on, but for now, let's go ahead and send it over. Unknown is standing by with Aid for an interview.
안녕하세요.
Hello, Aid.
네, 또다시 만나게 된 상하이를 상대로 승리를 차지하셨습니다. 승리 소감 먼저 들어볼게요.
You met the Dragons again in quick succession to win again. How do you feel?
쉽게 이길 것 같았는데 3대 2로 이기게 되어서 더 이제 3대 0으로 이겼을 때보다 기분이 더 좋은 것 같아요.
Well, I mean, initially I was a little bit disappointed because we didn't get the 3-0, but hey, going all the distance and going 3-2 actually feels good.
레킹볼을 기용해서 성공적으로 들고 오셨습니다. 그렇지만 상대 팀에서 분명히 SPG의 레킹볼에 대한 조합에 대해서 많이 연구를 해왔을 텐데도 그럼에도 불구하고 잘
So today we saw a lot of the wrecking ball composition from SPG. I think Dragons would probably been expecting this and preparing for this. What's your opinion on how or why this worked?
안 좋았던 점들을 이제 보완을 하면서 바스티온을 바꾸고 또 새로운 전략을 짰기 때문에 잘 통했다고 생각합니다.
It's basically the same composition, but we played it really differently. For example, we had a little bit of different DPS choices, and also we kind of approached our maneuvering or positioning very differently. So even though if it's the same comp, it was a different strategy overall, and probably they wouldn't have been prepared for this. Just a little bit of a extra question. How long or how much have you been practicing this composition?
연습해 왔기 때문에 한 1주에서 2주 정도는 우리사로 좀 많이 연습했어서 이런 결과가 나왔다고 생각합니다.
So for the past week or two, we've not only been just preparing for this specific composition, but also composition with the Orisa as well. So we were adequately prepared. So that wasn't really much of a long time to kind of practice very fine details of a strategy. Would you say that the chemistry between the players are so good that even with a short preparation period that your strategies work out? I think everyone, not only just about the chemistry, but everyone understands thoroughly about what they need to do in that composition. So I think that's the secret behind it. So you're also Miyokaru's actual family, like your bigger brother. So do you have anything to say to him? Well, I mean, I just want to say good job.
매 경기가 간절할 것 같은 SPG입니다. 왜냐면 지면 이제 끝난다고 봐도 무색하기 때문인데요. 앞으로에 대한 각오 마지막으로 부탁드리겠습니다.
So, stakes are really high because one misstep and you get eliminated from the bracket. Do you have any resolves or goals coming into the rest of the bracket?
앞으로 남은 경기들 엄청 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 거라고.
So we have nowhere to go back. So we'll do our best. We'll show you a performance that you and both I can be satisfied with. And that's the end of the interview. Back to you, Seth.
Well, thank you very much, Unknown, for the translation. I just learned something new. I did not know that he was brothers with Milgaro. It's not something that you get to see too often, brothers playing together. But it's very heartwarming that they can share in that victory. I mean, I can think of two other brothers that play on a certain esport together, and their season wasn't nearly as good as SPG's. But anyway, let's take a look back at the results from today. As we can see, Dreamers walking away, taking down Panthera, Pokerface, demolishing Rhodes, frankly, with that 3-0. The Dynasty able to stay alive, and now they get to square off against SPG, who honestly look like they're up to task to become the Owl Slayers.
It might just be the case. I mean, SPG have done it before. I think this might actually be the third time they beat the Dragons, and no matter how many times Dragons get the rematch, they just can't take it over SPG. At minimum, SPG, or at least the Shanghai Slayers at this stage, is it's our second team from the Overwatch League knocked out of knockouts, but like the Charged Dragons still have one more shot. They can still enter the play-ins, as all Overwatch League teams that failed to make it through the playoffs will enter, which one more slot will be available for the region to get to playoffs from the play-ins forward, but we are not done with the knockouts yet.
Certainly not, but I mean, hey, not to make the Dynasty fans panic too much, but transitive property, if SPG can take down the Dragons, they might be able to beat the Dynasty as well. We'll take a look back at the brackets, though, and see where they lay, as it's going to be some contenders cannibalization down there in that lower bracket, as Dreamers have to take on Pokerface in an elimination matchup, and Fuel versus Spark to see who's going to be sticking around in that upper bracket.
I think this is a really, we pretty sure we had this matchup in spring as well, where Dreamers ended up beating Pokerface, and Dreamers got into the grand finals, like making their way through the lower bracket. They're looking to make that dream happen again, as they're one of the few contenders teams that actually has a true legitimate pathway into playoffs. And in bracket B, still two Overwatch League teams left. Infernal, who are looking extremely good as usual, as you'd expect, versus a very upstart O2 Blast, who, after a bit of a sloppy start to their summer stage where things didn't look too good after they had their roster teared apart, they're looking much better now, rejuvenated in a fresh meta.
I mean, O2 Blast, you can't expect them to be off the meta, off the game for too long. It's been such a consistent organization in the contender scene out here in Korea, so it makes sense that they found their way. They found their footing a bit more. But we'll see, though, because, I mean, we were really excited for that matchup the last time it came around, the first time it came around with Infernal versus O2. And it wasn't quite the giga banger that we were hoping for. So maybe this time that one will deliver. We'll have to just wait and see. But Dynasty definitely got to be sweating a bit. We're teeing it up. Maybe we'll get to see that Belosria, that Bolosria coming out versus Milgaru, have that big head-to-head clash. Or maybe we'll get some more Void, which, of course, the fans are going to be very happy with either way. But this is going to be the schedule here for tomorrow. Spark v Fuel, Poker Face for the Dreamers, O2 Blast v Infernal, Prissa, I want to say Spear for some reason, SPG versus Dynasty to go ahead and round out the evening and see who the final teams are going to be on both sides of the bracket. It's an absolutely stacked day of matches tomorrow that you guys do not want to miss.
I mean, Fuel versus Spark is an absolute insane matchup, so that is an exciting one to kick things off, as it's a massive clash of styles. Two of the teams that we've had at the top for so long. And beyond that, Spark they got a bit of a streak versus Fuel at the moment, if I believe correctly, because this has been one of the few teams that Fuel have actually struggled against.
Yeah, I mean, work cut out for them now, but this is where it matters the most. Keep yourself in that upper bracket, keep yourself alive, give yourself that fighting chance to just go ahead and make it through the easy way. Otherwise, I mean, obviously, you don't want to be down in the trenches. You don't want to be where Sinprissa, where Dynasty are. You want to be having that little buffer zone between you and the other teams that just gives you that much more comfortability riding forward, trying to make your way out of this knockout bracket. But anything could happen. Already some surprises here today. Sinprissa certainly catching me by surprise. And, even though he didn't win it, I'd say Milgaru, for me personally, player of the day, because the guy, I didn't know much about him coming into this one. Absolutely surprised the ever-loving hell out of me. So I'm very, very much looking forward to seeing him play again tomorrow.
And you learned about him in and out of game in terms of all the lore and also the mechanics and all that. So it's a fun team to root for. And can't wait to see how he goes up against Belosria or Void next week, as we still have plenty of games to get through next week or tomorrow, actually. So
tomorrow.
Sorry, my mind is already way into the future. It's actually not going to take very long to get there at all. Tomorrow, as it'll be a short turnaround for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be chomping at the bit to watch those games and also to get to cast a handful of them. So luckily for us, we don't have to wait too long to get back into it, because, again, for me, it's been a very long time away from Overwatch League. It's great to be back. And honestly, this was just a fantastic way to come back into it with some really excellent games. And, of course, that 5-mapper to round it out. So perhaps we can get some more of that tomorrow, see some more Escort. Obviously, your favorite map type. Maybe the teams can deliver on it. I think that the head-to-heads that we have right now between all the squads very much deserves it. So maybe we'll just have a nice long evening to round out the weekend.
Hopefully some good games as we get into the real business side of the season now, and no matter what, looking for the 2 best teams, the 3 best teams actually. We're sending 3 teams to Toronto. And I think of the Overwatch League teams between Dallas, Hangzhou, and Infernal, I mean, they all look insane. All 3 of them look fantastic. They would be my 3 front runners so far. Everyone else is seemingly a little bit further behind. Only Dreamers, I believe, possibly O2 Blast, but I think pretty much just Dreamers have the capability from the contender side to maybe make it through. But it seems like Dallas and Hangzhou are on their own level right now. We'll see if that comes true tomorrow in terms of how close that game is going to be. As Dallas look possibly like the best team, but Hangzhou have somehow always had their number.
We'll have to just wait and see if that is going to be the case, but that's going to round it out for us here this evening. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Of course, NA is going to be coming up later and all that good stuff. But we have more matches tomorrow, stacked schedule, so make sure you guys tune in. We'll see you then.